Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1013. Lu Yin could feel Hui Kong's sincerity towards him, and he naturally reciprocated. This was completely different from his interactions with Night King Yuanjing. Even if he called Night King Yuanjing Grandpa, Night King Yuanjing was still someone that Lu Yin had used, and Lu Yin was also someone that Night King Yuanjing had used. His interactions with Hui Kong were clean. However, Lu Yin didn't have time to think about such trivial matters. In front of him, the void actually split open, and a powerful devouring force swept towards him. Lu Yin used his physical strength to dodge, and he struggled to break free. However, another devouring force descended, and anyone below the Enlighter realm would not be able to escape. This force was close to a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin was speechless. Who had said that as long as one reached the Enlighter realm, they would not need to fear this route's astronomical phenomena? Ordinary Enlighters might not be able to withstand it. Had the route grown as well? He had only made a casual guess, but when he saw the giant spatial tear in front of him that seemed to split the entire sky in two, he knew that this route had changed. This route's astronomical phenomena were always changing, and when Lu Yin had first learned that he could cross into the inner verse from the technocracy, he had been suspicious. It was impossible for the technocracy to have missed something, and even if there had been, it would have been discovered long ago. Now, he had thought it through. Perhaps this was not a loophole, but rather something that could not be crossed. The exploration team that had successfully reached the inner verse might have just been lucky, or perhaps there had been a time when this route's astronomical phenomena were not that powerful. In any case, he was here now, and this route's power was on full display. If one wanted to cross the spatial tear in front of him, they would need a power level of at least 400,000. However, this might not even be the route's greatest power. The route's power was expanding like a balloon, and it currently required a power level of 400,000 to cross it. Later on, even envoys or powerhouses with power levels in the millions would find it difficult to cross it. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin would not be able to cross this route, but fortunately, he had external items. He took out 5 chains, and he had already used 2 of them. He only had 3 left. Lu Yin fused another one, but this time, he did not fuse it with a battle technique. Instead, he fused it with his own body to increase his physical strength. With a power level of 300,000, Lu Yin roared and charged forward. He tore open the spatial tear and crossed it. He then rushed towards the outerverse at his fastest speed. With a power level of 400,000, his speed was incredibly fast, and his original position was not too far from the outerverse. Along the way, all the celestial phenomena that obstructed his path were swept away by his tyrannical physical strength. Gradually, the fused energy dissipated. They were still some distance away from the outerverse, and the weather was still changing. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and fused with another one, his tyrannical physical strength erupting once more as he tore through the skies. By the time all of the energy had been consumed, Lu Yin was already very close to the outerverse. Unfortunately, there was still a majestic heavenly phenomenon in front of him. Lu Yin had no choice but to use up the last of the beads and break through the celestial phenomenon with unprecedented speed. By the time Lu Yin calmed down, he had no idea how far he had traveled. All he saw was a distant cosmic graveyard filled with all sorts of cosmic trash. He had returned to the outerverse. This was the cosmic graveyard, which was where the Tong family and the Eyeless clan had attacked the outerverse. It wasn't too far from the southern weave. He had truly returned. Lu Yin howled as his star energy and domain spread out. He then laughed maniacally. He had returned alive. At this moment, several figures flashed past and rushed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and saw that there were several explorers, and one of them was even a cruiser. "Who's there?" the cruiser shouted as he looked at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin was surrounded, and he smiled. "You don't recognize me?" The space-exploring powerhouses around him widened their eyes as they stared at Lu Yin. The cruiser was stunned, and then he was shaken. Your Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "That's right." 7 months had passed since the Tong family had joined forces with the Eyeless clan to attack the Outerverse, and Lu Yin had been away from the Outerverse for 7 months. 7 months was not a long time, and the Great Eastern Alliance had not changed much. Even though the Great Eastern Alliance had suffered significant losses during that war, the Allied Weaves and the Central Weaves had also suffered great losses. More importantly, Lu Yin's contributions had been so great that the Hall of Honor had publicly announced their support for the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Yu Empire. Everyone knew that the greatest contributor to that war had been Lu Yin. If not for him, no one would have known about that attack. The Tong family and the Eyeless clan's attack would have caught the Outerverse off guard, and no one would have been able to stop them. Even Master Yuan had barely been able to resist one of them, and there was no need to mention the others. It was only a matter of time before the Outerverse was destroyed. In reality, these were just Lu Yin's superficial contributions. He had even contributed more, which was providing progenitor Wuxiang's hide to Master Yuan. After the war had begun, he had also given Master Yuan the arrow that had been passed down to Master Yuan by the Hall of Taimo. This had given Master Yuan the ability to resist 2 powerhouses at the same level as him. These were still not his greatest contributions, as the Tong family's ancestors' heavy injuries were directly related to Lu Yin. However, these contributions were destined to remain unknown. Master Yuan was the greatest contributor to that war, as he had single-handedly blocked 2 cosmic imprinters. Only Lu Yin's contributions were second to Master Yuan's. Such great contributions had been given to a mere cruiser, which was a great honor. If the war had ended at that time, then Lu Yin would have been conferred a title by the Hall of Honor, which would have been the most brilliant period of his life. However, he had disappeared at that time, which meant that he had died. Death brought him even greater glory, and no one would mind giving all that glory to a dead person, not even Lu Yin's enemies. While everyone was guessing that Lu Yin was dead, Master Yuan was sincerely grateful to Lu Yin, and Wang Wen and the others were scheming behind the scenes. Lu Yin's glory had been endlessly amplified. He had become the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces and had resisted the 6th Mainland's invasion. He had also been granted the privilege of commanding the entire Outerverse army during wartime by the Hall of Honor. This privilege had never been granted to anyone since ancient times, and the only reason he had been granted it was because he was dead. No matter how much authority a dead person had, it was useless, and no one had objected. But now, things had become awkward, as Lu Yin was still alive. The spacecraft headed towards the southern Weaves, and the cruiser on board would occasionally look at Lu Yin strangely. He could not hide the shock in his eyes, as this person was actually still alive. Did that mean that during a border war, he would be the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces? This was too exaggerated, as he could command the entire Outerverse army during wartime. How much authority was that? Even the Hall of Honor had never granted anyone such authority before. The closest person to this level of authority was Elder Big Drum, who guarded the borders of the Endless Weaves, and Elder Novar, who guarded the borders of the Iron Blood Weaves. Lu Yin's current authority during wartime was equal to the sum of both of them. Right, that was not all. His authority was still effective during wartime, and even if the astral wilderness invaded the human domain, he would immediately become the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces. He would have the authority to command the army and allocate resources. This person stood at the pinnacle of authority in the history of the human domain's Outerverse. Lu Yin himself did not know that he had such authority, and he was now curious as to how Master Yuan and the others had managed to return to the Outerverse. He asked the cruiser, but that person did not know either. All he knew was that they had escaped with the rest of the army. Lu Yin contacted Wendy Yushan, and she replied calmly, "I knew you weren't dead. You have that much confidence in me?" Lu Yin teased. Wendy Yushan's lips curled up. She rarely smiled, but when she did, she looked very beautiful. "A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Lu Yin grinned. "How did you guys escape back then?" "There were many cultivators from the Innerverse who were captured, and they worked together to escape. Of course, they suffered quite a few losses, and it's said that Master Yuan was heavily injured. After escaping back to the Outerverse, he sealed off the Astral River and has been recuperating ever since." Lu Yin was glad that he had not allowed Starsabil to take those people away. Otherwise, even if Master Yuan had the ability to reach the heavens, he might not have been able to bring them back to the Outerverse. After ending the call with Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others to ask about the Great Eastern Alliance. He learned that everything was peaceful, and Wang Wen and Wei Rong were both very confident in him. Their previous arrangements were still going on, and Wang Wen also told Lu Yin about the authority he had obtained. Lu Yin was stunned. "The commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces." Wang Wen smiled. "That's right. Congratulations, you've officially reached the pinnacle of authority in the history of the Outerverse. Aside from the Hall of Honor, which controls the human domain, you can be considered to have stepped into the pinnacle of the universe." Lu Yin had never dreamed that he would obtain such authority. "How did you do it?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen smiled. "It's very simple. You were the one who mobilized the Outerverse Allied Forces, and you performed very well during the war. The Hall of Honor has a good impression of you, especially Master Yuan. I don't know what you did, but that old senior was very enthusiastic about your matters. With a few more tricks, you should have been able to accomplish this." Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "You were the one who spread the news of my death, right?" "That wasn't me, but Wei Rong. I was in charge of negotiating with the Hall of Honor, and Wei Rong was in charge of public opinion. Now that you're dead, no one will say anything even if I give you more authority. As long as Master Yuan supports you, everything will go smoothly," Wang Wen explained. Lu Yin was glad that he had subdued these two. Otherwise, he would not have obtained such great authority upon his return. At most, he would have obtained some insignificant glory. Although the Hall of Honor bestowed the title of Commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces upon your death, you're still alive, and that title will not be revoked. "Make good use of it," Wang Wen said. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Although the prerequisite for being the commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces was that there would be a war, the commander still had the authority to make arrangements for the war. Whether or not there would be a war was not up to him. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he thought about it. He then looked towards the western weaves, where there seemed to be quite a lot of resources. Lu Yin returned and immediately reported the situation to Master Yuan. News of his return spread out in an extremely short amount of time. The western weaves were naturally the first to receive the news. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10:14. Bang! The teacup shattered, and Daniel Phineas's expression changed. "What did you say?" Lu Yin's back. "He's not dead." Across from him, a dark phoenix cultivator's face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. "Yes, Lu Yin's not dead. He's back." Daniel Phineas slumped back into his chair and sighed deeply. He was exhausted, but Lu Yin was still alive. The current Lu Yin was different from the Lu Yin from 7 months ago. Back then, they could have formed an alliance to resist the Great Eastern Alliance and deal with him. But now, when he thought about the Hall of Honor's support for Lu Yin and his current status, as well as the fact that Lu Yin had killed 2 imprinters during the war, he felt helpless. Pass down my orders. The Dark Phoenix clan is to seal off all visitors for 100 years. We won't see any outsiders, Daniel Phineas said helplessly. Yes, clan leader. On Simo's star, Yen Chen was shocked. Lu Yin's back. Across from him, Captain Shi nodded with a solemn expression. I didn't expect him to return alive. The Outerverse has only been peaceful for a few months, but it's about to become chaotic again. Yen Chen looked up into space. This is troublesome. He's now the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces, and with his fearless personality, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause. Most importantly, the Hall of Honor's support for him is too great. Master Yuan personally ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to be protected, and no one is allowed to attack his friends and family. This shows how important this person is to Master Yuan, Captain Shi said. Yen Chen sighed deeply. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. It's not like we're enemies with him. On calm Orchid Planet, Elder Tong stared at his gadget with a strange expression. Lu Yin had actually returned alive, and he immediately notified Elder He. Perhaps he could obtain some information about the Sea King from Lu Yin. On Wan Qianqing, Cheong Shir was speechless. This guy had actually returned alive. More importantly, the inner verse and outer verse had not been connected yet, so where had he come from? It was truly miraculous. However, since this guy had returned, the Outerverse was about to undergo a huge change. The commander of the Outerverse Allied forces had great authority that was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Shir, what's our stance? Cheong Shanhai could not help but ask. Lu Yin had disappeared for 7 months, and during that time, the Hall of Honor, or rather, Master Yuan, had shown the entire Outerverse how protective he was of his own people. No one was allowed to make a move against Lu Yin's friends and family, and no one was allowed to make a move against the Great Eastern Alliance. This was blatant favoritism, but no one could say anything about it. Lu Yin's contributions were too great, and Master Yuan's fondness for him was too great. At one point, people even suspected that he was Master Yuan's illegitimate son. Now that this person had returned alive, it was impossible for his honor to be stripped away. In fact, it might even be increased. With the Hall of Honor's favoritism, the Great Eastern Alliance's strength, and Lu Yin's ability to eliminate 2 imprinter, who in the Outerverse could stop him? Stand. What position? Cheongshi was puzzled. Jasper Mountain Sea asked, are you going to treat him as an enemy or as a friend? Cheongshi helplessly said, Father, isn't that obvious? With the Hall of Honor protecting him, who would dare to do anything to him? He was now the commander of the Allied armies, and a single word from him could cause an entire territory to tilt its resources. Who would dare to disobey him? Right now, he's the only one who can beat others up. Don't even think about beating him up. Making an enemy out of him is just looking for trouble. Then what if he really wants to unify the Outerverse? Jasper Mountain Sea asked. Cheongshi shook her head. Don't forget that he'll always be a cultivator. No matter how much power a cultivator has, he still needs resources. How many times can he use this power? Besides, the alliance isn't unified yet, so just let him play. Whether or not he'll leave his name in history or die will depend on himself. As for us, we'll just go with the flow. Jasper Mountain Sea looked at Cheongshi. Although she had spoken casually, her thoughts were completely different from 7 months ago. Back then, she had been the one to support the Central Weave's allied armies, but now, she didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. Jasper Mountain Sea was well aware of how smart his daughter was, but she didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. This proved that there was nothing they could do. Lu Yin's unification of the Outerverse was inevitable, and he was the general trend. Who would have thought that such a drastic change would lead to such a peerless genius, who would then lead to Lu Yin's name? Those in the inner verse would never be able to imagine what the outer verse had experienced during the years of isolation. Once the inner verse and outer verse were reconnected, what would their expressions be? Speaking of which, the astral river's energy had greatly declined, and it wouldn't be long before the inner verse and outer verse were reconnected. In the Central Weaves, when news of Lu Yin's return reached them, the Central Weaves' allied armies, which had already relaxed, erupted into an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared blankly towards the east. What should they do? In contrast, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied armies were cheering. All of the planets in Frostwave Weave that had been incorporated into the Great Yu Empire were cheering as well. Countless people were shouting Lu Yin's name, as he had brought them to the peak of the Outerverse. Frostwave Weave, which had once been ignored by others and which even the endless shipping route could not easily reach, had now become one of the most prosperous weaves in the Outerverse. All of this had been brought about by Lu Yin, who had turned Frostwave Weave into the center of the Outerverse. He had also made the Great Yu Empire famous throughout the Outerverse. Who didn't want to join the Great Yu Empire now? However, very few succeeded, as joining the Great Yu Empire was too difficult. This was all thanks to Lu Yin. Statues of him were erected on countless planets, and countless people worshipped and revered him. There were statues of him in every city on Earth. On Shenwu continent, Ming Yen looked haggard. Lu Yin had been missing for 7 months, and she had long since known that Shenwu continent was not sealed off from the outside world. She knew many things, and some people had even joined the Outerverse allied armies. She had not had a good time over the past 7 months, and she had lost a lot of weight. Suddenly, a maid barged in and excitedly said, "Your Majesty, Alliance head Lu has returned safely." Ming Yen excitedly stood up. "What did you say?" The maid excitedly replied, "The Alliance head has returned alive." Ming Yen closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She slumped back into her chair. "It's good that he's back, it's good that he's back." The pressure that had been building up over this period of time had finally been released. She fell into a deep sleep as she thought about this. Not long after Ming Yen fell asleep, her hair turned white. The white-haired Ming Yen opened her eyes. Although her gaze was cold, it hid her excitement. "Humph, consider yourself lucky. Since you dare to die, I'll bury you." She closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Very few people would be able to influence the entire Outerverse upon their return, but Lu Yin had done so. His influence was simply too great. His name resounded in the ears of countless people in the Outerverse, and even in their dreams, the spacecraft stopped, and Lu Yin walked out of outer space. He looked ahead, took a deep breath, and then vanished. Junior Lu Yin greets Master Yuan. Lu Yin's voice echoed through the heavens. Up ahead, Master Yuan walked out with a rare look of excitement in his eyes. He had lived for so long that he was no longer affected by emotions, but Lu Yin's return still made him excited. "It's good that you're back." Lu Yin could feel Master Yuan's sincere concern, and he bowed deeply. Junior Lu Yin asks for Master Yuan's help. Master Yuan was puzzled. "What's the matter?" Lu Yin recounted everything that had happened in the Innerverse, focusing on Night King Jinwu. He had not forgotten that Night King Jinwu had tried to smear his reputation. With Night King Jinwu's abilities, it would not have been difficult for him to do so. The only forces in the Innerverse that could help him were Leon's Armada, Astral, Ten, and a few other powers. Their influence could not compare to the Day-Night clans. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan controlled the Day-Night Flow Zone, as well as the Blaze Realm and other powers that were his enemies. Lu Yin really could have been smeared. Most importantly, the 10 arbiters' positions in the Hall of Honor were not low. Lu Yin was on good terms with Master Yuan and the Outerverse Hall of Honor, but that did not mean that he was on good terms with the Innerverse Hall of Honor. If Knight King Jinwu used his influence to influence the Hall of Honor's decisions, then Lu Yin might be labeled as a traitor of the human domain. Lu Yin needed Master Yuan to help him, or at least ensure that the Hall of Honor would not act against him. The Hall of Honor controlled the human domain, and it was truly a colossus. Lu Yin had never dared to underestimate it. Master Yuan sighed. I never thought that you would have experienced so much in the Innerverse. The Day-Night Clan. I know, you're one of the Hall of Honor. Once your identity is exposed, the Hall of Honor will definitely not make things difficult for you. I was the one who obtained the general appointment platform, but it was snatched away by Knight King Jinwu. This is truly despicable. I beg Master Yuan to make a decision and prevent the Hall of Honor from interfering in the future conflict between me and Arbiter Jinwu, Lu Yin said respectfully. This was exactly what he wanted. He was afraid that Knight King Jinwu would obtain the Star Tower's inheritance and become one of the 5 astral children, gaining the Hall of Honor's protection. At that time, he would have to depend on the Hall of Honor for his revenge. Master Yuan was put in a difficult position. The 5 astral children are the human domain's hope. In the past, this matter could have been resolved, as there have been many astral children throughout history. Some grew up, while others died prematurely, and death was very normal. However, this generation is different. The 5th mainland's Tian has returned, and there's a possibility that he could become a progenitor. This generation's 5 astral children are likely to be protected by the entire human domain. Lu Yin frowned. This was troublesome. Would he have to challenge the entire human domain to deal with Knight King Jinwu? Master Yuan, Knight King Jinwu is vicious, and his actions are despicable. If someone like him becomes one of the 5 astral children, it might not be a blessing for the 5th mainland, Lu Yin could not help but say. Master Yuan sighed. The path of cultivation is all about results. If he has a chance of becoming a progenitor, then he will receive our support. According to your description, this child has even obtained the 6th mainland's arrow progenitor's inheritance and has mastered a secret technique. His methods are also extremely brilliant, and it's easier for someone like him to become a progenitor. Even I cannot interfere. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even Master Yuan could not interfere. The progenitor realm is the foundation of the continent. Anyone who has a chance of becoming a progenitor will receive the protection of the entire continent. This is a truth that has not changed since ancient times, and you should understand it, Master Yuan explained. Lu Yin took a deep breath. What if I'm more talented than him? Master Yuan smiled. Then it'll naturally be easier for you to receive protection. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he was afraid that there would not be enough time. Once Knight King Jinwu became one of the 5 astral children, not only would his own power skyrocket, but the Day-Night clan's influence would also implicate a large group of people, and even more people would join the circle of influence. At that time, it would be very difficult to deal with Knight King Jinwu. Master Yuan looked into the distance. The Innerverse and Outerverse might be connected soon. Lu Yin was shocked. The Innerverse and Outerverse are going to be connected. When? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10-15. Master Yuan thought about it. It won't take long. It depends on the rate of the energy decline. At the current rate, it might take a few years, but the decline is accelerating. Perhaps it will connect within a year. When will the competition for the 5 signs of the stars begin? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Master Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. If the competition for the 5 signs of the stars took place before the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, then it would be too late. Besides, dealing with Night King Jinwoo would not be easy. This was not something that could be solved by just two people fighting, as there were too many factors involved. Even if Lu Yin had the ability to defeat Night King Jinwoo, would the Day-Night clan allow him to succeed so easily? Would those who supported Night King Jinwoo allow him to succeed? This was not even considering the fact that Night King Jinwoo was about to become one of the 5 scions of the stars, which meant that there were new powers that supported him. At that time, half of the Innerverse might be affected, and it might even affect the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse. Dealing with Night King Jinwoo would require time to plan, but would there be enough time? If there was enough time, then Lu Yin would naturally be able to deal with Night King Jinwoo. If there was not enough time, then he would have to think of a way to prevent Night King Jinwoo from dealing with him and use Master Yuan to redeem his image. He believed that Night King Jinwoo would do what he said. Perhaps at this moment, many people in the Innerverse viewed Lu Yin as a traitor to the human domain. Master Yuan took out an item and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it and was stunned. He only regained his senses after Master Yuan's reminder. This was Progenitor Wushang's hide, which he had lent to Master Yuan to deal with the Tong family's ancestor and ancestor eyeless. Now, Master Yuan had returned it. Progenitor Wushang's hide was the first progenitor item that Lu Yin had obtained, and it was so large that it had been of great use. Without this hide, the outcome of the battle in the astral graveyard would have been uncertain. It's a pity that the arrow was destroyed, Master Yuan lamented. Lu Yin replied, it's good that it's useful. It's all thanks to Master Yuan that the outer verse was able to survive. Master Yuan sighed. An item from the progenitor realm is enough to change the course of a war. You and the progenitor realm are fated to meet, so treasure it well. He paused for a moment before continuing. During the battle in the astral graveyard, your contributions were illustrious, and in addition to your own contributions to the Alliance, the Hall of Honor will not treat you unfairly. Lu Yin was excited. Could it be that he was going to give Walnut and the 5 stalks again? However, these 2 super useful items were already gone. Perhaps Master Yuan had guessed what Lu Yin was thinking, and he shook his head bitterly. I originally wanted to compensate you with some power vessels, but my body was injured during the battle in the astral graveyard, and I still haven't recovered. It won't be easy for me to create powerful power vessels, so I'll have to wait for a while. I heard that you're in need of resources, so I've already instructed Big Drum to allocate some resources for your cultivation. At the same time, I've also increased your honor points to 20. You've managed this war well, and the Hall of Honor has officially bestowed upon you the position of Commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces. I hope that you will cherish it. Although it was a pity that he hadn't been able to obtain a life-saving item, he believed that Master Yuancher would give it to him once he recovered. The other rewards were quite good as well. Not to mention the Outerverse Allied Forces Commander, his honor points had been raised to 20. If he remembered correctly, with 20 honor points, he wouldn't be killed even if he betrayed the human race. At most, he would be imprisoned, just like Shui Chuanshao. As for the allocation of resources, the word allocation was a bit interesting, and he was looking forward to it. Master Yuancher's body was severely injured, and Lu Yin did not chat much with him. He had just left when he bumped into Elder Daegu. Elder Daegu looked at Lu Yin in admiration. How did you come back? The Allied forces have been keeping an eye on the Astral River, and it shows no signs of being torn apart. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. I obtained a star map that allows me to travel from the technocracy to the outerverse. Elder Daegu was shocked. There's such a place. Lu Yin nodded. Endless Borders gave it to me. No wonder, Elder Daegu said. Lu Yin continued, it's a pity that the route has evolved, and anyone below a power level of 400,000 won't be able to pass through it. Furthermore, the further you go, the more difficult it becomes. Then how did you pass through it? Elder Daegu did not believe Lu Yin, as he felt that Lu Yin was just bragging. Lu Yin raised his head. I killed 2 imprinter. Elder Daegu was stunned, but then he recalled that during the battle in the astral graveyard, this person had indeed killed 2 imprinter and turned the tide of the battle. Elder Daegu looked at Lu Yin with an even stranger gaze. Throughout history, there had never been a cruiser who had been able to do what Lu Yin had done. Lu Yin admired Elder Daegu's gaze. It seemed that his current status had surpassed this person's. Ahem, Elder Daegu, how's the southern border defense line? Should I go and take a look? Lu Yin asked, feeling that he had a responsibility to do so. Elder Daegu was stunned, but then he remembered that this person was now the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces. Although he only had special privileges during wartime, the border defense line was always at war, which was disgusting. If you want to go, then go, Elder Daegu said. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not going now. Right, Master Yuan said that he would give me some resources as a reward. How much are they? Elder Daegu's mouth twitched. How much do you want? Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Elder Daegu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that this person loved money as much as his own life, and that he was the type who would even do business on the battlefield. If possible, Elder Daegu would rather do business with this person and get what he paid for. However, during the battle in the astral graveyard, this person had selflessly contributed pills, and his contributions had been too great. Elder Daegu was deeply favored by Master Yuan, and he could not refuse this reward. However, he did not want to give too much either, so he could only let Lu Yin speak on his own and hope that it would not be too exaggerated. Lu Yin was excited. Elder, do you think that this junior can take a look at the Hall of Honor's treasury? Elder Daegu felt a chill run down his spine. Don't you want resources? Just say it. Why take a look at the treasury? Lu Yin blinked. It's Master Yuan's orders. Elder Daegu gulped. Actually, after several wars, the Hall of Honor isn't that rich. I didn't say that I wanted money. Of course, I still have to give them what they deserve. I remember that Elder Daegu said that the end of a war would not only reward a large amount of star essence, but there would also be a large amount of military contributions. Lu Yin smiled. Elder Daegu pursed his lips. Your military contributions are great enough. Your status has already surpassed mine. Lu Yin clapped. That's even better. As the commander of the Allied armies, don't I have the right to take a look at our treasury? Our treasury. These words caused Elder Daegu's hair to stand on end, but there was nothing he could do. Please. Lu Yin had actually wanted to follow Elder Daegu to take a look at the treasury of the Outerverse Hall of Honor, but Elder Daegu was unwilling to take him there. In the end, the two of them arrived at the Southern Weave's battlefield warehouse. It wasn't that Lu Yin had never been to a battlefield warehouse before, but this time, he had gone to the main warehouse instead of one of the branch warehouses. The Border Warfront's main warehouse wasn't too far from Master Yuan's location, and the Hall of Honor was also worried that the warehouse would be damaged. The humans weren't completely united against the Sixth Mainland's attack, and the Neo-Human Alliance, for example, had a high chance of causing damage. Thus, they had to stay close to Master Yuan. With Master Yuan overseeing things, no one would be able to do anything to the warehouse. Elder Daegu stood tall in space as he looked at a very ordinary planet in front of him. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the warehouse on that planet? Elder Daegu's lips twitched. That planet is the warehouse. Lu Yin was confused. What do you mean? Elder Daegu replied, that planet is the warehouse. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he reacted in shock. You're saying that the entire planet is the warehouse? Elder Daegu nodded. Lu Yin was stunned and stared at the planet in a daze. Was this for real? Although this planet wasn't very large and was much smaller than Earth and roughly the size of the Moon, it was still too exaggerated. How many resources could an entire planet contain? There are billions of cultivators at the border warfront, and that doesn't include the forced conscription of the entire outerverse during wartime. This is the main warehouse, and there are branch warehouses everywhere. Even so, the resources are still a little insufficient. During the battle in the astral graveyard, many outerverse powers paid for this war out of their own pockets, and they didn't receive any resources from the border warfront. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Only the Hall of Honor can use an entire planet as a warehouse. By the way, Elder, how many star essence are there? Elder Daegu muttered to himself, not wanting to say anything. However, when he glanced at Lu Yin and saw the stubborn look in his eyes, he helplessly replied, "It's hard to say the exact amount since it's all mixed up. However, there should be a few 100 million star crystals." Lu Yin's mouth fell open, and he suddenly felt like he was a poor person, a true poor person. Not too long ago, he had been excited about his meager wealth and had thought that he had escaped poverty. But now, he finally understood what it meant to be rich. The Hall of Honor was the rich one, and they were offering a few 100 million star crystals. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the mountain ranges of star essence he had seen on the transportation continent. There had to be a few billion star essence there. Only by comparing would Lu Yin realize the difference. He was too embarrassed to tell Elder Daegu that he had so little savings. It was no wonder why Elder Daegu never haggled when buying things. Elder Daegu coughed, and his eyes flickered. "Let's go down. Seventh bro, that old guy isn't telling the truth. Look at how wretched he is. His little eyes are rolling around. There's definitely more than a few 100 million star essence." The monkey shouted. Lu Yin looked over. Elder Daegu guiltily took a step forward and disappeared. Lu Yin pursed his lips. More than a few 100 million. Could it be more than a billion? A single mountain range was worth at least 100 million star essence, which meant that the planet below them could contain far too many mountain ranges. However, it was impossible for all of them to be star essence. Most of them were definitely minerals, food, and star crystals. After all, the outerverse most commonly used currency was star crystals, not star essence. Even cultivators who had reached the cruiser realm might not be qualified to be allocated star essence. Most of them were definitely star crystals, which made sense. Even if 100 million star essence could be exchanged for star crystals, it would still be a considerable amount. A difference of 100,000 times was equivalent to 100,000 mountain ranges. Using an entire planet as a warehouse was not an exaggeration. Lu Yin took a step forward and entered the planet's atmosphere. The planet's environment was not bad, and it had a primitive look to it. However, there were no large creatures, and it looked like the life forms here had just sprouted. There were resources everywhere as far as the eye could see, and there were also many spaceships. The continuous mountain ranges were filled with star crystals, and as for star essence, they were all in the sea. Lu Yin caught up to Elder Daegu. "Elder, please introduce us." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10:16. Elder Big Drum felt disgusted, as if his home had been spied on and robbed. There's no need for introductions. Take a look for yourself. There are star essence and star crystals in the sea, and most of them are metal resources. Of course, there are also some battle techniques and power vessels collected by the Hall of Honor as rewards for those who have contributed. How much can I take? Lu Yin's eyes burned as he looked at the sea. Elder Daegu thought about it. Actually, if you had returned after the battle in the astral graveyard, there would have been no other rewards. You could have chosen any of the resources on this planet, and you could have stored as many star essence as you wanted as long as your cosmic ring was big enough. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he thanked Wukong for his oversized cosmic ring. But Elder Big Drum changed the topic, and he looked pleased with himself. You've already been posthumously conferred the title of Commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces, and your honor points have increased to a rare 20 points. The Hall of Honor has also publicly supported the Great Eastern Alliance, and your contributions have been fully rewarded. Thus, the star essence you will receive will only be what I promised you back then. He then raised a finger. 1,000,000 star essence. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his tone turned sour. Elder, before I came here, you personally told me to tell you how much I wanted. Master Yuan also said that he would allocate a portion of the resources. 1,000,000 star essence is too little. Elder Big Drum was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, aside from your status as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, you are not only the commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces, but you are also the Hall of Honor's Master of Honor. Shouldn't you consider the Hall of Honor's interests? This planet seems to have a lot of resources, but it's actually not enough to be distributed. If you take too much, it will be unfair to others. Everyone here has contributed. Lu Yin raised a hand. Even so, 1,000,000 is still too little. How much do you want? Elder Big Drum asked. Lu Yin smiled. It must not be a good feeling to stay in the Outerverse. Elder Big Drum's brows rose. What do you mean? Lu Yin moved closer and raised his head. I've cultivated for 11 years to reach my current accomplishments. Elder, don't you know what this means? Elder Big Drum was puzzled. This means that in the future, I will be at least at the level of the 10 arbiters. My status as a Hall of Honor means that I am already a member of the Hall of Honor, and I have the right to reach even higher heights. Master Yuan's appreciation means that I will have more authority in the Hall of Honor in the future. Elder, do you still not understand all of this? Elder Big Drum's expression changed, as Lu Yin's words reminded him of just how terrifying this person was. He had already reached such heights at such a young age, and his future was immeasurable. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, Master Yuan would only need to say a few words to the Neoverse Hall of Honor headquarters, and this person's status would immediately change. Elder, don't forget what I lent Master Yuan back then, Lu Yin said slowly. Elder Degu's pupils shrank. A blood-colored bell. That was the head Inquisitor's order. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Elder Novak is much more knowledgeable than you, Elder Big Drum. He didn't stop me from doing anything that I wanted in Iron Blood Weave, and he even sent his disciple, Ok, to guard Xenia's star so that I wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. In comparison, Elder Novak is still the one with the brighter prospects. In the future, when I return to the Neoverse and meet the Inquisitor, I should put in a good word for Elder Novar and transfer him to the Neoverse as soon as possible. Return to the Neoverse. What? Elder Big Drum's mind flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person was definitely from the Neoverse, and he wasn't from the Outerverse at all. After interacting with Lu Yin for so long, Elder Big Drum had forgotten about the head Inquisitor's order, and he had actually thought that this person was from the Outerverse. He was truly foolish. How could someone from the Outerverse reach such heights in just 11 short years? How could he have so many external items? There had to be someone supporting him, and that person was most likely the head Inquisitor. What kind of existence was the Interstellar Arbitration's head Inquisitor? He was one of the most powerful people in the Hall of Honor, so there was no doubt that this person's backer was the head Inquisitor. When he thought about this, Elder Big Drum became excited, and he finally understood. Lu Yin had given up on the shortcut and instead wanted to accumulate enough battle contributions to return to the Neoverse. Wasn't that stupid? Elder Big Drum's attitude changed. Alliance leader Lu, there's no need to say such things. Everyone can see the contributions that you've made. Right, how many star essence did you say you wanted? 7th bro, you scared him. The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin smiled reservedly. I forgot. With this junior's battle contributions, how much will I be able to obtain? Elder Big Drum waved his hand. 20 million. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air and seriously sized up Elder Big Drum. He praised, in the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the upper echelons of the Neoverse Hall of Honor. Elder Big Drum smiled. You're too polite. I still have to rely on Alliance leader Lu's guidance. You're too polite. I wonder if Alliance leader Lu's cosmic ring can hold 20 million star essence. If you can't, I have a cosmic ring here. There's no need. I can put it down. It was given to me by an elder. That's good. Alliance leader Lu, please. Elder, please. 7th bro, this old guy is too shameless. The monkey exclaimed. Everyone has their own ambitions, and it's true that he wants to return to the Neoverse. Over the years, he's made countless contributions on the warfront. Besides, I'm not asking for much. 20 million is his limit. Do you really think that he'll give me as much as I want? Anyone who can become the commander of the warfront is definitely not someone with a weak will. Raising it from 1 million to 20 million. That's too much. Lu Yin looked at Elder Big Drum's back. Was 20 million too much for people like him? It wasn't at all, it was just a limit of authority. The planet's ocean churned as countless star essence were collected into Lu Yin's cosmic ring. At this moment, he felt that his cosmic ring was too heavy. This time, he was no longer poor. In terms of personal wealth, there was probably no one in the Outerverse who could compare to him. Perhaps he could even compete with the Cheong family in terms of wealth. Cough, cough. He had to keep a low profile. If he wanted to compete with the Cheong family in terms of wealth, then forget it. The wealth that Wan Qianqing had accumulated over countless years was quite exaggerated. Everything else aside, a single cannon blast from the Cheong family could produce countless star essence. If he used money to fight a war, then he would be a little arrogant. Alliance leader Lu, it's getting late. Why don't we leave first? Elder Big Drum asked politely. Lu Yin smiled. Elder, do you have something to do? If you have something to do, then go ahead. There's no need to entertain me. I want to take a stroll. Elder Big Drum was taken aback, but he quickly replied, It's fine, it's fine. Since Alliance leader Lu wants to take a stroll, I'll lead the way. Please, Alliance leader Lu. He wouldn't dare to leave even if he was beaten to death. Although he had thought things through and was willing to express his goodwill towards Lu Yin, and he might even be able to rely on this person to return to the Neoverse in the future. However, as the commander of the border warfront, he could not allow Lu Yin to do as he pleased. Lu Yin smiled and flew towards the coast with Elder Big Drum. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many resources. Not only were there minerals, but there were also herbs and many other strange things. Cultivation in the universe required the use of star energy, but many places had different cultivation methods. For example, Shenwu continent required the absorption of martial crystals to cultivate, while the sixth mainland also had a bloodline cultivation method. There were many cultivation civilizations in the universe, and most of the resources on this planet were similar. Lu Yin had originally thought that there would be a mountain full of usable resources, but there were many things that he could not use. Elder Big Drum followed beside Lu Yin and occasionally introduced the resources below to which civilizations used them, as well as the effects of using them. Lu Yin had to admit that this was an eye-opener, even though these cultivation methods could not compare to his own. The planet was very small, and they quickly finished their stroll. Elder Big Drum did not rush Luin, as some people would only slow down the more they were urged, and he was afraid that Luin was such a person. Fortunately, there were too many things here, and there were some good things that Luin could not discover. At that moment, Luin suddenly descended into a forest. Elder Big Drum looked over and knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Alliance Leader Lu, there's nothing here. Just some metal resources." Luin smiled and stomped down, causing the ground to crack open to reveal countless minerals underground. There were all sorts of metals, and Luin did not recognize most of them, but he did not need to. His target was an item that was hidden beneath these metals. There was a thump, and Elder Big Drum's expression changed. He hurriedly stopped Luin. "Alliance Leader Lu, what are you doing?" Luin retrieved an item from the ground. It was a tattered metal right arm that was about 2 meters long. It looked very ancient, and there were traces of corrosion left on it from the passage of time. "Elder, what is this?" Luin asked. Elder Big Drum smiled bitterly. "How did you discover it, Alliance Leader Lu?" Luin was interested. "I have my own methods." "Elder, this thing should be able to injure an enlighter." Elder Big Drum sighed. "I admire Alliance Leader Lu's methods. Not bad, this item originated from an extinct race from ancient times. That race was skilled in technology, and this metal arm was created by them. It's a pity that it's just a part, and it's being placed here as a reward for those who have contributed greatly." Luin waved the arm around. It was very heavy, but he had discovered it because the arm was emitting rune lines with a power level of over 200,000. It was very interesting. Luin used a bit of strength and was surprised that he could not break it. "Elder, I can use this thing as well." Elder Big Drum's expression changed, and he dryly said, "Alliance Leader Lu, please don't joke around. This thing is so big. Will it be inconvenient for you to use it?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "It's convenient. Take a look." He then put the metal arm on his right arm and used his star energy as a fulcrum to connect it to. This allowed him to freely control his arm, and he could clench his fist and swing his palm. Elder Big Drum smiled bitterly. "Alliance Leader Lu, I've already given you 20 million star crystals within the limits of my authority. I can't transfer anything else to you." Luin replied, "I can ask for less star essence." Luin then tossed down 100,000 star essence. "That should be enough." Elder Big Drum sighed, as he knew that Luin was determined to obtain this item. Luin glanced at Elder Big Drum. "Things are dead, but people are alive." Elder Big Drum sighed inwardly. "All right, if Alliance Leader Lu likes it, then I'll make the decision to give it to you. You can also take the star essences back." Luin smiled. "There's no rush. Let's wait and see." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1017. When he heard Lu Yin's words, Elder Big Drum hurriedly stopped him. "Alliance Leader Lu, you're making things difficult for me." Luin replied, "I'm just taking a look. If Elder Big Drum isn't willing to hand it over, then I won't force you. How about it?" Elder Big Drum was helpless. "All right, since Alliance Master Lu insists, then please." Luin nodded. "Thank you." He then put the metal arm back into his cosmic ring and continued his tour. Not long after, he took a fancy to a very ordinary one-sided mirror. It looked like a normal mirror, but this one-sided mirror had a combat power of 50,000 rune lines, and it was a rare treasure. Elder Bigu did not care too much about this mirror, as it did not have much use. It could only forcibly absorb star energy from a certain area, and if used well, it could even break through an enemy's battle techniques. However, it could only affect explorers, and it was not very useful in a border war. Lu Yin had taken it away, but Elder Big Drum did not mind. It was a very thin paper bomb about the size of a fingernail. Its power was close to 50,000, and its rune lines weren't too far away from the mirror. Elder Daegu was a little concerned about this. This is called the silent cannon, and it's quite useful on the battlefield. It's very secretive, and it can be used to bombard an area of effect. Unfortunately, there are only about 20 of them left, so I don't mind giving them to you. Who made this? Lu Yin was curious. To be able to compress the explosive power of a cruiser's attack onto a piece of paper the size of a fingernail showed that this person was very talented. Elder Daegu shook his head. It originated from ancient technology. When we first discovered it, there were hundreds of thousands of them, and they helped us destroy many of the technocracy's small machines. But now, there are only 20 or so left, and they aren't very useful. You've never thought of replicating it? I've been trying to copy it, but there hasn't been any results yet. If Alliance Master Lu likes it, then take it, Elder Big Drum said. In any case, it wasn't anything useful, and cruiser-level items weren't even worth his attention. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and took it away. However, as soon as he was done, he looked in a certain direction with a profound expression. Elder Big Drum was now afraid, as Lu Yin was continuously taking things away. Although they weren't that important, it wouldn't be good if there were too many of them. He hurriedly urged Lu Yin to leave. "Seventh bro, there's something here that I can use," the monkey suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "What is it?" The monkey hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Blood. The blood of a half-martial ancestor." Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped where he was. He then looked at Elder Big Drum. "Elder, is there any half-progenitor blood here?" Elder Daegu's pupils shrank. "Alliance Master Lu, the half-progenitor blood was provided by Master Yuan. You can't give it to anyone else." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Is there really half-progenitor blood?" Elder Big Drum hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly. "That's right." Lu Yin muttered to himself. The monkey grew anxious. "Seventh bro, as long as you give me some half-progenitor blood, I'll be able to become a hunter, which will be of great help to you. We astral beasts don't rely on slowly absorbing star energy to increase our strength, but rather on our innate gifts. As long as my ghost monkey bloodline can absorb some half-progenitor blood, our strength will immediately soar." With the monkey's status as the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master, increasing his strength to the hunter realm would be enough to threaten the 10 arbiters, which would indeed be of great help. However, Lu Yin did not believe the monkey's words. What kind of level was a half-progenitor? Even if they could not reach the progenitor realm, they had already surpassed the heavenly imprint and might even be on the same level as the heavenly imprint. Lu Yin was not sure, but he was certain that no matter how powerful the ghost monkey bloodline was, it was impossible for them to rely on half-progenitor blood to cultivate. Where would they get half-progenitor blood for their bloodline to cultivate? "Seventh bro, trust me. As long as I can become a hunter, I can definitely bring you to progenitor Wushang's tomb and let you obtain his inheritance," the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin ignored him, as he had never felt at ease with the monkey. Back then, the monkey had not been as strong as Lu Yin, but it knew many secrets, including the secrets of the 7 courts. That damned monkey must have hidden many things from him. The monkey felt helpless. "Seventh bro, you and I are one, so how can I harm you? Besides, I won't be able to threaten you even if I become a hunter." Lu Yin paused and then looked at Elder Big Drum. "Elder, can you really not give me the half-progenitor blood?" Elder Big Drum smiled bitterly. You'll have to request it from Master Yuan. The blood of a half-progenitor isn't something from the progenitor realm. Is it that important? Lu Yin did not believe him. Elder Big Drum replied, at our level, we won't be able to come into contact with the specifics, but there's one thing that's clear, the word progenitor itself has undergone a change. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly trembled, and he said to the monkey, I'll find you some emissary blood. No, it must be the blood of a half-progenitor, the monkey said firmly. Then it'll be a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, or even at the level of a celestial imprint. Seventh bro, it must be the blood of a half-progenitor. Lu Yin frowned. Half-progenitor was related to the word progenitor. Was the damned monkey's cultivation related to that word? The word progenitor represented a qualitative change, and the damned monkey was only an explorer. How could he be related to the word progenitor? Lu Yin could not figure it out. Lu Yin would definitely not be able to obtain the blood of a half-progenitor, so under Elder Big Drum's guidance, the two left the planet. The monkey could only sigh. After leaving the planet, Elder Big Drum finally relaxed. When he looked back, he realized that Lu Yin's harvest had been quite bountiful. Aside from the 20 million star essence, he had also obtained the metal right arm, the one-sided mirror, and the smothered cannon. If he had allowed Lu Yin to stay for a while longer, who knew what he would have taken away? Lu Yin was very grateful to Elder Big Drum, and he even mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the warehouse. This gave Elder Big Drum a fright, and the two quickly parted ways. Lu Yin was not satisfied, but he knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to get anything else from Elder Big Drum. He was already satisfied that he had obtained so many things. Monkey, can you absorb the blood of a half-progenitor with your ability? Lu Yin asked. Perhaps it was because they had left the planet, but the monkey no longer had the temptation of the blood. His tone returned to normal, and he was no longer as impatient as before. Actually, the stronger the blood that my ghost monkey bloodline absorbs, the better. I said that I must absorb the blood of a half-progenitor because I hoped that seventh bro would be able to help me obtain it. Since you can't, then forget it. Lu Yin smiled and changed his words. Interesting. He would have to investigate the ghost monkey bloodline. After bidding farewell to Master Yuan, Lu Yin left the southern weave. On his spacecraft, Lu Yin fiddled with the one-sided mirror. It could forcefully absorb the surrounding star energy and disrupt an enemy's battle techniques and techniques. It was too useful. Of course, it might not be of much use to others, but he could improve it. If he could become an enlighter, then hunters would be useless against him. Lu Yin hoped that the mirror's material would be of better quality so that he could become a threat to envoys. No, that wasn't right. Envoys did not seem to use star energy. Lu Yin had just left the southern weave when someone stopped him. It was Elder He from the Sea King's dome. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft. Elder He, are you stopping me because you want to ask about the Sea King situation? Elder He looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Does Alliance Master Lu know? Lu Yin shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. Elder He was disappointed. However, according to my guess, the Sea King might not be dead, Lu Yin said. Elder He was not surprised. After the battle in the astral cemetery, we already know that the Sea King is not dead. We just don't know where he is. Sorry, I don't know. Elder He left in disappointment. The closer he got to the truth of the Sixth Mainland's invasion, the more Lu Yin did not know how to evaluate the Sea King. There was no doubt that the Sea King was courageous. The Fifth Mainland sky had been covered by the Sixth Mainland, which had eliminated the possibility of a progenitor being born. The Sea King knew this, which was why he had risked his life to break through the three upper gates and the Sixth Mainland sky. However, this had also led to the Sixth Mainland's invasion, which had led to countless deaths. From the start, the Sea King was good and courageous, and he had even surpassed the Hall of Honor. However, after the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Luin felt that the fifth mainland was not as simple as it seemed. Elder Yu and Brother Huikong had both mentioned that the fifth mainland was hiding very deeply. Neither the Hall of Honor nor the Three Dark Hands had made a move. With Lu Yin's current status and way of thinking, he could only think of one possibility: the Neoverse was hiding something. He did not know what the Neoverse was planning, but he was certain that they were not necessarily afraid of the sixth mainland's all-out attack. In other words, the sixth mainland had covered the fifth mainland's sky, and it was not impossible for them to break through it. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the Sea King's actions had been reckless, and he had disrupted some of his plans. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Perhaps the Three Dark Hands were like the Neo-Human Alliance and did not care about the war between the two mainlands, or perhaps the Hall of Honor had already made a move. Lu Yin was only a cruiser, so he had no way of knowing the truth. From Lu Yin's perspective, even if his guess was correct, many of the people who had set up the plan would curse the Sea King. However, Lu Yin still felt a trace of admiration for the Sea King. The Sea King had single-handedly turned the fifth mainland sky around. No matter what the outcome was, his courage was unparalleled, and he had the courage to surpass countless people. History would judge the merits and demerits of the sixth mainland, but for the time being, the results were good. At least the sixth mainland had retreated after suffering heavy losses. However, if they could launch the first attack, then there would be a second and third. The sixth mainland would not give up, and the interval between attacks would not be long. Lu Yin had originally wanted to return to Xenu Star, but he suddenly thought of the Phineas family, which was not too far away. The Phineas family, the Dark Phoenix clan. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before turning around to take a look. The Phineas family was located on the Black Flame continent, which had originally been located in the Endless Weave. After the battle at the border, Mr. Mu had moved the entire border, and the Black Flame continent had also been moved to the Southern Weave. The Black Flame continent was not too far from the border of the Southern Weave, and it only took Lu Yin 10 minutes to reach it on his collapsible spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he stared at the black flames that burned the heavens. Had this been prepared for him? The Black Flame continent was just a name, and it was not as if the entire continent was covered in flames. However, what appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes were actually burning black flames that enveloped the entire Black Flame continent. The void in front of him distorted, and a middle-aged man walked out. "Guest, please wait. The Dark Phoenix clan has been sealed away for 100 years. We decline any visitors." Lu Yin walked out of outer space and put away his collapsible spacecraft. He then looked at the middle-aged man. "Please report that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin, has come to visit." The middle-aged man was shocked. You're Lu Yin." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "That's right. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 10:18. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He was a cruiser and had some status in the Dark Phoenix tribe, so he naturally knew that the Dark Phoenix tribe had been sealed off because of this person. This person was the person that the tribe leader did not want to see the most. "Alliance Master Lu, my apologies. The entire tribe has been sealed off, and we cannot receive you. Please return. We will definitely contact you when the seal is lifted 100 years later," the middle-aged man said politely with a cautious gaze. Lu Yin's gaze went past the middle-aged man and towards the Black Flame continent. "The entire tribe has been sealed off because of these flames." The middle-aged man replied, "Alliance Master Lu, please forgive the Dark Phoenix tribe for not receiving you well. We will definitely apologize in 100 years. Actually, I came here to visit the Dark Phoenix tribe and also to tour the Black Flame continent. I wonder if that's possible. Don't worry, I will not disturb the Dark Phoenix tribe. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. I'm truly sorry. The 16 layers of black flames have been activated, and there is no way for them to be shut off. Only after 100 years have passed will the flames be automatically extinguished. Thus, even if the tribe leader wishes to invite Alliance Master Lu to tour the Black Flame continent, we cannot do so. Then I'll go in myself. You won't stop me, right? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with disdain. If Alliance Master Lu is willing to try, then I would not dare to stop you. Please do as you wish. He then turned and left. Lu Yin looked at the black flames that burned through space and stepped inside. This was a natural cultivation ground, and he hoped that the temperature would not be too low. On the other side, the middle-aged man returned to a planet not too far away. This planet was equivalent to the Dark Phoenix tribe's main gate, and anyone who wanted to enter the Dark Phoenix tribe would first have to pass through the planet and receive permission to enter. This was the Dark Phoenix tribe's rule. However, the Dark Phoenix tribe had been sealed off for 100 years, so no outsiders would come to this planet. The middle-aged man returned to the planet, and a few more people walked out. Who else is here? We already sent out the notice. Are these people blind? Ignore them. They all want to have a good relationship with the Dark Phoenix tribe. We've been sealed off for 100 years. It's all that Lu Yin's fault. He actually came back alive. The middle-aged man growled, "All right, stop talking. The person who came this time is the person you hate the most." They were confused. The middle-aged man answered, "Lu Yin." What? Lu Yin is here. What is he here for? They were shocked. The middle-aged man replied, "I don't know, but he wants to force his way through the 16th layer of black flames." The few of them were stunned for a moment, but they soon began to mock him. The 16 layers of black flames were set up by the ancestor. Even those almighty enlighters wouldn't be able to break through, let alone him. Even those idiots from Phoenix weren't able to break in, and they even sent an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. This Lu Yin really overestimates himself. The middle-aged man was thinking the same thing. The Phineas family had been afraid of Lu Yin and had been forced to seal their clan for 100 years due to the death of their ancestor. They had also been wary of Lu Yin's identity and background, not because they were afraid of him as a person. Wanting to force his way through the 16th layer of black flames was simply courting death. Keep an eye on Black Flame and see how many levels he can reach. Also, report back to the clan, instructed the middle-aged man. The faces of the others immediately turned solemn as they looked towards the Black Flame continent. The 16 layers of black flames had been set up by the Dark Phoenix race's Phineas Yen. Phineas Yen was an envoy, but unfortunately, he had died in the border war. He had left behind many things for the Dark Phoenix race, and the Black Flame Barrier was one of them. With the Black Flame Barrier, the Dark Phoenix race was qualified to seal their clan. Aside from a limited number of people in the entire Outerverse, no one else could break through the barrier. Lu Yin stepped into the black flames. There were 16 layers, and the deeper he went, the hotter the temperature became. The outermost layer of black flames was enough to make even a hunter feel apprehensive, and Lu Yin forced his way through. He quickly passed through the 5th layer of black flames, and when he entered the 6th layer, he felt some apprehension. The 6th layer was enough to make even an enlighter feel apprehensive. Lu Yin's physical strength was very strong, and he could rival an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. He could even fight against an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Even with such a powerful physical body, he could only reach the 8th layer. On the planet outside the Black Flame continent, the middle-aged man and the others were stunned. They had guessed that Lu Yin would be able to reach a few more levels, but they had never expected him to reach the 8th layer. Even an enlighter might not be able to reach the 8th layer. The middle-aged man's cultivation was the same as Lu Yin's. No, it was even higher. He was a 7-cycle cruiser and a member of the Dark Phoenix race, but he had only reached the 1st layer at most. The gap between them was too great. Fortunately, this person had used all of his external items to reach the 8th layer, which was still within an acceptable range. Within the 16 layers of black flames, Lu Yin's star energy was burning as he sat cross-legged in outer space, panting heavily. He had relied on his own strength to reach this point, and it was impossible for him to go any further. The Dark Phoenix race relied on these black flames to seal the race, and whether it was the outerverse or the innerverse, they had a certain level of confidence. The innermost layer of black flames could probably make even a peak enlighter feel apprehensive, and it could even make an emissary look askance. It was no wonder that the Dark Phoenix race was one of the top 3 powers in the outerverse that could not be provoked. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up. Others might not have been able to enter, but it was a pity that he had run into this person. As he thought about it, Lu Yin took out the Heaven Flame Stone. The Heaven Flame Stone could absorb flames, and it was the source of the Fire Dragon's power. Although he did not know how powerful that Fire Dragon was, it was probably close to an emissary's power at the very least. Otherwise, it would not have been able to help Tian Yanzi fight against the 6th mainland's powerhouses. It should be able to absorb the flames here. When the Heaven Flame Stone was taken out, the surrounding black flames twisted and then surged towards the stone like a storm, where they were directly absorbed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was it. At the same time, within the Black Flame continent, the Dark Phoenix race's leader, Daniel Phineas, was looking up at the sky. Although the outside was isolated by the 16 layers of black flames, the continent itself did not have high temperatures. The race has been sealed for 100 years. I hope that the innerverse and outerverse will be connected in 100 years. This kid will definitely be pressured by the innerverse's great powers, Daniel Phineas said. Standing behind Daniel Phineas was Lu Phineas, a person who had once been unknown. However, after awakening his innate gift, he had become the #1 genius of the Dark Phoenix race's younger generation. He had been the one who had brought Alan to the Dark Phoenix Cliffs and had been evaluated as someone who could challenge the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Lu Phineas had a complicated expression. The dignified Dark Phoenix race had fought their way out of the innerverse and was known as one of the 3 great powers of the outerverse that could not be provoked. Yet, they had been sealed for 100 years because of a single youth. How laughable was that? However, this was what had happened, and he could not change it. That youth's strength, methods, and background were all too unusual, and he could understand the clan leader's actions. If the innerverse and outerverse are connected in 5 years, Lu, I hope that you can challenge the top 3 of the top 100 rankings, Daniel Phineas said. If the innerverse and outerverse were connected, he would no longer need to fear Lu Yin, and he would be able to unseal the entire race ahead of time. At that time, Lu Yin would not have the energy to cause trouble for them. Lu Phineas's gaze was resolute. I want to challenge the 10 arbiters. Daniel Phineas's eyes narrowed. If you can become a hunter by then, you can try. Lu Phineas nodded. The hunter realm was not difficult to reach. For many, breaking through to the hunter realm was a cultivation bottleneck, but for a genius like him who had enjoyed the benefits of the entire Dark Phoenix race's resources, it was simple. The difficult part was accumulating a foundation as a cruiser. The deeper one's foundation was, the stronger one would be after breaking through. The current top 3 of the top 100 rankings could all break through to the hunter realm, but they had not done so because even if they did, they would not be able to reach the level of the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters were a threshold that had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm. It was the dividing line of supreme strength, and with his current strength, even if he broke through to the hunter realm, he would not have the qualifications to become one of the 10 arbiters. 5 years. Clan leader, if the innerverse and outerverse are connected, should we unseal the entire race ahead of time? Lou Phineas asked. Daniel Phineas was about to answer, but his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to leave. At the same time, many of the Dark Phoenix race's experts noticed the abnormality in the black flames, and they all rushed towards the periphery of the continent. The 16 layers of black flames were shrinking, and when Daniel Phineas and the others arrived at the periphery of the continent, they saw this scene. Clan leader, what's going on? Zephyrs asked. He had originally been the commander of the Dark Phoenix Cliff District, but he had been summoned back after the Dark Phoenix race had been sealed away for 100 years. Daniel Phineas did not understand, and he looked into the distance in confusion. No one could explain it, but Daniel Phineas ordered the entire race to look through ancient texts. At the same time, he gave authority to Lou Phineas and allowed him to look through Daniel Phineas's logs. He wanted to know what had caused the 16 layers of black flames to change. While the Dark Phoenix race was investigating the cause, Lou Ian was very excited within the 16 layers of black flames. The Heaven Fire stones were constantly replenishing his energy, and he could use them to speed up his cultivation. The Dark Phoenix race had been too timely. If they had not been sealed away, he would not have known that there were such boundless black flames here. As time passed, the 16 layers of black flames grew smaller and smaller, and Lou Ian could gradually see the terror of the innermost layer of black flames. The number of rune lines there was almost comparable to an envoy's, and it was indeed a defensive power that even envoys feared. On the planet outside the Black Flame continent, the middle-aged man and the others were already stunned. They stared blankly at the changes in the black flames, not knowing what to do. In front of Lou Yin's eyes, the Heaven Fire stone's temperature grew higher and higher, and a faint roar could be heard. Lou Yin frowned. It couldn't be that a fire dragon would be born, right? He could not control it, and he did not wish for it to be born. He still wanted to use the Heaven Fire stone to cultivate. The roar grew louder and louder, and Lou Yin grew anxious. He simply put it away and stopped absorbing to prevent a fire dragon from appearing. As for the 16 layers of black flames, there were not many left. The innermost layer of black flames with the highest temperature was still there, which was considered to be saving some face for the Dark Phoenix race. There were 16 layers of black flames in total, and 15 had been absorbed by the Heaven Fire stone. Daniel Phineas and the others saw Lou Ian through the layer of black flames. Lou Ian also saw them and waved before turning to leave. Daniel Phineas and the others were stunned. Lou Ian. Why was he here? The situation was clear. Lou Ian was here, and the changes in the 16 layers of black flames were definitely related to him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1019. Daniel stared blankly at Lou Yin's departing figure, not knowing what to do. Force this person to stay. Putting aside whether or not he could stay, Master Yuan wasn't far away and could arrive in the blink of an eye. But if this person was allowed to leave, who would compensate the Dark Phoenix tribe for their losses? While Daniel was pondering this, Lou Ian was already nowhere to be seen. Someone couldn't help but remind him, "Chief, he's running away." "Shut up!" Daniel Phineas barked, startling the person. Zephyrus smiled bitterly. In this situation, it was better for Lou Ian to leave than to stay. As for the tribe's losses, he would have to bear them himself. What they did not know was that if not for the possibility of a fire dragon emerging from the Heaven Fire stone, Lou Ian would have already absorbed all 16 layers of black flames. At that time, they would have to meet even if they did not want to. Although Lu Yin had not absorbed all of the black flames, it did not matter. The black flames would not be able to escape, and once the heat from the Heaven Fire Stone was depleted, he could come back again. The Dark Phoenix tribe's black flames reminded him of the Phoenix family. If the Dark Phoenix tribe had such terrifying flames, then the Phoenix family and the Blaze realm would only be stronger. They were all treasures. Absorbing the Dark Phoenix tribe's black flames was a pleasant surprise, and Lu Yin left the Dark Phoenix tribe's territory with a sense of exhilaration. He looked back and saw that no one was chasing him, so he sped up and left. His trip this time was exceptionally smooth, and Lu Yin used his special privileges to return to Frostwave Weave via the military express route. The entire trip took less than 10 days. When he saw Xenia Star, he felt a sense of familiarity. Although they had only been apart for half a year, the near-death experience felt like an eternity. News of Lu Yin's return quickly spread, and the entire Frostwave Weave was in an uproar once again. The various weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance sent their congratulations, and many people wanted to inquire about the situation in the Interverse, but Lu Yin rejected them all with the excuse that he was recovering from his injuries. After returning to Xenia Star, the first thing Lu Yin did was toss the remains of the giant mechanical monster that had attacked Wukong from the Technocracy to the 12th Imperial Squadron so that they could study the materials. The 12th Imperial Squadron also gave Lu Yin a pleasant surprise: 3,000 androids. These androids were created from blueprints that Lu Yin had obtained from his die. Each android had the power of an explorer, and they had played a huge role during the war. However, there had only been a few hundred of them back then, and each one only had the power level of an explorer. Now, there were 3,000 enhanced androids in front of Lu Yin. Although their power levels were still at the explorer realm, they were already very close to that of a cruiser. As for their defensive capabilities, they were already comparable to a cruiser's. 3,000 cruiser-level androids were enough to shock the Outerverse. Back then, more than half of the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons had only been cruisers, which showed just how shocking 3,000 androids were to the outside world. That was not all. Banjiu had found quite a number of rare materials within the Great Eastern Alliance and was thinking of ways to synthesize them. Once he succeeded, the androids would be upgraded once again. The benefits of unifying half of the Outerverse were apparent, as there were all sorts of materials available. Lu Yin's King Zishan Palace had also been remodeled, and all of the secret rooms had been constructed with the toughest materials that could withstand a hunter's attack. There was even a lock-breaking room that had been specially prepared, and it had been constructed with spiritual thread. As the leading power of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Yu Empire was the leading power in both its economy and military. In the past, the Great Yu Empire had still needed the support of the Nalan family and the other major corporations to support its economy, but now, Xenia Star alone was enough to support the Great Yu Empire's economy. There was also the street where the mainland's auction house was located. Every inch of land had been worth thousands of times, or even tens of thousands of times, and many financial groups had been squeezed out. Now, all of them were large financial groups that could move unhindered through weaves, and almost all of them were large financial groups that could move unhindered through dozens of weaves. Even some of the financial groups that had crossed weaves could not support the auction house, as they were not qualified to enter. Although the mainland's auction house had not been able to provide Lu Yin with any high-quality goods over the past half a year, with its current reputation, it had received many rare treasures that were enough to support the tri-monthly auction of high-quality goods. This had also brought Lu Yin quite a bit of money, but Lu Yin did not care about this money as he had invested it all into the newly established mainland charity. The outside world has been saying that I've died, but there hasn't been any chaos in the Empire. Lu Yin asked curiously. Across from him were Wei Rong, Enya, Huan Sha, Gavin, Hil Anna, and the others. Hil-Ana was the foreign affairs minister, and he was also a member of the cabinet. He was the first to speak. The Hall of Honor guaranteed that regardless of whether or not anything happened to Your Highness, the Great Yu Empire would be guaranteed 1,000 years of peace. Lu Yin understood. 1,000 years of peace was enough to make many corporations green with envy. This meant that this was another myriad city, and it was even an enhanced version of it. Your Highness, there's something that I feel should be put on the agenda, Gavin said with a solemn expression. The Great Yu Empire cannot only have a royal regent. When he said this, the crowd was moved, but they were not surprised. In reality, Lu Yin's status had already been discussed by countless people in the empire. If the Great Yu Empire had still been the Great Yu Empire of the past, then there would have been no problem. However, Lu Yin was now the Great Eastern Alliance leader and the commander of the Outerverse allied armies. Any one of these statuses surpassed that of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. However, he had yet to ascend to the throne, which caused many people to discuss this matter, especially within the Great Eastern Alliance. Wendy Yushan was also under a great deal of pressure. She had no desire for power, but everyone was pointing fingers at her. Aside from her, there was no one else more qualified than Lu Yin to inherit the throne. Lu Yin muttered to himself, as he himself had forgotten about this matter. Ever since he had become the Great Eastern Alliance leader, the position of Emperor of the Great Yu Empire no longer held any appeal to him. However, he had not considered the troubles that his current status might bring him. Let's put this matter on hold for a while, Lu Yin said. Gavin wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by Hil-Ana. Wei Rong spoke up. Your Highness, during the 7 months that you were gone, the Empire's infiltration of the Western Weaves has sped up significantly. After your return, several weaves in the Central Weaves have been willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin nodded. Discuss this matter with Wang Wen and Enya. You know what to do with those who refuse to join the alliance. The title of commander of the Outerverse allied armies cannot go to waste. Wei Rong smiled. Understood. Your Highness, the Nalan family sent news yesterday. The Great Yu Empire, the even larger Great Eastern Alliance, and the even larger Outerverse. There were many things that Lu Yin had to deal with, and there were many things that only he could handle. He had no choice but to delegate his authority time and time again. Gavin and the others only left when the sky darkened. After they left, Wendy Yushan arrived. Lu Yin felt as if a lifetime had passed as he looked at Wendy Yushan. I almost died. I thought that I would never see you again. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold. What happened? Lu Yin would not say much to anyone else, but he had said a lot to Wendy Yushan. There were some things that needed to be vented. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold. Knight King Jinwu, this person is not easy to deal with. I know, and I won't be impulsive. We've already fought once, and I won't lose the next time we meet. Lu Yin was confident. Wendy Yushan muttered, the Dao Source sect is in ruins. There are more people now. It's normal for the 6th mainland to retreat. Don't go there for the time being. You might have been recognized after that battle in the astral graveyard. Not long after, Wendy Yushan left. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before opening his gadget. A person appeared on his screen, Wang Wen. Your Highness chess piece, long time no see. Wang Wen smiled happily. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. I'm going to deal with the Day-Night clan. Wang Wen's expression changed. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Yin spoke in a low voice. I'm going to deal with the Day-Night clan. Help me think of a way. Wang Wen's eyes lit up, and his lips unconsciously curled upwards. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart, or rather, his desire to fight. Interesting. I guessed that after unifying the Outerverse, you would target the Interverse's large clans. I originally thought that it would be the Blaze Realm or the Ross Empire, but I didn't expect it to be the Day-Night clan. Chess piece bro, your appetite is too big. Can you do it? Lu Yin asked seriously. Wang Wen asked, is there a way to deal with a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000? Yes, Lu Yin replied. Is there a way to deal with tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of Day-Night soldiers? Yes. Is there a way to erase the Day-Night clan's influence in the Hall of Honor? Yes. Is there a way to delay the reinforcements from the Day-Night clan's allies? Yes. Then, one last question. Wang Wen's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Do you have the determination to defeat Night King Jinwu? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his lips cracked into a smile. Of course I do. Wang Wen laughed. Alright, then let's play a game of chess. Our opponent is the Day-Night clan. A chess piece inexplicably appeared in his hand, and he viciously smashed it onto the table, shattering it. Lu Yin clenched his fist, and the void trembled like a war drum. From this moment on, he would treat the Day-Night clan as his mortal enemy. He would use the entire Outerverse power to destroy the Day-Night clan and Night King Jinwu. In his secret room in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin looked around. This place had clearly been modified, and the walls were sturdier than before. It was said that they could even block a hunter's attack. Although that was a bit exaggerated, it should be able to prevent the shockwaves from cultivation from spreading. Aside from the walls being modified, nothing else had changed. Lu Yin swept out with his domain and then sat down. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to upgrade his external items. There were many things that he needed to do at the moment, and upgrading his external items was a small matter. He had already replenished his stock of Heaven Fire stones, and using them to cultivate was the most important thing for him to do. He also needed to enter the Daosor sect's ruins and absorb the second cauldron chi. Lu Yin's spiritual force was very strong, but he had never learned how to use it. The Day-Night Fist was the only technique that could use spiritual force to attack, but it was still too crude. Lu Yin hoped that he could use the Day-Night clan's ancient stone to obtain an attack technique similar to the Night King's heaven-splitting technique, which would definitely increase his power level. He had to take things one step at a time, and he had to upgrade his external items first. He tapped the die, causing it to spin before finally stopping. Pips 1 was a common sight, as it was the most common roll. A medicinal herb fell down in front of him, and it emitted a fluorescent light. Lu Yin carefully examined it, but he discovered that it was just an ordinary herb. He was a little disappointed, but he recovered his die and tapped it again. This time, his luck was better, and he rolled pips. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1020. Looking at the two layers of light, Lu Yin tossed the giant's right arm over. The giant's right arm had in lighter rune lines, and when it was worn on the arm, it was equivalent to the wrist guard that Lu Yin had worn earlier. The wrist guards were limited by the materials they were made of, and even if they were upgraded to the maximum, they would only be able to increase the user's strength by a power level close to 300,000. However, the giant's right arm was different. Lu Yin continued to toss star essence into the giant's right arm, and the arm was upgraded once, twice, thrice, and then 6 times before it could no longer be upgraded. It was also limited by the materials available to it, and it had reached its limit. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the giant's right arm, which had been upgraded 6 times. The number of rune lines on the giant's right arm was enormous, and it far surpassed any enlighter that Lu Yin had ever seen, including Shamrock Enterprises' Yumu and the other top experts. The giant's right arm should be infinitely close to the level of an envoy. Lu Yin touched the giant's right arm and took a deep breath. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated from each other for more than 6 years. Back then, he had been able to upgrade his foreign objects to the point where they could threaten an enlighter, but now, they were almost at the level of an emissary. He himself had also evolved. No, it was earning money. But that didn't seem right. With Lu Yin's abilities back then, even if he had a lot of money, he would still be limited by the amount of materials he could use. At most, he would only be able to threaten enlighters. It was still on a different level. After sighing to himself, he put away the giant's right arm and took out the smothering cannon. This thing was very useful for sneak attacks. It was small and inconspicuous, but it was also very powerful. Smothering cannon's power was only equivalent to that of a cruiser with a power level of 50,000, which was actually quite good compared to the outerverse. After all, it was stored in the Hall of Honor's border warehouse. However, it was still of little use to Lu Yin. He tossed all of the smothering cannons onto the upper screen and began to frantically increase his strength. After upgrading it 9 times, it could not be upgraded anymore. It was also limited by the materials used. After 9 upgrades, Smothering Pow's rune lines had reached the level of an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Although their power level was low, there were still many of them. Furthermore, Lu Yin was only a cruiser, and these cannons could threaten an enlighter. They were basically the same as the gun that he had upgraded in the beginning, which was pretty good. The giant's right arm had been upgraded 6 times, and it had cost a total of 1.3 million star essence. The smothering cannon had been upgraded 9 times, and there were more than 20 of them, which had cost a total of 1.4 million star essence. Combined, the 2 upgrades had cost a total of 2.7 million star essence. If he hadn't made a fortune, he wouldn't have had the money to upgrade himself. With that in mind, he took out the one-sided mirror. This was the next step. This thing could forcibly absorb star energy within a certain range, and if used properly, it could disrupt an opponent's battle techniques, or even innate gifts. The single-sided mirror's rune lines were about the same as muffled cannons, which was also close to 50,000 cruisers' rune lines. However, its materials were much better than muffled cannons, as it was still a power vessel. Lu Yin continued to level up until he could no longer do so after the 13th attempt. 13 uses had consumed a total of 1.18 million star essence. By now, the number of rune lines on the single-sided mirror was enormous, and it should have surpassed the level of Yumu. Maybe it was more than 400,000 combat power. These 3 items had cost Lu Yin nearly 4 million star essence to upgrade them, which was a huge waste of money. The further he progressed, the more precious the items he would come into contact with, and the more money he would need to upgrade them. He was still poor after all. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had more than 20 million star essence, which was enough for the time being. Actually, to Lu Yin, the most important thing was still his universal armor, or rather, a piece of equipment that could protect him from all directions. The giant's arm could barely be considered an option since it was huge, and if used properly, it could protect his entire body. However, he still needed something similar to the universal armor. His new set of universal armor could at most withstand an attack from an enlighter with a power level of around 200,000, which was enough in the outerverse. However, in the innerverse, especially when facing the Day-Night clan, it definitely wouldn't be enough. He hoped that Banjo would be able to integrate some powerful materials. Lu Yin suddenly slapped his head, as he had forgotten that he had given the mechanical monsters that had attacked Huikong to Banjo. Even if Banjo could identify the materials of the mechanical monsters, he didn't have the ability to separate them. Those monsters seemed weak and had been easily destroyed by Huikong, but that was Huikong, an existence with a power level of at least 1,000,000. No matter how weak those mechanical monsters were, they should still be stronger than envoys. Lu Yin walked out of the secret room and headed towards the research facility. At this moment, within the 12th Squadron's underground research facility, Ban Jiu was vexed. His vice-captain, Shalosh, was standing behind him, looking at the remains of the mechanical monsters that had occupied the entire underground. "Captain, was this sent by His Highness?" Shalosh asked. Ban Jiu nodded. Shalosh was helpless. "With our current technology, it's impossible to move these things. We can't even break down a single part. I don't know where His Highness got these things from." Ban Jiu looked at the broken pieces of the mechanical monsters and touched the mechanical parts. These came from the technocracy. The rest of the people were shocked. The technocracy was a civilization that humans could never come into contact with. Although they were constantly at war, not many people truly understood the technocracy, and no one had ever ventured deep into it. His Highness was actually able to bring such a huge item from the technocracy. "It's amazing," an old scientist exclaimed. "His Highness can't do anything, but we're too weak and can't keep up. With our technocracy's ability, we can't do anything to these things. I reckon that even the Outerverse's most technologically advanced future weave won't be able to do anything to them." Ban Jiu grew irritated as he listened to the discussions. "Alright, you guys can leave now. I'll think of something." Not long after, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Ban Jiu and Shalosh behind. "Captain," Shalosh called out, but the void tore open and Lu Yin walked out. When he saw Lu Yin appear, Shalosh's face paled. "Greetings, Your Highness." During Earth's trial, Shalosh had advocated helping Raz, the son of Sikar, deal with Lu Yin. Although many years had passed since then, Shalosh still felt unconsciously fearful whenever he saw Lu Yin. He was afraid that Lu Yin would seek revenge. Lu Yin had never cared about Shalosh. Ban Jiu bowed when he saw Lu Yin arrive. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Yin looked at the broken pieces of the mechanical monster. "How is it? Any ideas?" Ban Jiu had Shalosh leave, his expression solemn. "Your Highness, we can't disassemble these mechanical creatures, and we can't even analyze their material properties." Lu Yin wasn't surprised. "If I can disassemble these machines, can you use the materials?" Ban Jiu's eyes lit up. "We can use some of them, but most of them need to be melted, and we don't have enough high-temperature flames." Lu Yin replied, "I have high-temperature flames, but I need a brand new set of armor with the best materials. I'll be your assistant. Whatever metal you need to melt, just leave it to me." Ban Jiu nodded. "Understood, I'll definitely make the best armor." Lu Yin left with the broken pieces of the mechanical monster and went straight to the barren planet. He looked up and saw his die appear. He tapped it, and it was one again. There was no rush, let's try again. The die slowly stopped spinning, and in the end, it showed 4 pips, time stop. There was no rush once he entered the time stop space. Pips 1, 5, and 6 were useless here, but pips 2 and 3 were still useful. Perhaps he had used up all his luck from rolling 3 pips, but he had only rolled 2 pips after a month and a half in the time stop space. Pips 2 allowed him to disassemble things. The disassembly vortex could only exist for 5 minutes, but he could use star crystals to increase its duration. He dragged the broken pieces of the mechanical monster and tossed them into the vortex. All sorts of strange metals fell out of the vortex, and Lu Yin picked them up and continued disassembling them. He knew that these metals were probably synthesized, and even Ban Jiu and the others couldn't do it with their current technology. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the barren planet. With a single step, he returned to Xenu Star's underground technology institute. He tossed the countless strange materials he had disassembled to Banjo and then left under the latter's shocked and confused gaze. Banjo wanted to create new equipment, so he needed to research these metals. This required time, but Lu Yin could use this time to cultivate and explore the Day-Night clan's inheritance stones. In his secret room in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out the 16 Day-Night clan's ancient inheritance stones with a complicated expression. During Earth's trial, he, Xia Luo, and Lulu had all obtained battle techniques from the ancient stones. Logically speaking, only people from the Day-Night clan should have been able to obtain them, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Lulu was from the Mavis family, so it wasn't surprising that she had some mysterious methods. But who was Xia Luo? Primeval surnames weren't simple, and those who dared to use them were even more so. Also, as a Mavis, why had Lulu come to Earth? He had once thought that it was for the Undying Manual, but now that he thought about it, that might not be the case. Was Earth hiding some unknown secret related to the Hidden Earth Society? He still had to visit Jupiter once he broke through to the Hunter realm. Lu Yin held the ancient inheritance stone in his hand and felt the vicissitudes of time. He raised his hand, and the stone floated into the air. He then cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the stone. In an instant, a dark sky appeared before his eyes. Black and white suddenly intersected to form a giant fist that descended. It was exactly the same as the first time he had entered the ancient inheritance stone. Zhou Shan, Wu Xing, Jenny Anna, and the rest had all failed at that moment and had been unable to enter the inheritance corridor. At that time, Lu Yin had needed to rely on the serious art to enter. Now, his body trembled slightly, and the Day-Night fist disappeared as his body appeared outside the corridor. At the same time, in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, countless Day-Night clan members looked up at the stone tablet that pierced through the sky. Some were excited, some were expectant, and some were disdainful. The stone tablet represented the level of comprehension that everyone in the Day-Night clan had gained from the inheritance stone. The higher one's comprehension, the higher their image would appear on the tablet. The highest image was undoubtedly Night King Jinwu, and second only to him was Xianlong Day-Night. The image displayed by the stone tablet didn't depend on one's cultivation base. Instead, it only looked at one's comprehension of battle techniques and the level of inheritance one had received. At this moment, many Day-Night clan members were competing on the stone tablet, including Tiankong Day-Night, Qilian Day-Night, and Ro Day-Night who had studied in the Astral Combat Academy. There were also Hui Day-Night, Xue Day-Night, Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Gu, and many others who had studied in Astral 10. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1021. Night King Jinwu had decreed that anyone who could surpass Xianlong Day-Night and become an inheritor who was second only to him would be able to follow him to the Neoverse and witness the moment he became one of the 5 astral children. The 5 astral children were the titles of the top youths in the Neoverse. It had been passed down since ancient times, and no one from the inner verse or outer verse had ever obtained it. It was a way to witness history and leave one's name in the Day-Night clan's history. Countless people wanted to fight for this honor. There were 3 Day-Night clan inheritance stones. One had been taken away by Night King Jinwu, and the other was revolving around the stone tablet. Xue Day-Night and the others were all around the stone tablet, accepting the inheritance and vying for the position of honor that was second only to Night King Jinwu. Below the stone tablet, there were several almost petrified figures. They were the Day-Night clan's elders who were in charge of guarding the ancestral land. Is Night King Jinwu still unwilling to return the inheritance stones? One of the figures asked. As he spoke, the air trembled, and dust fell from his body. No one knew how many years he had been sitting here. Even though the 6th mainland had swept through the inner verse and invaded the Day-Night flow zone, these ancient figures had not left. They would rather die than leave the ancestral land. Fortunately, the Sixth Mainland had not found the Day-Night clan's ancestral land. The Sixth Mainland invaded, and the 3 inheritance stones were taken away separately. 2 have already been returned, and only Night King Jinwu's stone remains. Do we need to hurry him? Another figure asked. The figure in the middle closed his eyes. There's no need to rush him. This child represents the future of our Day-Night clan. If he wants to take away the inheritance stone, then give it to him. The 5 astral children are a great honor. There's a chance for him to become a progenitor under the heavenly change. I hope that he'll be the first progenitor of our Day-Night clan. Not far away, Shua Day-Night sat below the stone tablet with a frown. She had been here for a long time. Night Queen Yanqing was also nearby, along with many other Day-Night clan members. Night King Jinwu had ordered everyone to do their best to fight for the inheritance stones. In the distance, Night King Jinwu smiled as he looked at the stone tablet with sparkling eyes. Fight for it. He liked to let others fight for it. If he did not fight for it, how could he show his respect? The position that was second only to him was already an unreachable existence to these people, but that position was destined to belong to that woman, as only she had the qualifications to be second only to him. The Day-Night clan had countless clansmen who could roam the innerverse and outerverse without fear of anyone. He was the ruler of the Day-Night clan, the ruler of the Night King clan. The corridor was still deathly silent. Taking a step back would lead to endless darkness. There was obviously no light, but the entire corridor was clearly visible. Lu Yin looked to the side and saw that there were many names carved into the stone slab. Night King Jinwu's name was at the very top. 11 years ago, Lu Yin had also seen this name at this location. When he had seen this name, he had felt as if he had seen the scene of Night King Jinwu standing tall in the heavens. Night King Jinwu had been so valiant, so insufferably arrogant, and so invincible. Now, Night King Jinwu had become even stronger, but he no longer gave Lu Yin that same feeling. Second only to Night King Jinwu was Zhanlong Day-Night. The Day-Night restoration technique was one of the Day-Night clan's unique techniques. Although it was not at the level of being able to intimidate an entire era, it was not too far off. Throughout the entire history of the Day-Night clan, there were very few people who had cultivated this technique. After successfully cultivating it, Zhanlong Day-Night could easily crush countless people, and he was second only to Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin didn't look any further and stepped into the corridor. When he had first stepped into the corridor, he had only taken a single step before he had been kicked out. At that time, he had felt an indescribable pressure, and his entire body had been suppressed. At the time, he had not known that it was a spiritual force suppression. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques contained spiritual force attacks, and his spiritual force was not enough to enter the corridor. Thus, he had only been able to take a single step. But now, the spiritual force suppression was like a gentle breeze, and it did not affect him at all. Lu Yin directly entered the corridor and walked forward step by step. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Lu Yin's image quietly appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet. No one noticed him, and everyone was looking at the top of the stone tablet. There, Night Queen Yanqing, Shua Day-Night, and several other powerhouses from the Night King clan were competing fiercely, and they were all rushing to the top. In terms of innate talent, Shua Day-Night could not compare to Night Queen Yanqing. When Lu Yin had first met her, she had needed to rely on the White Void Sword to display her domain. At that time, Night Queen Yanqing had already been the leader of Astral 3 and had comprehended both the Night King's body and battle force. She could easily crush Shua Day-Night. Shua Day-Night had been valued because of the night's end, daybreak. Night King Jinwu had made it extremely difficult for her to surpass everyone else in the competition for the inheritance. However, comprehending the night's end, Daybreak seemed to have unlocked Zhuo Daynight's innate talent, allowing her to advance by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, she would not have been qualified to compete with Night Queen Yanqing. Pfft! A Day-Night clan member spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Several clan members around him calmly stepped forward and carried him away. Inheritances were not something that could be obtained by just sitting there and watching. One had to fight for it, and one had to act according to one's abilities. Many people tried to obtain inheritances that they could not handle, and it was normal for them to be severely injured or even killed. This was how the Day-Night clan competed, and it was the same for many other great clans in the universe. No one would place an inheritance in front of them, and they would have to fight for it if they wanted to obtain it. Night Queen Yanqing's image had already reached the top of the stone tablet. Over the years of war, everyone had improved, and all of that had been transformed into a foundation of comprehension. Everyone had improved, and the higher one's innate talent, the more obvious the improvement would be. Night Queen Yanqing opened her eyes and looked at the top of the stone tablet. She discovered that she had not surpassed Zhanlong Day-Night, and her gaze turned cold. She looked around and saw Zhuo Day-Night and the others. She snorted and continued to comprehend. Zhuo Day-Night's face was pale, as she had only entered the top 20. Although she was at the top of the stone tablet, there was still a considerable distance between her and Zhanlong Day-Night. She would not be able to replace him in a short period of time. As she thought about it, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She had long since reached her limit, but she had persevered. For the sake of her clan, for the sake of that person, and for the sake of becoming that person's wife. Many members of the Day-Night clan were anxious, and they urged Zhanlong Day-Night to return in order to prevent his position from being replaced. A Day-Night clan member dared to brazenly insult the Night King clan because of their status on the stone tablet. Status represented potential, and many of the older generation members of the Day-Night clan valued Zhanlong Day-Night. If Zhanlong Day-Night's status was replaced, then Lu Yin would be in deep trouble. There were many in the Night King clan who wanted him dead. Far away, Night King Zhenwu stood quietly as Starsabil appeared beside him. She looked at the stone tablet and said, "The Day-Night clan truly has an ancient heritage. No one in the inner verse can compare to their foundation." Night King Zhenwu smiled. The Sword Sect is the true #1 power in the inner verse. Starsabil smiled. Once you become one of the 5 astral children, they won't be. Night King Zhenwu's lips curled up. Indeed, as long as he became one of the 5 astral children and obtained a progenitor's inheritance, he would no longer have to worry about the Day-Night clan not becoming the strongest in the Neoverse. No, he wanted to lead the Day-Night clan into the Neoverse and truly rival the Sirius sect and the Mavis sect. There were murals on both sides of the corridor that looked very lifelike, and one could even hear howls from long ago. Lu Yin looked at the murals seriously, but he did not know what they depicted. It could be a battle technique, a war, or even something related to the Day-Night clan itself. The corridor changed, and Lu Yin walked step by step into its depths. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the void, whistling through the air as it pierced towards Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin tilted his head, and the spear whistled past him before disappearing. In that instant, he received information about the spear, the Day-Night spear, a spear-style battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin shook his head, as he had no interest in the Day-Night spear, and he continued walking forward. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him, streaking through the void at an incredible speed. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. This was White Flash, a speed technique from the Day-Night clan that Lulu Mavis had inherited. Lu Yin had long since learned the technique of White Flash, and his current speed was purely driven by his physical body. It surpassed everything, and there was no upper limit to it. He continued walking forward. Along the way, he saw the Day-Night staff, Day-Night palm, and Night Flash, all of which were battle techniques that Qingyu had once used. He also saw the luminous finger, which was a battle technique that Hui Daynite had once used. He also saw the white void sword, which was a battle technique that Zhua Daynite had once used. The deeper he went, the stronger the battle techniques he encountered became. Back in the Daynite clan's ancestral land, Lu Yin's image continued to rise from the bottom, and he had already reached the middle of the lower reaches. If not for the fact that everyone was focused on the competition at the very top, someone would have noticed Lu Yin a long time ago, but no one had noticed him yet. Gradually, Lu Yin reached the halfway point of the corridor, and his spiritual force almost materialized as it whizzed past him. It was enough to suppress an ordinary hunter, but it was still useless against him. In front of him, an angry roar shook the void, and it almost scared Lu Yin out of his wits. This was the Night King's roar, a battle technique that Night King Yuanjing had used. Lu Yin had no interest in the Night King's roar, so he continued walking forward. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, this pressure did not have much effect on Lu Yin. He was getting closer and closer to the end of the corridor, and it really was the end. However, Lu Yin was certain that very few people would be able to reach it. Suddenly, his body tensed up, and he felt an indescribable pressure. What is this? The Night King's body. There were not many powerhouses in the Daynite clan who could use the Night King's body. Night Queen Yanqing was one of them, the deceased Night King Changfeng was another, and Night King Gu was also one of them. There seemed to be many people who could use the Night King's body, but there were only a few people in the Daynite clan who could use it. However, those who had comprehended the Night King's body had all reached the peak. Night Queen Yanqing had relied on the Night King's body to close the gap between their battle force levels and engage in a peak battle with Lu Yin. The Night King's body was still very useful, but unfortunately, it was not very attractive to Lu Yin. His physical strength was enough to suppress the Night King's body. The moment Lu Yin accepted the Night King's body's inheritance, someone finally noticed him in the Daynite clan's ancestral grounds. The first to notice him were the ancient guardian figures. This kid is climbing so quickly. He was at the bottom before, but now he's almost at the top. He surpassed quite a few people. Strange, why doesn't this kid have black and white hair? The figure in the middle suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the top of the stone tablet. His expression changed. An outsider is accepting the inheritance. Immediately summon Night King Jinwu. It was not just them, many other Daynite clan members also saw Lu Yin's image. He was climbing too quickly. Look, that person doesn't seem to be from our Daynite clan. Someone exclaimed. Many people looked over. That's strange. This person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? You think so too? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Me too. I've definitely seen him before. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1022. Not too far away, Hui Daynite opened his eyes and rubbed his forehead. Accepting the inheritance had been very tiring, and it was time to rest. Hui Daynite heard a cry of surprise, and he curiously looked up. His pupils shrank when he saw who it was. Lu Yin. This was the first time Lu Yin's name had appeared in the Daynite clan's ancestral land, and it had quickly shaken the entire ancestral land and even the entire Daynite clan. Who would have thought that an outsider would be able to accept the Daynite clan's inheritance and quickly climb to the top of the stone tablet? He was about to reach the top and compete with Night Queen Yanqing and the others. This had never happened before in the history of the Daynite clan. Tiankong Daynite, Ro Daynite, and the rest stared at the top of the stone tablet in a daze, as if they had been struck dumb. They could still remember their confrontation in the Astral Combat Academy, where Lu Yin had single-handedly taken on the entire Day-Night clan. It had been a long time since that incident, and they had never thought that they would meet this person again. In the distance, Night King Jinwu's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin's image on the stone tablet. Impossible. He was hit by the heart arrow and didn't die. Impossible. Beside him, Starsibyl's eyes lit up, and her fingers subconsciously trembled. She was divining, heading towards an unknown direction. This person could never be divined. Night King Jinwu's expression suddenly changed, and he tore through the void to appear below the stone tablet and in front of the ancient figures. Junior Night King Jinwu greets the seniors of the ancestral land. The central figure's eyes were turbid, but they contained a supreme dignity. He calmly looked at Night King Jinwu. Return the inheritance stone. Night King Jinwu's expression changed again, and he bowed deeply. Jinwu has sinned and lost the inheritance stone. Please punish me, seniors of the ancestral land. The figures all looked at Night King Jinwu, and the central figure spoke in a heavy tone. It doesn't matter if you lost the inheritance stone. No one in the universe dares to covet our Day-Night clan's possessions, but that was in the past. The figure then looked up at the stone tablet. That child has appeared, and he has inherited our Day-Night clan's battle techniques from an outsider. This is a great crime, and it's his crime as well as yours. Night King Jinwu's eyes were filled with hatred. This junior understands. Please rest assured, senior. This junior will personally kill this person and use his head to wash away the humiliation of my Day-Night clan's inheritance stone. That's a story for later. The central figure shouted. The starry sky trembled, and even the ancestral land shook. Night King Jinwu's body tensed up, and he bowed deeply. Please enlighten me, senior. No matter what happens in the future, at this moment, my ancestral land stone tablet will not be allowed to be trampled upon by outsiders. Do you understand? The figure in the center shouted as he stared at Night King Jinwu with a powerful pressure. Night King Jinwu was indeed very important to the Day-Night clan, as he was one of the people who had the highest chance of becoming a progenitor. However, Night King Jinwu was still a member of the younger generation, and it would be a long time before he could reach the level that these ancient figures feared. At this moment, Night King Jinwu had to endure the pressure from his elders. Junior understands, and I definitely won't let such a thing happen. Senior, please rest assured. Night King Jinwu bowed deeply. Frostwave weaves Xenu star, in a secret room in King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin did not know that he had caused trouble for Night King Jinwu and had shaken the entire Day-Night clan. He did not know that once he entered the inheritance, his image would appear on the stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds. At this moment, he had already dispersed the Night King's body, so he did not need to accept this inheritance. He lifted his foot and continued walking forward. The murals in the corridor were very lifelike, but Lu Yin could not understand them. Furthermore, after entering the inheritance, the ghost monkey did not make any movements. When he thought about it, it was likely that only his spiritual force would enter while his physical body would remain outside. Lu Yin raised his finger, but unfortunately, he did not have his cosmic ring. Otherwise, he would have thought of a way to copy the murals in the corridor. At that moment, a strange force appeared above his finger, attempting to break it. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was another battle technique. The Day-Night clan had many battle techniques, and they were indeed terrifying. This battle technique was called Yin Wind Finger, and it was even more powerful than the Night King's body. The name did not sound like much, but it was very powerful. It cultivated star energy into a yin wind that corroded the enemy's body and could destroy it from the inside. Lu Yin did not like this battle technique. With his physical strength, if he still needed to rely on this battle technique to fight, then his chances of winning would be very low. Up until now, none of the Day-Night clan experts that he had encountered had used Wind Finger. At this moment, he was not far from the end of the corridor. The further in he went, the more terrifying the battle technique inheritance became. After taking a few more steps, Lu Yin's spiritual force trembled, and he subconsciously stopped. The spiritual force suppression here was already putting pressure on him, and it would not be easy to pass through. However, he could still pass through it if he took a break. Black and white alternated in front of his eyes as the Day-Night fist appeared once more, attempting to blast Lu Yin away. Lu Yin did not care about the Day-Night fist, but in the next moment, all of the battle techniques that he had encountered before began to attack him, trying to push him out of the corridor. Lu Yin roared and subconsciously used his Night King's roar to disperse all of the battle techniques. He then raised his foot and stepped forward once more. A gust of wind swept past, and Lu Yin saw a figure cultivating in front of him. This person was actually cultivating the Day-Night restoration technique. The Day-Night restoration technique was located near the deepest part of the corridor, and currently, only Zhanlong Day-Night had learned it in the entire Day-Night clan. It was not that no one had received this inheritance, but only Zhanlong Day-Night had been able to successfully cultivate it. Night Queen Yanqing had received the Day-Night restoration technique's inheritance based on her innate gift, but unfortunately, she had not been able to learn it. Night King Zhenwu had also received the Day-Night restoration technique's inheritance, but it was unknown whether he had learned it or not. Lu Yin was one of the few people in the history of the Day-Night clan who had received the Day-Night restoration technique's inheritance, and he was also confident that he could learn it. This was because the arcane art of life and death that he had successfully cultivated was able to suppress the Day-Night restoration technique. The Day-Night restoration technique increased a person's recovery ability, and once successfully cultivated, they would possess a recovery ability that far surpassed that of a normal person. However, the arcane art of life and death suppressed a person's recovery ability and stimulated one's potential at the cost of one's recovery ability. Once successfully cultivated, one's potential would explode, and one's strength would skyrocket. The arcane art of life and death was the natural nemesis of the Day-Night restoration technique. Lu Yin continued forward. He could not cultivate the Day-Night restoration technique, as it was like poison to him. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Lu Yin's image on the stone tablet surpassed Zhua Day-Night, Night Queen Yanqing, and the others. He was now second only to Zhanlong Day-Night. Zhua Day-Night opened her eyes and looked at the image on the stone tablet. She was excited. "You're not dead." Night Queen Yanqing bit her lip. Why? Why was he everywhere? She had been defeated in the Astral Combat Academy, she had lost the battle on planet Pyrolite, and she had been nothing more than a passerby in the Cosmic Sea Continent War. But this person had shone through the heavens, and even her elder brother had gone out of his way to hunt him down. Now, this person had actually appeared in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds. Why? A trace of blood trickled down the corner of Night Queen Yanqing's mouth, but she did not feel anything. The battle for the ancestral ground stone tablets had attracted countless geniuses from the Day-Night clan, but at this moment, all of them could only raise their heads and stare blankly at Lu Yin's image. There were only two people above him, Zhanlong Day-Night and Night King Zhenwu. Everyone knew that Zhanlong Day-Night would be surpassed sooner or later. Night King Zhenwu's face was gloomy. He did not believe that Lu Yin could surpass him, but it was also a humiliation for Lu Yin to surpass all the other members of the Day-Night clan. At this moment, Zhanlong Day-Night returned. He glanced at the stone tablet and then tossed a drop of blood into the inheritance stone in the sky. He was about to begin accepting the inheritance as well. Inheritance was different from battle. He admitted that he was far from being Lu Yin's opponent and had been left far behind. However, this was the Day-Night clan's inheritance ground, and outsiders had to pay a higher price to receive the inheritance. Zhanlong Day-Night, on the other hand, had it much easier than Lu Yin. He did not believe that he would lose to Lu Yin here. Lu Yin's thoughts were the same as Zhanlong Day-Night's. He felt that it was strange, as the day-night restoration technique's spiritual force suppressed even Lu Yin's spiritual force. Zhanlong Day-Night had learned this technique long ago, and he might have learned it when he was a Lemeter. No, he might have learned it when he was a Melder. Lu Yin did not believe it. The only explanation was that the Day-Night clan's inheritance was different from Lu Yin's. Lu Yin had to take one step at a time, while the Day-Night clan's situation was different. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The peak techniques at the end of the corridor were what had attracted the Day-Night clan to enter. In fact, if not for this, the Day-Night clan would not have needed to enter the corridor at all. The corridor contained many battle techniques, and as long as any Day-Night clan member stepped into the corridor, a matching battle technique would appear. Zhanlong Day-Night had comprehended the Day-Night restoration technique. If the others had not been able to accept the inheritance at the beginning, they could still walk further in and receive the inheritance once they reached the end of the corridor. Lu Yin did not accept the Day-Night restoration technique, so he continued walking deeper. He wanted to see what other techniques there were. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked 7 steps in a row without receiving any techniques, but the spiritual force suppression he was enduring was unparalleled, and he was almost unable to bear it. The technocracy was on the brink of death, and the arcane art of life and death had stimulated his potential. Lu Yin's spiritual force had grown once again, and he was confident that he would not lose out to the 10 arbiters. Even Night King Jinwu had only been able to reach this position when he had become one of the 10 arbiters. Back in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Zhanlong Day-Night had comprehended the inheritance, which had inspired the confidence of many Day-Night clan members. Even though the Night King clan hated Zhanlong Day-Night, they had no choice but to rely on him to defeat Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin's image had surpassed Zhanlong Day-Night's, and he was now on the stone tablet, second only to Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu's brows rose. Was this unexpected? It shouldn't be. This person had only cultivated for less than 10 years, but he was already strong enough to fight Night King Jinwu. Every time they met, Lu Yin's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. During the battle for the general appointment platform, Lu Yin had even used the Night King heaven-splitting technique and the Heart Arrow secret technique. Even the Day-Night clan members who were second only to Night King Jinwu would not be able to do such a thing, let alone Zhanlong Day-Night. Even Xia Tian, who was ranked first on the top 100 rankings, could not force Lu Yin to such an extent. Lu Yin was still alive, and if he made a comeback, his strength would definitely increase. The next time they fought, it would not be easy to use the Heart Arrow secret technique to launch a sneak attack. It was normal for Zhanlong Day-Night to be surpassed, but it was a pity that Lu Yin would never be able to surpass Zhanlong Day-Night's position. Lu Yin did not even know where Zhanlong Day-Night was, as few people in the history of the Day-Night clan had ever reached that position. When Lu Yin surpassed Zhanlong Day-Night was no longer able to catch up. Countless members of the Day-Night clan sighed, as they had actually been suppressed by an outsider. Lu Yin could not advance any further in the corridor. His vision darkened, and everything became blurry. The moment he took a step forward, the spiritual force suppression suddenly underwent a qualitative change, and it even seemed to solidify. He knew that this was a battle technique, and its name was Nightfall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1023. With his current position, he could either accept the inheritance and learn Nightfall or leave the corridor. Lu Yin did not want to leave, and he did not need to advance any further. With his current spiritual force, he could not advance any further. He needed to learn Nightfall, which would allow him to perfectly utilize his spiritual force, which far surpassed the Day-Night Fist. A day passed, and in the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Xianlong Day-Night opened his eyes and looked at the stone tablet. He discovered that Lu Yin's image had already surpassed his own. Xianlong Day-Night was helpless, but he did not want to admit defeat. He would continue to comprehend the inheritance until he surpassed this person. Night King Zhenwu was once again summoned by the people guarding the stone tablet. The person in charge told him to find someone to suppress Lu Yin, but if that was possible, Xianlong Day-Night would have already been suppressed by the Night King clan. If even Xianlong Day-Night could not suppress Lu Yin, then Night King Zhenwu could not do anything about it. He had been reprimanded and punished by the clan. This was what Lu Yin had done to him, and he needed to vent. For this reason, he had slaughtered the entire Day-Night clan in front of Zhua Day-Night. You should hate him since you let him go. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have had to expose Night's End, Daybreak. You still had a chance to regain your freedom for the Day-Night clan, but it was destroyed because of him. If it weren't for him, these people wouldn't have had to die. Hate him since it's all because of him, Night King Zhenwu said before turning to leave. Zhua Day-Night was left behind in grief as she looked at the corpses of the Day-Night clan members. On Xenia's star, in his secret room in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. His face was deathly pale, and he fell into a deep sleep. The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. How dare you! Lu Yin roared as he opened his eyes and stood up. He had dreamt of a finger descending and trying to crush him. His uncontrollable rage woke him up. He slept for 10 days. In order to comprehend nightfall in the corridor, he had nearly overdrawn his spiritual force, and he had only barely woken up after 10 days of sleep. When he woke up, he felt a splitting headache. It was the same feeling he had when he had shaken the die, and he had also dreamt of that finger. Even at his current level, he could not understand where that finger had come from. If not for the jade that Mr. Mu had given him during the battle in the astral graveyard, he would have died. That finger had come from a sage, and that person's power was unfathomable. Moreover, he couldn't help but shout out the word audacious. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead as he put the stone away. He closed his eyes and exhaled. Nightfall had learned it. Lu Yin's weakness in spiritual force attacks had been fixed, and he no longer needed the Day-Night punch. The Day-Night punch was too obvious, and anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that it was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. However, Nightfall was different. Lu Yin wondered who was the first person to try out this battle technique. Perhaps it was Lan Si. They still had a battle agreement. He'd originally planned on using the Heaven Fire stones to cultivate, but his head hurt so badly that he wanted to rest for a while. Walking out of the secret room, he was greeted by Zhao Ran. Your Highness, you're out. Do you want a cup of flower tea? Zhao Ran asked happily. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Within the garden, Lu Yin was enjoying a rare moment of peace, but the Western weaves were in an uproar. A few days ago, Lu Yin had allowed Wang and the others to use their authority as commanders of the Outerverse allied forces to cause trouble for the weaves that were hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance. It was not wartime, and there would not be a war that would require the mobilization of the entire Outerverse in the near future. However, it was always better to prepare for a rainy day. Wang, Wei Rong, Enya, and the others used their authority as commanders to mobilize the various large powers in the Western Weaves to transfer resources, construct military express routes, establish joint research centers, and so on. There were dozens of such requests, which shocked the various weaves. This was clearly a prank, but it could not be said that it was a complete prank. Once war truly broke out, these actions would greatly increase the Allied forces' strength. This was awkward, as even if they complained to the Hall of Honor, it would be useless. The commander of the Allied forces had the authority to do so, and he had not made them work for free. In fact, the Great Eastern Alliance was even willing to pay a fee. It would have been fine if it was just a small task, but transferring resources to a specific location was unacceptable to these powers. Wasn't this clearly telling the Great Eastern Alliance where their resources were hidden? They couldn't move. This was a common feeling among the various large powers in the Western Weaves. They felt as if their intelligence had been beaten to a pulp, and they could not even resist. Fortunately, this was just the beginning, and Wang and the others had controlled their strength and did not go overboard. The next step was to mobilize the troops and familiarize themselves with the Allied forces' battle techniques. At that time, there was a real possibility that they would shed all pretense of cordiality. If they still had not shed all pretense of cordiality by then they could start from economic cooperation. This was the commander of the Allied forces' special authority. He was clearly trying to prank them, but they were not in the right. These actions were indeed beneficial to the Outerverse Allied forces' unification. The various large powers in the Western Weaves could reluctantly accept Wang and the others' orders, but Shamrock Enterprises could not. When the Outerverse Allied forces mobilized for war, everyone had to listen to orders. The commander of the Outerverse Allied forces had the authority to issue orders to behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises and Mace Bank. Enya had not forgotten the humiliation she had suffered in the past, so she immediately issued an order to Shamrock Enterprises, ordering them to prepare commonly used medicines and store them in designated locations in case of emergency. This order had just been issued, but it was rejected by Shamrock Enterprises. Lu Yin only found out about this matter a few days later. During these few days, Lu Yin rested well and even found some time to go to a tavern for a drink. "Your Highness, please punish me." Enya bowed respectfully and stood in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin drank a cup of flower tea and said, "It's not a big deal. We have the authority to issue orders to Shamrock Enterprises." Enya lowered her voice. "I use my authority for personal gain." Lu Yin smiled and looked at Enya. "I told you that I would take revenge for you one day. That day has been delayed for quite some time, and it's time." Enya was moved. "Thank you, Your Highness." It was not that she cared about herself, but rather that she wanted to take revenge on Shamrock Enterprises because Yumu had insulted Shui Chuanshao. Shui Chuanshao was the person she respected the most, and she would not allow anyone to insult him. Lu Yin looked at Enya. "Do you still remember the first time we met?" Enya nodded. "As a student of the Astral Combat Academy, Your Highness participated in the border training and made great contributions. The commander rewarded you. You were the one who took me to planet Songyuan at the border of the wind flow zone. Every planet was guarded by explorers, and the battles there were not that intense." Enya replied, "The border battles in the wind flow zone were indeed not that intense, which is why the Astral Combat Academy students were able to participate in the training. Otherwise, if the Innerverse and Outerverse had just been separated, such as the battles in Iron Blood Weave or the border of Endless Weave or the Sixth Mainland's invasion, the students would not have been able to participate." Lu Yin understood. Iron Blood Weave and Endless Weave were both terrifying battlefields, and even a hunter would have to rely on luck to survive. No, even an enlighter would need some luck to survive. Of course, there was also the recent battle in the Cosmic Sea, which had been just as brutal. I remember you telling me that Commander Shui purposely lost in order to connect the entire human domains network, which led to the fall of half of Endless Weave. That was why he was imprisoned in Kuan's swamp for 10,000 years. Enya's expression dimmed at the mention of this. As long as the human domains network is not connected, many things cannot be done. Even the Hall of Honor's orders cannot be transmitted in time. Your Highness should know that if the network was not connected, then the reinforcements during the battle in Iron Blood Weave might not have been able to arrive in time. Lu Yin had experienced this firsthand, as he himself had been forcibly conscripted, and the border battles in Endless Weave were the same. The network had not been connected, and the Hall of Honor had not been able to forcibly conscript anyone. Shui Chuanqiao's boldness was not inferior to the Sea King's. The Sea King had gambled the entire Fifth Mainland, while Shui Chuanqiao had gambled on himself. It was unknown whether these two people were still alive or not. Enya suddenly half-knelt. "Your Highness, I beg you to seek justice for Commander Shui." Lu Yin hurriedly helped her up. "There's no need for this." Enya refused to get up, and her eyes were red as tears dripped down her cheeks. "Your Highness, Commander Shui has done me a great favor. If possible, Enya would rather serve his sentence. In the entire Innerverse and Outerverse, aside from your Highness, there's no one else who can help Commander Shui." Lu Yin fell silent. Although Shui Chuanqiao had made a great contribution in order to connect the network, it was a fact that he had caused the human domain's defeat, and he had also destroyed half of Endless Weave. This was a great crime. The Hall of Honor's actions were not wrong, and Shui Chuanqiao had not been wronged. Enya sobbed. "Your Highness, Commander Shui has made great contributions, but he has also made great mistakes. However, serving a sentence is not enough to make up for his mistakes. Commander Shui is known as the wisest commander in human history, so shouldn't he display his abilities? Even if he's just a small soldier on the battlefield, it's still better than silently serving a sentence until he dies of old age." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as Enya's words had reminded him of something. Enya was right, it would be a pity not to use Shui Chuanqiao's wisdom. The Hall of Honor had already made a clear decision that Shui Chuanqiao was the wisest commander in human history. Lu Yin had destroyed half of Endless Weave, but he had not been executed. It was easy to imagine how much the Hall of Honor could not bear to see him go, or rather, how great his contributions to humanity were. It would be too much of a waste for such a person to simply serve a sentence in Earth's swamp. Lu Yin currently had Wang and Wei Rong, but he lacked a commander-in-chief. Shui Chuanqiao was the most suitable candidate. Enya understood Lu Yin very well, having interacted with him for several years. She knew that this was the only way to move him. Otherwise, why would he pay such a huge price to save Shui Chuanqiao? Shui Chuanqiao's crimes were too great, and she was not sure if Lu Yin could save him. However, Lu Yin was her only hope. Once he unified the Outerverse and became the master of the Outerverse, his status would be completely different. Saving Shui Chuanqiao from Kuan's swamp would no longer be a dream. "Your Highness, do you agree?" Enya asked expectantly. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. "I'll give it a try." Enya was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yin hurriedly helped her up. "Your Highness, your subordinate will definitely help you unify the Outerverse as soon as possible," Enya said resolutely. Her long golden hair flowed down her back, giving her a gentle beauty. Lu Yin was the kind of person who would follow through once he made his stance clear. Shui Chuanqiao's value was worth his effort. Sui Feng had gone on a business trip again over the past few days. "Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Sui Feng guarantees that he will update as much as possible." "Thank you, brothers, thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1024. As a great sinner, even if Shui Chuanqiao did not die, he would not be used by the Hall of Honor again. As long as Lu Yin saved him, the chances of him joining the Great Yu Empire would be very high. However, before that happened, Lu Yin needed to do something. "Continue to issue conscription orders to Shamrock Enterprises," Lu Yin said. Enya hurriedly acknowledged and immediately issued the order. Lu Yin sipped his tea and looked at the distant sky. Whether it was for Shui Chuanshao or himself, there were some things that needed to be done. He had kept the cosmic ring that Yumu had thrown at him, and it was time to return it. Not long after, Enya replied, "Your Highness, Shamrock Enterprises refuses to accept the order." "Send it again," Lu Yin said. Enya's eyes lit up. "Yes." At the same time, on the Green Planet, Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier President, Shen Fu, was no longer as calm. He had always been calm, and even when Western Frontier's President, Offman, had died, he had remained calm. He had been reclining in his wooden chair the entire time, and he had only joined the battlefield when the Sixth Mainland had invaded and the Hall of Honor had forcefully conscripted him. After the war ended, he had returned and continued rocking in his chair, which was very comfortable. But now, he was a little anxious. President Yu really doesn't care about Lu Yin. He's already refused twice. Behind him, Shao Qin frowned. "President Shin, if the Great Eastern Alliance issues a third conscription, what should we do?" Shin Fu was vexed. "Just send it to President Yu." "What if President Yu still refuses?" Shao Qin asked. Shin Fu's head hurt, and he stared at his gadget nervously. He had not cared about Lu Yin at first, but later on, he had become apprehensive, and now, he was worried. How many years had it been? This young man was too freakish. He was only a cruiser, but he had killed more enlighters than anyone else. This person did not care about enlighters at all, and it was said that he had even killed 2 envoy-level powerhouses. Shen Fu knew about the conflict between President Yu and this person, but he did not know whether the Great Eastern Alliance had deliberately lowered the price of medicine to attack Shamrock Enterprises. However, President Yu had suppressed the Great Eastern Alliance at that time, which had sowed the seeds of today's disaster. Shen Fu had a premonition that the Great Eastern Alliance's order would not be simple. Perhaps they were waiting for Shamrock Enterprises to refuse. Shen Fu and Shao Qin looked over at the same time, and their expressions changed. The third conscription order was here. Shao Qin couldn't help but speak up. "You've been conscripted 3 times, but you refused." Shen Fu sighed. "There's no other way. Send it to Boss Yu." As soon as he sent the conscription order to Yumu, Yumu replied, "Don't worry about it." Shen Fu exhaled. "I refuse." Shao Qin's heart skipped a beat. "Mr. Shen, we can complete the conscription with the stock in our area." Shen Fu shook his head. "You don't understand, Director Yu. If we can think of this, then he can also think of the same thing. He can show Lu Yin goodwill because of how outstanding he is, but he can also completely ignore it if he goes against Lu Yin. If we accept the conscription without permission, then no matter what happens in the future between him and Lu Yin, we'll be the first to suffer." Shao Qin had no choice but to reject the conscription. Shen Fu was right, as Yumu truly did not care about Lu Yin. Shamrock Enterprises was not a Weaves organization. They had originated from the Innerverse, but they had managed to expand their business to the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse. This was all due to Shamrock Enterprises' strength. So what if Lu Yin unified the Outerverse? Yumu did not believe that this brat would dare to openly oppose Shamrock Enterprises. He did not understand Shamrock Enterprises at all. Even the Hall of Honor would not casually offend Shamrock Enterprises. Lu Yin had the Hall of Honor's backing, and Shamrock Enterprises was not bad either. Shamrock Enterprises handed over countless medicines to the Hall of Honor every year, which was a huge contribution. The Hall of Honor would not make things difficult for Lu Yin. Without the Hall of Honor's backing, Yumu did not believe that Lu Yin could do anything to him. As for the battle in the astral graveyard where he had killed an emissary, he had relied on an external item. As long as Yumu had not betrayed the human race, Lu Yin would not dare to use such an external item against him. Furthermore, such an external item could only be used once, and Yumu did not believe that this brat would pay such a huge price over such a small matter. What made Yumu fearless of the Great Eastern Alliance was that the astral river's decline was accelerating, and it would probably recover soon. At that time, it would be good enough if Shamrock Enterprises did not deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. Xenia Star, King Zishan's palace. Enya's voice was low. Your Highness, Shamrock Enterprises has rejected the conscription for the third time. Lu Yin stood up. Let's go and meet our director Yu. Enya had issued the conscription order to Shamrock Enterprises through the public network, so it was not considered a secret. Many people had seen it, and at this moment, Shamrock Enterprises had rejected Lu Yin's conscription 3 times in a row, which had attracted quite a bit of attention. Many people brought up the matter of Yumu suppressing the Great Eastern Alliance, and those who knew about this understood why the Great Eastern Alliance had only issued the order to Shamrock Enterprises. They also understood why Shamrock Enterprises had directly rejected the conscription without any room for negotiation. In the southern weaves, Elder Big Drum felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin had stirred up trouble again, and this time, he had provoked Shamrock Enterprises. This Lu Yin had always been smart, so why had he suddenly provoked Shamrock Enterprises? How troublesome. Most people did not know Yumu's location, but at Lu Yin's level, there were no secrets in the Outerverse. With the speed of a collapsible spacecraft, it took less than 8 days to travel from Xenia Star to Yumu's planet. The moment Lu Yin left Xenia Star, someone immediately spread the news of his departure. Lu Yin did not block the news, or else no one would have known that he had left. He wanted to let others know that he had left, and his goal was obvious. When Yumu had captured Enya and brought her to Xenia Star, many people had seen it as well. That was an insult to Enya, and it was also an insult to Lu Yin. Yumu's insufferably arrogant behavior was something that Lu Yin wanted to return in kind. Wei Rong also learned that Lu Yin had left, and he looked up at the sky. Lu Yin's cosmic ring was going to be returned to Yumu, so what about Wei Rong? He did not want to borrow Lu Yin's strength, even if he had already submitted to Lu Yin. More and more people in the Outerverse knew that Lu Yin had left Xenia Star. A few days later, Lu Yin was not too far away from Yumu's planet. Elder Novar contacted him. Alliance leader Lu, you've already unified half of the Outerverse, and your status is unparalleled. There's no need to offend Shamrock Enterprises over some past misunderstanding. Shamrock Enterprises is not that simple. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Elder, there's no need to say anything else. I know that Shamrock Enterprises is very powerful, and even the Hall of Honor would not easily offend them. However, there are some things that cannot be forgotten so easily. Elder, don't worry, I will not go overboard. Elder Novar understood Lu Yin, and he knew that he could not stop Lu Yin when he saw Lu Yin's expression. It was impossible to threaten Lu Yin by revealing Shamrock Enterprises' strength. Lu Yin was not even afraid of the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect, so Shamrock Enterprises was even less of a threat. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had offended too many people. His innate gift was a sin in itself, but so what? This was cultivation, and this was fighting for one's life. He could not back down on the path of cultivation, and he had been able to stand at the top because of his own hard work. He had even sought out a background to protect himself, and it had all been done by himself. It had not been a favor from anyone. If he did not even dare to offend Shamrock Enterprises' Outerverse president, then how could he resist the Day-Night clan? How could he compete with the geniuses of the Neoverse? In front of those people, Yumu was just a passerby, even if his power level was very high. A few days later, Lu Yin stared at the giant green planet in front of him as his collapsible spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere and crashed into the ground. There was a loud crash, and the planet's guards were furious. This was Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters, and no one dared to be disrespectful. They could not even be bothered to seal off the heavens. Anyone who came to this planet would follow the rules and inform them in advance. Now, someone had actually dared to barge in recklessly, which was simply courting death. Lu Yin put away his collapsible spacecraft and took to the skies with Enya. He then unleashed his domain without restraint. The planet's guards were all from Shamrock Enterprises, and there were hunters among them. When they sensed Lu Yin's domain, they knew that this person was not simple. However, based on their power level, they were only at the cruiser realm. "Report your identity," the hunter from the planet's guards shouted. Lu Yin raised his head, and his voice spread across the entire planet. "President Yu, is this how Shamrock Enterprises treats their guests?" The planet's guards were all speechless. This person was looking for President Yu, so his identity was definitely not simple. "Wait, why did he look so familiar?" "You're Lu Yin," the hunter cried out. Lu Yin did not care about this person at all, and he continued to look towards the west. Boundless rune lines approached, and Yu Mu descended. He waved his hand and dispersed the planet's guards. "So it's Alliance Master Lu. What brings you to Shamrock Enterprises?" Yu Mu asked calmly. Lu Yin smiled. "It's nothing major. The Outerverse is constantly being invaded by foreign enemies, and as the commander of the Alliance army, I want to make some preparations. Unfortunately, Shamrock Enterprises refuses to accept my orders. Does President Yu have any explanation for this?" Yu Mu replied, "Shamrock Enterprises sends large amounts of medicine to the border every year, so they don't need to accept your forceful conscription." "President Yu, it seems like you don't understand my words. I said forcefully conscripted." Lu Yin's tone sank, and he sounded rather unfriendly. Yu Mu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, I respect your achievements at such a young age, so I'll pretend that I never heard your words. Shamrock Enterprises is not an Outerverse weave, so you'd better consider your next words carefully." Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "It seems like President Yu is threatening me, the commander of the Outerverse Alliance. Does this mean that I'm betraying the Alliance?" Yu Mu was enraged. "Lu Yin, you're too impudent. Even the Hall of Honor's elder Big Drum wouldn't dare speak to me like that." Lu Yin arrogantly replied, "Threatening the commander of the Alliance army is betraying the Alliance. President Yu, I respect you as a senior, so I'll give you a chance to take back what you just said, and I won't pursue the matter." Many people from the Outerverse had already arrived at this planet and were watching from afar. They had thought that the two of them would at least try to sound each other out, but they had not expected that a few words would ignite a conflict that could no longer be resolved. Many people were excited, as they came from the media. The media loved to watch a good show, and the bigger the situation, the better. It would be best if the Great Eastern Alliance and Shamrock Enterprises went to war. The people from the Western Weaves were even more excited than the media, as they hoped that the Great Eastern Alliance would go to war with Shamrock Enterprises. That way, Shamrock Enterprises would become their ally. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1025. Yu Mu's eyes were filled with rage. How many years had it been since he had been provoked by a junior like this? What Outerverse Allied Forces commander? If it weren't for the rumors that this person was dead, then he would not have been given such great honor. "It seems like you don't understand Shamrock Enterprises' strength," Yu Mu said slowly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and a cosmic ring appeared in his hand. "Do you still remember this, Mr. Yu?" Yu Mu looked over and hesitated. "The one from back then?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, the one you gave me as an apology. I threw it on the ground." He then let go, and the cosmic ring slowly fell to the ground under everyone's watchful eyes. Yumu's gaze turned cold. "Mr. Yu, can I trouble you to pick it up for me?" Lu Yin asked. Yumu was completely enraged, and even Enya was shocked. Yumu was still a super powerhouse, and it was already difficult enough to force him to apologize. Now, Yumu was actually trying to force him to pick up the cosmic ring. This was no longer justice, but humiliation. Yumu was so angry that he laughed. "Lu Yin, do you really think that you can control the entire outerverse with one hand? What makes you think you can do that? The Hall of Honor's background? Or the external item that you used to kill the emissaries?" Lu Yin looked up. "I'm not relying on my background or external items. Mr. Yu, you are very confident in your own strength. Then, I'll allow you to suppress your power level to 200,000 and have a fair battle. If you defeat me, all our past grievances will be written off. If you lose, pick up the cosmic ring and apologize to us." Yumu was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "So? You don't dare? I'm only a cruiser." Yumu stared at Lu Yin and recalled all of Lu Yin's past battles. Suddenly, he recalled that Lu Yin had disappeared after the battle in the astral graveyard, and he should be in the innerverse. The innerverse was suppressed by the astral phenomenon, and everyone's power level had to be suppressed to 200,000. If this kid dared to challenge him like this, then he definitely had something to rely on. Yumu wasn't so sure. Lu Yin laughed. "It seems like you don't dare. Then, I'll give you a second option. I won't use the external item that killed the emissaries, and you can use your full strength. If you lose, the same conditions apply." Yumu frowned. Lu Yin's challenge had been heard by many people, and he couldn't back down. "Boss, you still doesn't dare?" Lu Yin raised his brows. "Don't tell me that you think that I shouldn't rely on external items to fight you, President Yu. If I can use external items, then so can President Yu." Yumu took a deep breath as Lu Yin continued to press him down. He had no other choice. If he didn't accept the challenge, then the innerverse and outerverse would be connected, and Shamrock Enterprises headquarters would remove him. "Fine, Lu Yin. You can use external items, but if you beat me, I'll apologize." Lu Yin pointed at the ground. "And the ring?" Yumu shouted. "We'll talk after you've defeated me." His figure suddenly disappeared as he took the initiative to attack. His combat power was 370,000, and when he attacked, the weather changed and the stars stirred. Enya was shocked. Lu Yin pushed Enya away and equipped his universal armor. At the same time, he took out his single-sided mirror. In an instant, the void distorted, and the screen of fish unwittingly appeared. Lu Yin's expression changed greatly, as his star energy had been uncontrollably absorbed into the single-sided mirror. The mirror had been upgraded 13 times, and it could now absorb the star energy of a powerhouse with a power level of around 400,000. Yumu's power level hadn't even reached that level yet, so the moment the mirror appeared, his star energy was sealed, and he couldn't move. Lu Yin took out the giant's right arm and put it on before viciously swatting it at Yumu. Yumu's scalp went numb, as the giant's right arm gave him an unprecedented sense of terror. It felt like the sky was collapsing, and he subconsciously dodged. Although he wasn't proficient in physical strength, he was still a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000, so his physical body wouldn't be weak either. With his physical strength, he could easily tear through the void and escape. The void was torn apart by the giant's right arm, and a powerful gale swept across the planet. It then turned into a shock wave that tore through the atmosphere and blasted into outer space. If one looked at it from outer space, they would see a huge shock wave sweeping out. Yumu's face paled, and he stared at the giant's right arm in disbelief. He then looked at the single-sided mirror. What the hell? One could absorb his star energy, while the other was so terrifying that he couldn't even think of resisting. Lu Yin put on his universal armor and held the single-sided mirror in his left hand while he put on the giant's right arm. At this moment, he could even fight a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000, let alone Yumu. Yumu's expression turned ugly. Where had Lu Yin gotten so many external items from? Even the Hall of Honor couldn't possibly have so many, unless he had the support of the Hall of Honor's headquarters in the Neoverse. The Hall of Honor alone wouldn't be able to support him with so many external items. Just what kind of background did this person have in the Hall of Honor? Public opinion was a powerful weapon. If one person said that Lu Yin's background was the Hall of Honor, no one would believe it. However, the entire Outerverse was spreading rumors that Lu Yin's background was the Hall of Honor, and with Master Yuan's support, even Lu Yin himself couldn't deny it. In the distance, countless people were dumbfounded. They only had one thought: don't try to compete with Lu Yin with external items. Lu Yin looked at Yumu. How about it, Director Yu? Do you still want to fight? Yumu took a deep breath. I can't beat you with these external items, but don't forget that you can't beat me either. Is that so? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Director Yu, be careful. He then waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. A smothering cannon appeared behind Yumu and then exploded. A terrifying shockwave tore through the void and sent Yumu flying towards the ground. Each smothering cannon had the power of 220,000 enlighters attacking at full power. Although the fish screen far surpassed an enlighter with a power level of 220,000, Lu Yin still had more than one smothering cannon. Following the smothering cannon's attack was a super flash. Yumu had never thought that he would one day be attacked by a teardrop bomb. He couldn't help but take out a power vessel to retaliate. As the president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse, he naturally had a power vessel of his own, but before he could take it out, it was transferred by the Yu's secret art. Lu Yin then detonated 3 smothering cannons and sent Yumu flying. He then appeared above Yumu's head and swatted out with his right arm. Yumu gritted his teeth and tried to dodge, but Lu Yin's single-sided mirror was always on him, and his star energy wasn't as nimble as before. Under the influence of the teardrop bomb, Yumu's speed was slightly slower, and Lu Yin's attack landed on his shoulder. His left arm was completely crippled and twisted at an irregular angle. Lu Yin took the opportunity to use his left palm against Yumu's chest and used his 9-line battle force for the first time. 100 stacks, 100-fold, shockwave palm. There was a thump as Yumu crashed into the ground, piercing through the earth and into the center of the planet where he fell into the lava. Countless people were stunned. The president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse had been defeated just like that. Anya was shocked as well. She had known that Lu Yin would win since he could even destroy an emissary with a single attack. How could he lose? However, she hadn't expected Lu Yin to win so easily, and he hadn't even used an external item to kill an emissary. Lu Yin. He clenched his right fist, as his giant right arm wasn't as nimble. Fortunately, it was paired with the single-sided mirror. Under a power level of 400,000, it was very difficult to use any battle techniques with star energy, and any attacks that used star energy would be affected. Lu Yin specialized in physical strength, and even Yumu's physical strength couldn't compare to his own. Lu Yin's greatest weakness was his defense. His universal armor could only defend against attacks with a power level of 260,000. If Yumu had been able to attack him even once, Lu Yin would have been in trouble. However, the existence of the Yu's secret art was enough to prevent Yumu from doing anything. Unless he met someone who specialized in physical strength like Lu Yin and could engage in close combat without being affected by the single-sided mirror, Lu Yin's chances of victory would be very low. No matter what, it was impossible for Yumu to defeat Luin. Within the lava, Yumu opened his eyes, and they were filled with rage. He leapt up, and his left arm healed at a visible rate. Lu Yin's heart sank. He had forgotten that this guy was the president of Shamrock Enterprises, and he had too many special medicines. Unless Lu Yin could heavily injure him in one attack, it would be difficult for him to defeat Yumu. How could he have forgotten about that? Yumu panted heavily and stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. He was trying to think of a way to attack Lu Yin, as he did not believe that this kid's attacks would be so fierce and his defenses would be so powerful as well. In the sky, the two faced each other and stared at each other. Lu Yin was trying to think of a way to heavily injure Yumu in one attack and prevent him from taking his medicine. Yumu was trying to think of a way to close in and avoid the star energy interference. At that moment, Lu Yin looked up to see a figure tear through the void and walk out. It was Elder Big Drum. When he saw Elder Big Drum appear, Yumu's eyes flashed, and his originally sharp gaze grew even colder. Lu Yin frowned. Elder Big Drum looked around and smiled bitterly. He then raised his hand, revealing the cosmic ring that Lu Yin had tossed onto the ground. Alliance Master Lu, can you let this matter go for the sake of the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not reply. Elder Big Drum looked at Yumu. Director Yu, Alliance Master Lu is the commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces, and he has the right to issue reasonable orders. If you refuse to accept them, then it is indeed unreasonable. Merit may not make up for it. What do you mean? Yumu's tone turned cold. Elder Big Drum explained, Shamrock Enterprises is a business, and I believe that you do not wish to lose such a large market in the Outerverse. When the Innerverse and Outerverse reconnect, how will you answer if Director Yi asks? If you lose the entire Outerverse market because of a single misunderstanding, is it worth it? When he saw Yumu fall into deep thought, Elder Big Drum turned to Lu Yin and gestured for him to leave. Alliance Master Lu, may I have a word with you? Lu Yin knew that Elder Big Drum wanted to mediate this matter, and he muttered to himself for a moment. He had to give face to an elder from the Hall of Honor. Although Elder Big Drum wanted to rely on Lu Yin to return to the Hall of Honor's headquarters in the Neoverse, this was not something that Lu Yin could threaten him with. Anyone who could cultivate to Elder Big Drum's level had to have a firm will, just like how Lu Yin had not been willing to give anything more than what he had been given in the warehouse. He had only given Elder Big Drum what was within his authority, and anything more was impossible. Furthermore, Lu Yin was clear about his own situation, and he did not have any backing from the Hall of Honor. Master Yuan admired him, but he was not someone that Lu Yin could rely on, so he could not be too arrogant. Elder Big Drum avoided Yumu and spoke in a grave tone, Alliance Master Lu, the Astral River's energy is rapidly declining, and the Innerverse and Outerverse are about to connect. It is not wise to make an enemy out of Shamrock Enterprises at this time. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1026. Lu Yin was curious. Is it related to the President Yi you mentioned? Elder Big Drum replied, Yi Wang, the founder of Shamrock Enterprises. The Day-Night Clan. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Elder Big Drum shook his head. Yi as in leaves. Oh. Lu Yin understood. If it really was the Day-Night Clan, then he would destroy Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse. Alliance leader Lu, Yi Wang is not a simple person. He founded Shamrock Enterprises and expanded his business from the Innerverse to the Outerverse, then to the Cosmic Sea, and finally to the Neoverse. There are very few people in the history of the universe who have been able to reach this stage. He has lived for a very long time and has always been in a deep slumber. No one dares to disturb him, but he will wake up every once in a while. Even the Hall of Honor does not want to offend him. It would be unwise to make an enemy out of him, Elder Big Drum advised. Lu Yin replied, I don't want to make an enemy out of Shamrock Enterprises. I just want Yumu to apologize. Elder Big Drum replied, I can help you fight for that, but I hope that this matter will end here. This is for your own good. You've offended many people in the Interverse, and you are the Hall of Honor solution. We don't want you to suffer any losses. Lu Yin's anger had mostly dissipated after the battle, and he was not a petty person. How about this? Let him apologize to Enya, and we'll let this matter rest. Elder Big Drum nodded. I'll talk to him. When Elder Big Drum appeared, Enya was the most indignant. It was not because Elder Big Drum could mediate between her and Yumu, but because she would not be able to get Yumu to apologize for insulting Shui Chuanxiao. Shui Chuanxiao had intentionally lost the battle and caused half of the Endless Weave to fall into the hands of the technocracy. This was the judgment of the Hall of Honor. If they forced Yumu to apologize for insulting Shui Chuanxiao in front of Elder Big Drum, then it would be equivalent to slapping the Hall of Honor in the face. Lu Yin walked over to Enya, and she hurriedly said, Your Highness, we can't bring up Commander Shui's matter. Lu Yin nodded. I know. We'll talk about this later. Yumu was not someone who would willingly accept such humiliation. Perhaps he would apologize under Elder Big's coercion, but he would definitely harbor a grudge against Yumu. Lu Yin could already imagine the friction between him and Yumu in the future, but he was not in a hurry. He could deal with this matter in the future. He could be rational enough to give up some benefits for the sake of the big picture, but he could not be rational enough to give up his dignity for the sake of the big picture. He had to pay back the humiliation that Yumu had given him, even if it meant having another enemy in the future. No one knew what Elder Big Drum said, but not long after, Yumu glared at Lu Yin and Enya. He gritted his teeth and said, I apologize for what happened before. Enya clenched her fists and slowly loosened them. President Yu, we'll meet again if fate wills it. He then nodded at Elder Big Drum and left with Enya in his collapsible spacecraft. Yumu took a few deep breaths as he watched the spaceship disappear into the sky. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Elder Daegu came to his side. If King Yi knew about what happened today, he would definitely have a whole new level of respect for you. Not everyone has the courage to apologize. Yumu replied in a low voice, this brat showed off his abilities and courted death. Elder Big Drum looked at him. Even if he courted death, it shouldn't have come from you, and it definitely shouldn't have come from Shamrock Enterprises. King Yi has always been on good terms with my Hall of Honor, and Lu Yin is our Hall of Honor solution. You should know what that means, and his background involves the adjudicator. Yumu closed his eyes. Elder Big Drum's last sentence was the true reason for his apology. This Lu Yin was related to the adjudicator, and the adjudicator was a peak existence in the human domain. Yumu did not dare to provoke him. I'll take my leave as well. I hope that today's matter will end here, and that both sides will not pursue the matter further, Elder Big Drum said tiredly. Yumu turned around and left without even saying goodbye. Elder Big Drum frowned. If not for King Yi, then this Yumu would not have been qualified for Elder Big Drum to mediate. Lu Yin was completely capable of eliminating this person. Elder Big Drum felt a headache coming on when he thought about Lu Yin. He had a premonition that he would have to mediate even more matters for this person in the future. This time, it was Shamrock Enterprises. Hopefully, the next time, it would not be in existence like the Mavis Bank. That was a colossus in the Neoverse, and it was not something that Elder Big Drum could mediate. After leaving Shamrock Enterprises headquarters, Lu Yin and Enya boarded a collapsible spacecraft and headed towards Shenwu continent. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards Ming Yen, as they only met once in a while. However, this was the norm for cultivators. They did not care about life or death, and any random seclusion could last for years or even decades. Lu Yin had already done a very good job. Among the younger generation, whether it was the 10 arbiters, the Realmlings, or the experts on the top 100 rankings, very few people dated, and even fewer married. One reason was that the higher one's cultivation grew, the higher the bloodline innate gift. Another reason was that cultivators were different from ordinary people. They enjoyed status that ordinary people could not reach, but they also had to endure loneliness that ordinary people could not understand. It was nighttime on Shenwu continent, and Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out of Mingdu's imperial palace. He was greeted by a pair of jade-white palms. Yen, it's me. Ming Yan's palms stopped, and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. Her brows rose. How dare you appear in my bedroom? You're courting death. Be careful that I don't bury you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This was White Inventor Yen. Right, it was already dark, so White Inventor Yen had come out. This Ming Yen was not easy to communicate with. Yen, why don't you go to sleep first and Brother Lu will come back tomorrow? Lu Yin asked carefully. He then turned to leave. The white-haired Ming Yen snorted. Stop right there. Lu Yin paused and then laughed dryly. Yen, is something the matter? Ming Yen stared at Lu Yin coldly. I heard that you died. That's just a rumor. Is that so? What a pity. Lu Yin was speechless. What happened? Tell me, the white-haired Ming Yen said coldly, and there was a bone-chilling look in her eyes. This was not directed at Lu Yin, but at the person who had caused his death. It was a coldness that Lu Yin had never felt before. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Regardless of whether it was the white-haired Ming Yen or the black-haired Ming Yen, they were both Ming Yen and the people he loved. Although the white-haired Ming Yen had a cold appearance and bore the burden of Ming Yan's loneliness and sadness, her feelings had not changed. She was just not good at expressing herself and preferred to hide her feelings. The night quickly passed, and Lu Yin told the white-haired Ming Yen about the war in the Innerverse as well as the fight for the general appointment platform. However, he did not mention anything about Night King Jinwu, as Ming Yen did not need to worry about him. The white-haired Ming Yen still wanted to know the reason behind Lu Yin's death, and Lu Yin had no choice but to tell her that it was a rumor created by Wang Wen. The white-haired Ming Yan's gaze was cold as she muttered Wang Wen's name. Lu Yin pursed his lips and secretly apologized to Wang Wen. Wang Wen might have to suffer because of this matter in the future. They chatted for the entire night, and Lu Yin tried his best to take advantage of her. Surprisingly, the white-haired Ming Yen did not reject him, and she kept saying that she would bury him, but she did not do anything extreme. This made Lu Yin excited, and he felt that the future was filled with light and passion. The white-haired Ming Yen and the black-haired Ming Yen seemed very interesting. The night passed, and Lu Yin watched as Ming Yan's white hair turned black. He hugged her, startling her, and she turned back to her white hair as she glared at him. Lu Yin laughed dryly and retreated a few steps. How impudent! I'll really bury you, the white-haired Ming Yen shouted. Lu Yin did not move. The white-haired Ming Yen snorted and slowly turned back to her black-haired self. When the black-haired Ming Yen completely appeared, Lu Yin could not help but hug her again. The black-haired Ming Yen hugged him back, her eyes red. Brother Lu, Yen thought that you were really dead. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. The black-haired Ming Yan's emotions fluctuated greatly, and she kept complaining about how much she missed him. Lu Yin kept comforting her. Brother Lu, you should marry Yen, Ming Yen whispered bashfully, burying her head in Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin's heart swayed, and he gazed at her beautiful face before lowering his head to kiss her. After a long while, Ming Yen looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes. Her gaze suddenly turned gloomy and bitter. Brother Lu, you're not willing. Lu Yin sighed. Yen, I really did almost die this time. Ming Yan's heart trembled, and her face turned pale. Lu Yin told her the entire story of the struggle, with the main focus being Night King Jinwu. He did not want Ming Yan to be worried, but he also did not want to marry her at this time. Even if he wanted to marry her, he would have to deal with the hidden danger that was the Day-Night clan and completely stabilize his position in the universe. He loved Ming Yan, and he did not want her to suffer another blow. Ming Xiaoshu's death had made Ming Yan want to die. She was afraid that the same thing would happen again and that there would not be a third Ming Yan. Ming Yan's fists turned white as she listened to Lu Yin's story, and her entire body trembled. She had almost lost her most important family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her hair turned from black to white. Lu Yin hurriedly hugged her. Yen, don't think too much. I'm fine. I have someone protecting me, so nothing will happen. I promise you that I'll marry you once I deal with the Day-Night clan, okay? Ming Yan's trembling gradually calmed down, and she curled up in Lu Yin's embrace. It took a while for her to calm down, but her gaze had changed, as if she had made some sort of decision. Lu Yin did not see Ming Yan's gaze, and he only thought that she was worried and angry for him. I'm fine, Brother Lu, Ming Yan said gently as she caressed Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and hugged her tightly. Yen, I promise you that nothing will happen again, okay? Ming Yan grunted in acknowledgement and smiled sweetly. Brother Lu, accompany me for a stroll in the garden. Lu Yin nodded. Shinwu continent was sealed off by the 5 sealing planets, and Lu Yin had guessed that the 5 sealing planets were a sourcebox array. He had no idea what was hidden within such a huge sourcebox. The only other person who knew of this secret was Ming Yan. Lu Yin had told her not to tell anyone about Guyu, as even he would not be able to prevent Shinwu continent from being destroyed. Just the lockbreakers alone would be enough to tear apart Shinwu continent for research purposes. Lu Yin had only planned to stay on Shinwu continent for a few days to accompany Ming Yan, but Ming Yan had insisted that he stay for 10 more days. 10 days later, he left Shinwu continent. Ming Yan looked at the empty garden and raised her head. Brother Lu, I can't let you experience life and death alone. Shinwu continent is too small, and I can't help you. Her gaze was resolute as she spoke. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1027. After leaving Shinwu continent, Lu Yin had Enya contact the Great Eastern Alliance to send a radiant-grade spacecraft to Broken Blade Fort in Iron Blood Weave. He wanted to make a trip to Iron Blood Weave. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, Lu Yin needed to unify the Outerverse. This was no longer something that he could decide, as it was something that was bound to happen. When the time came, the various great powers of the Innerverse would definitely not agree, and conflicts would erupt. Lu Yin had not thought of a way to resolve this conflict, but dealing with the Day-Night clan could not be delayed. The contest for the Star Tower was about to begin, and if possible, Lu Yin wanted to deal with Night King Jinwu before he became one of the 5 astral children. Otherwise, taking revenge would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There was still a group of Day-Night clansmen left in the Outerverse, and Lu Yin was going to take them away. These people had made great contributions in protecting Iron Blood Weave, so Lu Yin would not do anything to them. However, he could not leave them alone in the Outerverse either. Against a colossus like the Day-Night clan, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. A few days later, Lu Yin sighed with emotion as he gazed at the enormous Broken Blade Fort in the distance. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would no longer be an insignificant person who had been randomly assigned to his post? Even Elder Nuohua of Iron Blood We've had to treat him with respect. The traces of the battle still remained, but it had only been a few years. The overall commander of Broken Blade Fort was Han Fei, an enlighter. Lu Yin's arrival shook Broken Blade Fort, but only a portion of the people were shocked. The majority of the people did not pay much attention to his arrival. After all, this was Iron Blood Weave, and although Broken Blade Fort had joined the Great Eastern Alliance in name, that was only in name. Iron Blood Weave and the current Southern Weave were unique in the Outerverse, and no one dared to act impudently here. Night Queen Choyu was at Iron Blood Fort, so Lu Yin headed there directly. Elder Nuha had not expected Lu Yin's sudden arrival, and he immediately contacted Lu Yin. When he found out that Lu Yin's goal was to take Night Queen Choyu and the others away, his expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, no matter what enmity you have with the Day-Night clan, Night Queen Choyu and the others have contributed greatly to Iron Blood Weave. We cannot allow you to take them away as you wish. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, Elder. I don't plan on doing anything to them, but I will restrict their freedom." Impossible. Elder Nuiwa's tone was stern. Ever since he had seen the blood-red bell, he had been very respectful towards Lu Yin, but what Lu Yin was about to do now had crossed his bottom line. Lu Yin frowned. He had known that it would be a little troublesome to take Night Queen Choyu and the others away, but he had not expected Elder Nuohua to be so resolute. Alliance Master Lu, you should be clear about the rules of Iron Blood Weave. All grudges and grudges from the outside world cannot be brought in here. Anyone who attacks a comrade here will be considered a traitor to humanity, and I'm sure you don't want to bear such a crime, Elder Novar said in a deep voice. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten that there was such a rule in Iron Blood Weave. This was going to be troublesome. If he didn't take these people with him, then if a war with the Day-Night clan broke out, these people would become a huge problem for him. The average strength of the Innerverse cultivators far exceeded that of the Outerverse cultivators. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan even had people like Night Queen Choyu. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment before looking at Elder Nuohua. "Elder, can you promise this junior something? Something that is within the scope of an elder's authority and won't be out of line." When Elder Nuohua saw that Lu Yin did not intend to continue attacking, he secretly relaxed, as he really did not want to offend this person. "Please speak, Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin explained, "The war in the Innerverse has already ended, and the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse was unsuccessful. It's very likely that they've shifted their focus to the Astral Beast domain. After all, the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, and they can invade the Outerverse from the Astral Beast domain." Outerverse? What nonsense! Elder Nuohua really wanted to say this. If the Sixth Mainland wanted to invade the Outerverse, why would they need to go through the Astral Beast domain? They could just go through the technocracy and save time and effort. The people of the Sixth Mainland are no different from those of the Fifth Mainland. To prevent the Sixth Mainland from invading the Outerverse through the Astral Beast domain and to prevent the Sixth Mainland from sending people to steal information about the situation at the border, Lu Yin, as the commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces, will seal off Iron Blood Weave. Only people are allowed to enter and not leave, and no information is allowed to be sent out. They will only be able to transmit information about the situation at the border. Elder, this request is not too much, right? Lu Yin asked. Elder Nuohua nodded. It's fine. After all, the border security is of utmost importance. Thank you, Elder. Lu Yin smiled. His goal was to seal off the movements of Night Queen Qiuyu and the others, and now, he could seal off the entire Iron Blood Weave as well. Elder Nuohua knew Lu Yin's goal, but it did not matter to him. Whether or not Iron Blood Weave was sealed off did not affect him in any way. Besides, Lu Yin was the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces, so he had the authority to issue such an order. Elder Nuohua did not need to bear the consequences. However, why did Lu Yin want to seal off the movements of Night Queen Qiuyu and the others? Could it be? Elder Nuohua's expression changed, as this was too bold. Was Lu Yin even qualified? Had he truly seen through the Day-Night clan? Not long after Lu Yin left Iron Blood Fort, Elder Nuohua issued an order to seal off the entire Iron Blood Weave. This order caused quite a commotion within Iron Blood Weave, especially Night Queen Qiuyu and the others. The Innerverse and Outerverse were about to be reconnected, so wouldn't sealing off Iron Blood Weave be the same as cutting off their path back home? Night Queen Qiuyu immediately contacted Elder Nuohua, but she received a firm answer. The Sixth Mainland's invasion concerns the survival of the entire human domain. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse are reconnected, the Innerverse will continue to send reinforcements to Iron Blood Weave. You should all remain in Iron Blood Weave for the time being, Elder Nuohua calmly stated. Night Queen Qiuyu was dissatisfied. We've already been guarding Iron Blood Weave for several years. It's time for a new group of people. No matter what Night Queen Qiuyu said, Elder Nuohua did not agree. Night Queen Qiuyu was helpless. Elder, you can seal off Iron Blood Weave, but why are you sealing off the transmission of information? Elder Nuohua was dissatisfied. There are still survivors from the Sixth Mainland in the Outerverse. If they steal information, how do you expect me to answer to the Hall of Honor? Alright, I don't need to explain myself to you. If you're still dissatisfied, you can send a request to the Hall of Honor. He then hung up. Night Queen Qiuyu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The same thing happened in the various major forts of Iron Blood Weave. Duke Blackhawk from the Ross Empire, Poison Flame from the Blaze Realm, Sun Chong from the Sun family, Featherwing Grace from the Graceful Mercenary Group, and so on were all forcefully held back. When they would be released depended on when the seal on Iron Blood Weave would be lifted. Night Queen Qiuyu and the others would never have dreamed that they would be forced to stay because of a single sentence from Lu Yin. This insignificant person, who they had once looked down on and could crush at any time, was now someone who could influence them with just a single sentence. Aside from these major figures, there were also many others who were implicated, such as Long Yun, Sharon, and the others. Some had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that there was no war in Iron Blood Weave to gain some military merits, but they were forcefully held back. Lu Yin could not touch the people of Iron Blood Weave, so he could only think of a way to seal them off. However, he had ordered the Alliance's army to capture all of the Innerverse cultivators who had been mining pyrolite in the Astral Wilderness. As for the pyrolite mining, it would be taken over by the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin left Iron Blood Weave and boarded a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Enya was waiting on board. Not long after the spacecraft left Iron Blood Weave, someone contacted Lu Yin. It was Ah Mu. Ever since Umbral Butterfly Weave had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin and Ah Mu had not contacted each other. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. Ah Mu's attitude was respectful, and his expression was reserved. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. Ah Mu, what's the matter? Ah Mu hesitated and then slowly said, Seventh bro, no, Alliance Master Lu, do you still remember what you promised me? Lu Yin thought about it. Are you talking about obtaining Angie? Ah Mu's eyes lit up. Yes. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Do you really like her? Ah Mu did not hesitate. Yes, I really do. Lu Yin laughed. Ah Mu, how many times have you interacted with Wei Rong? Ah Mu was stunned, as he did not understand why Lu Yin had suddenly brought up Wei Rong. Young matriarch Angie's interactions with Wei Rong almost always involve me. Then, do you think that he wouldn't be able to tell if you liked Angie? Lu Yin slowly asked. Ah Mu's expression changed. Seventh bro, it's because I hid it well. If Wei Rong knew that I liked Angie, he would definitely destroy me. Lu Yin looked at Ah Mu with interest. He would be an idiot if he believed Ah Mu. Ah Mu had allowed Wei Rong to obtain Angie. If he truly liked her, then it would be impossible for any man to not have any emotional fluctuations. Wei Rong would have been able to sense any emotional fluctuations, and the fact that Ah Mu hadn't been able to sense them only meant one thing: Ah Mu had never liked Angie. However, Lu Yin did not intend to expose Ah Mu. The umbral butterfly weave is an unstable factor. Ah Mu, I need you to continue hiding and not expose yourself. I promise you that Angie will not belong to anyone else. Ah Mu was delighted. Thank you, seventh bro, stay with the umbral butterfly tribe for a period of time. Alright, I still have things to do. Lu Yin did not wait for Ah Mu to finish speaking before ending the call. He then stared at his gadget with a gloomy expression. There was a message from Luo Xin. It contained 2 words and a set of coordinates: save me. Lu Yin immediately tried to contact Luo Xin, but he could not reach her no matter how hard he tried. He quickly contacted the old smoker, as Luo Xin's protection was taken over by the 2nd Squadron. Contact the person protecting Luo Xin, Lu Yin said. After a minute, the old smoker sent back a message. Unable to contact them. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he ordered his spacecraft to return to Xenu Star. He then boarded a collapsible spacecraft and headed towards the coordinates that Luo Xin had given him. The coordinates were not far from where he was, and it would only take him a few hours to reach it. In the east of Iron Blood Weave, near the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain, there was a planet. From outer space, it looked as if the entire planet had been split in half, and an unknown white substance was spreading out from both sides. On the planet, Luo Xin panted heavily as she struggled to escape. Blades would occasionally slash her, and her pure white feet were drenched in blood. The star energy around her body was unstable. Abandoned buildings lined both sides of the planet, and from time to time, people would call for help or cry out in despair. The planet had been fine the day before, but today, it had become the end of the world. Everything had happened too quickly, and of the hundreds of millions of people on the planet, more than half had turned into zombies that massacred the humans. The survivors were all running for their lives. She was a melder and could have easily dealt with these zombies, but for some reason, over 100 corpse kings had descended from the sky. These were corpse kings that possessed the ability to evolve. They were strange lifeforms that could obtain innate gifts by consuming energy crystals, and they could even gain intelligence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1028. Usually, an apocalyptic planet would only give birth to 2 or 3 corpse kings, but so many had suddenly descended on this planet. Each one was at least as strong as a sentinel, and some even had the strength of a Lameter. The 2nd Squadron that had been protecting her had been slaughtered by a Lameter corpse king. She had been on the run for an entire day, and her star energy was unstable. She couldn't even fly. Several Melder corpse kings chased after her, all of them possessing innate gifts and knowing how to surround her. With a bang, the building crumbled as a corpse king pierced through it, lifting a woman up and tearing her apart. Fresh blood sprayed out and dyed the sky red. Luotian's face was deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with intense fear. She had seen this scene too many times in the past 10 hours, but every time she saw it, she felt a deep sense of despair. She would soon be torn apart like that woman. A foul stench filled the air, and Luotian was alarmed. She instinctively dodged, but a corpse king swept past her. This corpse king's innate gift was speed, and only it could catch up to her. Luotian dodged, but she crashed into a wall and fell through it into the room. A few corpse kings rushed in and slammed down with their rotting claws. Luotian's eyes narrowed. She was done for. The ground suddenly split open, and an intense white heat wave surged out and swallowed the corpse kings. Luotian almost fell down, but fortunately, she managed to land on a rock and jump back up. The planet was on the verge of collapse, and it split open from the middle. Luotian walked out of the building and looked into the distance. She saw that the city had been split in half, and there was a huge hole in the middle that was hundreds of meters long. White lava was gushing out from the ground, and it was hotter than red lava. It was so hot that even an explorer would not be able to withstand it. She closed her eyes and recalled Lu Yin's appearance. It was over. Even if she didn't die at the hands of the corpse kings, she would be swallowed by the planet and turned to dust. But that was fine as well, as being turned to dust was better than being eaten by the corpse kings. Luotian tossed her gadget aside. A few hours ago, she had been lucky enough to send a signal to Lu Yin, but it was clearly too late. The entire city was collapsing, and she would soon be burned to ashes along with it. She regretted sending a message to Lu Yin. Dying like this would be one more thing to worry about. Perhaps he had never remembered her. The city fell, and many people howled in despair at the top of the buildings. The zombies' roars and the corpse king's chewing sounds filled the scene with a hellish scene. A Lamita Luotian, and Luotian's body's body. Luotian, Luotian, and a bloodthirsty look to tear her head. Luotian's body's Luotian's to die. Just as she was about to fall, her body was embraced by a pair of strong arms. Her entire body was lifted into the air, and she heard the voice she had been waiting for a long time. You would have turned into ashes if I was a step late. I didn't expect you to have such a strong personality. Luotian excitedly opened her eyes and saw Lu Yin hugging her. She muttered to herself, Am I dead? It's because I'm dead that I can see you. If you were alive, I wouldn't have been able to see you, Luotian whispered. Luotian, Luotian, Luotian. To Luotian. Earth, Luotian. The Lamita corpse king leaped up and swiped at Lu Yin with its claws. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he flicked his finger. His strength transformed into a gale that tore through the void. The void not only crushed the Lamita corpse king, but it also pierced through the city and destroyed a large wave of zombies along the way. Luotian looked down and saw that the entire city was about to sink into white lava. Your Highness, please save the city. There are still many people alive. Lu Yin nodded and pressed down with one hand. His star energy transformed into a giant palm that lifted up the entire city. Even a Lamita could lift up an entire city, let alone Lu Yin. Saving these people would be as easy as lifting a finger. His domain whizzed past and spread throughout the city. All of the zombies and corpse kings were killed. Lu Yin sighed. Only a few tens of thousands of people had survived in this huge city. This scene was all too familiar. Earth had seen similar scenes at the beginning of Armageddon, but it had been much better and far less cruel. Only zombies and corpse kings that had evolved normally had appeared during Earth's apocalypse. However, there were even Lamita corpse kings here, and all of them had come from the same direction. As he thought about it, Lu Yin turned to look towards the east, where a majestic amount of rune lines soared into the sky. These rune lines belonged to Enlighters, and there was an Enlighter Corpse King here. Lu Yin put Luotian down, and his expression turned serious. Be careful. I need to take care of something. Luotian was worried. Is there trouble? Lu Yin put on his universal armor. It's a small matter. He then tore through the void and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared at the peak of a burning mountain tens of thousands of kilometers away. In front of him was an Enlighter Corpse King. You're courting death. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he put on the giant's right arm and punched out. I've been looking for you for a long time, Neo-Human Alliance. There was a loud bang as a shockwave exploded and shattered the mountain range. The shockwaves tore through space and spread out into the universe. The Enlighter Corpse King was sent flying, and the right half of its body was shattered. It stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. No, impossible. Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. Even Yumu did not dare to take his giant's right arm head-on. It had been upgraded to the point where it could threaten a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. How could an Enlighter Corpse King with a power level of over 200,000 withstand it? Even if the Corpse King's physical body was extremely powerful, it could not possibly reach the power level of 400,000. Lu Yin suddenly charged forward and reached out with his right arm. He wanted to grab the Corpse King. The Corpse King's scarlet eyes were savage, and it leapt into outer space to escape. Lu Yin snorted. In terms of speed, with his physical body's strength, he was definitely not any slower than the Corpse King. The Corpse King crossed its arms, and strange patterns appeared in the void as it tried to push Lu Yin away. This was an innate gift, but Lu Yin simply waved his right arm and used his absolute strength to disperse the patterns before reaching out again. Just as Lu Yin was about to grab the Corpse King roared, Lu Yin, there will be a day when you will pay the price for offending the Neo-Human Alliance. Its abdomen swelled up and then exploded. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he viciously slashed out with his right arm. An enormous force tore through the void and tore a huge hole in it. The spatial tear absorbed the Corpse King's explosion, and it did not harm the planet. Although the planet was on the verge of destruction, there were still people on it, so it could not be destroyed so quickly. At that moment, a golden light entered Lu Yin's eyes. He looked over, and his eyes lit up. Was that true insight? During the Lockbreaker competition, the prize for the true insight had been taken away by Deng Pu during the Great Battle on Source Peak Planet, and he had then sold it to the Zhu family. The Battle of Million Cities had started with the true insight page being stolen by a Corpse King. That had led to the Battle of Million Cities, which had shaken the entire Outerverse, and it had also exposed the fact that Million Cities was a war fortress. Countless people had fought intensely over that page of true insight, and in the end, it had disappeared without a trace. When Lu Yin had been ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance, he had thought that one of the Corpse Kings that had attacked him had been the one that had stolen true insight. However, the Corpse King had been destroyed, and true insight's whereabouts were still unknown. He had never expected that true insight would appear here. Could this be the same Corpse King that had stolen true insight from the Zhu family? However, this was not important, as he already had 5 pages of true insight, and now, he had an additional page. The entire true insight of the Outerverse had been obtained by him, and this excited Lu Yin. As long as he broke through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker, he would be able to study these pages. He was looking forward to learning more about sourcebox arrays. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, if not for the sourcebox arrays, Not Kong would not have been able to defeat Supreme Arch and the other 4 powerhouses. In the Innerverse, it was also Chiu Shi who had relied on her sourcebox arrays to toss out Captain Point Deus and force Not Kong to retreat. Sourcebox arrays possessed terrifying might, and they were not inferior to secret techniques. Lu Yin glanced at the sky for a moment before returning to his planet. Not long after Lu Yin left, strange patterns appeared at the spot where the Corpse King had exploded. They spiraled around and then condensed together. Because Lu Yin had used the giant's right arm to tear through space, the remnant energy contained a large amount of rune lines, which was why he had not noticed these strange patterns condensing. On the planet, Luo Xin was rescuing the trapped survivors. With her strength as a melder, she was able to push open buildings, so her rescue efficiency was quite high. Lu Yin returned and swept out with his domain, which then transformed into a towering tree. Its branches spread throughout the entire city and rescued all of the survivors. Many of the survivors knelt down in worship, as Lu Yin was a god in their eyes. This planet was like many other planets in the universe that did not have a cultivation civilization, so Lu Yin's actions were no different from that of a god. Lu Yin did not explain any further and planned to leave with Luo Xin. There was still some time before this planet was destroyed, and the nearest Great Eastern Alliance army was not far away. He could leave the rest to them. Luo Xin could not bear it. "Your Highness, let's save them." Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, the army will be here soon." Luo Xin pursed her lips. Lu Yin asked, "Why are you here?" Luo Xin replied, "This is the edge of the outerverse weaves. I wanted to promote the alliance, but I was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance and thrown onto this planet." Lu Yin did not understand Luo Xin's work, but he did not ask. He took out a collapsible spacecraft and was about to bring her up when strange patterns gathered in the void to form a ray of reddish-black light that shot towards Lu Yin. This ray of light arrived very quickly, but fortunately, Lu Yin had already seen the rune lines descending and was prepared. He immediately put on his universal armor, and the remnant power of this Corpse King's innate gift was not enough to harm him. However, no matter how much he had calculated, he had not expected Luo Xin to be right next to him. She had also seen the ray of light before he had, and she had not hesitated to block the attack for him. Luo Xin suddenly appeared in front of him and crashed into the ray of reddish-black light. By the time Lu Yin reacted, the ray had already struck her. Lu Yin was shocked, and he pressed a palm against her back. Star energy passed through her body and blocked the ray of light's corrosion. The reddish-black light was just the remnant power of the Corpse King's innate gift after it had died, and it could be considered one of its innate gifts. Since it was a remnant power, its power would not be too great. Lu Yin could have blocked it without his universal armor, but Luo Xin could not. "Thank you. The Mountain Breeze brother, the rest of my life will only be for you. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1029. Lu Yin's reaction was quick, but he still couldn't stop the red and black light from piercing through Luo Xin's body. Although he'd managed to block some of the power, Luo Xin was only a melder. Her body was as fragile as paper against this attack. Lu Yin grabbed Luo Xin and pulled her into his embrace, causing the reddish-black light to dissipate. Luo Xin's face was pale and bloodless. Large amounts of blood flowed out of her abdomen. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, no one had ever done such a thing. Luo Xin was dying in his place. At this moment, Ming Yan, Zhua Dainite, and Luo Xin overlapped. In order to prevent him from being threatened by the Neo-Human Alliance, Ming Yan had willingly eaten the poison and died. In order to give Lu Yin a chance to escape, Zhua Dainite had purposely revealed Night's End, daybreak in order to obstruct Night King Jinwu. As for Luo Xin, she did not hesitate to stand in front of him and die for him. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would encounter such a scene. He hugged Luo Xin and felt an indescribable weight. He hurriedly fed Luotian some pills and used his lock-breaking techniques to dissolve the power that was eroding Luotian's body. Luotian's abdomen had been struck, and it had almost been pierced through. The corrosive power continued to spread, but fortunately, Lu Yin was a lock-breaker. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control it. Blood continued to flow as Lu Yin held on to Luotian, his face pale. Luotian had already fainted. Seventh bro, don't panic. Her injuries aren't that serious. That power wasn't that strong in the first place, and it's been greatly weakened by you, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin was shocked. Weaken? Yes, his eyes transformed into runes as he stared at Luotian's abdomen. The power that was corroding her body was directly weakened by the rune lines, and a small portion of the power that was corroding Luotian's body was weakened. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as he could now control the situation. He got up and carried Goddess Luo into the collapsible spaceship. He looked for the nearest Shamrock Enterprises and left quickly. Within the spacecraft, Lu Yin's thoughts were complicated as he looked at Luotian's long hair. She was extremely weak. Why? Why did she block that attack for him? Was it worth it? He knew that Luotian liked him, whether it was through her eyes or through her words. However, he could not accept it. Ming Yan was his true love, and he also had Wendy Yushan by his side. Wendy had also supported him without hesitation during the battle on planet Pyrolite. There was also Zhuoday Night, and he could not repay her kindness. Feelings were heavier than any power. He did not dare to accept Luotian's feelings. However, how could he return such a blow? It was also a life and death debt, but this debt was too heavy. And Luotian was in pain. Her lips were dry and cracked as she muttered to herself. Lu Yin approached. Your Highness, don't come. Your Highness, leave quickly. Big brother Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he looked at Luotian's helpless expression. He couldn't help but reach out and grab her pure white hand. It was soft and boneless, and it was very comfortable. For some reason, the moment Lu Yin held her hand, Luotian calmed down. Although she was in pain, she did not make another sound. There was a clear look of relief on her face. No matter how much pain she was in, she was happy at this moment. Lu Yin fell silent. The pill that Lu Yin had fed Luotian was something that had been upgraded by Lu Yin, and it was enough to heal even an enlighter's injuries. However, Luotian was only a melder, and he was worried that the Corpse King's power might have side effects. He had to bring her to Shamrock Enterprises for treatment. Although Shamrock Enterprises sold drugs, they were also very capable in terms of treatment. They had many talents in the medical industry. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Windrift Hall was, otherwise, Windrift Hall would definitely be a better choice. He had just offended Shamrock Enterprises, and now he was bringing Luotian to their doorstep. He felt a little embarrassed. But he didn't have time to think so much. Yumu couldn't refuse, and he wouldn't fall out with Lu Yin over such a small matter. The nearest branch of Shamrock Enterprises was a few hours away, and it wasn't far from Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin tyrannically stopped Shamrock Enterprises' research and development of drugs and gathered all of the medical professionals to treat Luotian. After finding out that her injuries were completely under control and that all she needed to do was quietly recuperate, Lu Yin let them go. After all, Luotian was only a melder. Although Lu Yin's pill had managed to control her injuries, the medicine's effects were overbearing and had caused some damage to her body as well. Shamrock Enterprises needed to help her recover. And this recovery would take at least half a year. A few days later, Luotian woke up. She still held on to Lu Yin's hand, and he didn't let go of her either. When she opened her eyes and saw that she was holding on to Lu Yin's hand, she blushed, but she didn't let go immediately and pretended not to notice. Lu Yin asked with concern, "Are you thirsty?" Luo Shen was very thirsty, but she still shook her head. She was afraid that Lu Yin would let go if he poured her some water. She would rather stay thirsty. Lu Yin was puzzled. "You're not thirsty. Your lips are chapped." "No," she said stubbornly, her voice a little hoarse. Lu Yin grunted and lowered his head. Their hands were still clasped, and he subconsciously let go. "Sorry, you were unconscious and I didn't want to disturb you." Luo Shen was disappointed and whispered, "I'm thirsty." Lu Yin pursed his lips, speechless. What did she mean? He poured her a cup of water, and she drank it all before handing it back to him with an expectant gaze. Lu Yin poured her another cup, but she still drank it all. He poured her another cup, and she drank half of it this time. Her complexion clearly improved. "And you're still saying you're not thirsty?" Luo Shen rolled her eyes slightly, but her face was still red. "Right, thank you," Lu Yin said with a heavy tone. Luo Shen shook her head. "If it wasn't for your highness, I would have definitely been punished by the Amethyst Trading Company. This is my way of repaying you." Repaying. Although Lu Yin didn't know much about relationships, he still understood her intentions. "Your Highness, where are we?" she asked. "A branch of Shamrock Enterprises." "My injuries." Luo Shen was confused. Lu Yin replied, "It's fine, I'll be fine after half a year of rest. Don't do such things again." Luo Shen nodded and muttered to herself, "As long as you're not in danger." Lu Yin didn't hear her clearly. "What did you say?" "Nothing," she hurriedly replied. Lu Yin stood up. "I'll go ask how that planet is doing." Luo Shen grunted and watched Lu Yin leave. She looked down at her abdomen. It hurt, but her heart felt warm. "Your Highness, the decline of the astral river's energy is accelerating, and the surrounding star energy is surging. Many people have gone to cultivate," what Qingshan reported. Lu Yin looked towards the south. "Got it. Take the people from Yu Academy to cultivate." "Yes, Your Highness," what Qingshan replied. Lu Yin put down his gadget. It seemed that the innerverse and outerverse would be reconnected soon. Before that happened, he would definitely unify the outerverse and become the master of the outerverse. The various powers of the innerverse would never agree, and conflict would definitely erupt. He still hadn't thought of a way to resolve this matter, but what was to come would come, and he couldn't avoid it. Perhaps it would be good to go to the edge of the astral river. After accompanying Luo Shen for 2 more days, Lu Yin decided to leave on the 3rd day. The ground inexplicably trembled, and a howling gale almost flipped the ground over. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he walked out of the ward. He raised a hand and used his star energy to form a barrier that blocked the gale. He then looked into the distance, where he saw an even greater number of rune lines than the Enlighter Corp's king. There was an Enlighter there. Why was he running into Enlighters everywhere he went? In the distance, the Shamrock Enterprises branch building trembled, and the mountain range cracked open. Many Shamrock Enterprises cultivators fled as they stared in horror at the giant figure standing beside the mountain range. It was a Sylvan dragon. No one had expected a Sylvan dragon to attack a Shamrock Enterprises branch. Most importantly, the Sylvan dragon had covered its face with a piece of black cloth. Everyone who saw this had a strange look in their eyes. Who couldn't tell that it was a Sylvan dragon? Was there any point in covering its face? Even if it didn't cover its face, no one would be able to tell the dragon's appearance apart from its gender. If it wanted to hide its identity, why didn't it change its skeletal structure and assume a human form? There were many strange things in the Outerverse history, and today, there was one more. A masked Sylvan dragon had attacked a Shamrock Enterprises branch, and it even thought that no one would be able to recognize it. This is a robbery. Be honest and hand over your star essence and your best medicine, the dragon roared, spitting saliva all over the place. The terrifying pressure frightened the Shamrock Enterprises staff, and many of the women paled. Some of them even cried out in fear. The Sylvan Dragon's large eyes scanned the crowd and fixed on the beautiful women. Its human-like gaze revealed a look of infatuation. This is a robbery. Strip and search. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, a screen appeared in the sky above the branch, and the image of Eastern Frontier's president, Shen Fu, appeared. Your Excellency, how has Shamrock Enterprises offended you? The Sylvan Dragon blinked. What Sylvan Dragon? You've got the wrong person. I'm a phoenix. Everyone was speechless. Shen Fu choked and angrily replied, Your Excellency, I am Shen Fu, the president of Shamrock Enterprises Eastern Frontier. Please enlighten me. How has Shamrock Enterprises offended you? The Sylvan Dragon was furious. I already said that I'm a phoenix. Don't you understand bird language? Shen Fu was furious. Don't be so arrogant, Sylvan Dragon. This is Shamrock Enterprises, and even if you're the leader of your family, you can't cause trouble for no reason. Scram! The Sylvan Dragon waved its hand and dispersed the screen. Its large eyes then focused on the beautiful women once more, and its saliva almost dripped from its mouth. Hurry up and let me search you. You must be hiding some good stuff. In the distance, Lu Yin stared blankly at the Sylvan Dragon's robbery with a strange expression. Wasn't this guy Long Erwo? They had disappeared after escaping from the Starfall Sea, and he hadn't been captured by Master Yuan. Why was he here? And why was he robbing? At this moment, another screen appeared, but this time, it was a fish screen. Before Lu Yin could speak, the entire mountain range shook, and the device that had launched the screen was destroyed. The image of the fish screen disappeared. The Sylvan Dragon was pleased. How dare you disturb me? You're courting death. Tisk. How bold of you to not listen to me. This is a robbery. Hand over the star essence and the medicine. The males will stand on the left, and the females will stand on the right. Bah! Seriously, the males and ugly females will stand on the left, and the pretty females will stand on the right. Everyone was terrified, and they could only follow the Sylvan Dragon's orders. The beautiful women were even more terrified, and they looked at the dragon in despair. The Sylvan Dragon grinned, revealing its sinister teeth. Now, I'll search you. Ha 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 ha. Baidu Search Dong 81 Chinese Network Co. No advertisement. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1030. In the distance, Lu Yin's gadget beeped. It was Shen Fu. Alliance Leader Lu, please help Shamrock Enterprises. I would be eternally grateful, Shen Fu said respectfully. Lu Yin was helpless, as he happened to be here. Both Shen Fu and Yu Mu knew that he had just offended Shamrock Enterprises, and now that he had asked them to treat Luo Xin, he owed them a favor. Got it, Lu Yin answered and walked out, appearing in the sky in a flash as he put on his universal armor and faced the dragon. Long Erwo, do you remember an old friend? Lu Yin's voice was transmitted directly to the dragon's ears. The dragon was stunned and looked up to meet Lu Yin's gaze. It was confused at first, then dumbfounded, and finally furious. You again. You want to ruin my plans. Alright, you've already harmed the Skyfire Dojo once, so I won't let you off this time. Die. Lu Yin slowly put on the giant's right arm and clenched his fist. I killed 2 Imprinter during the battle in the astral graveyard. Just as Long Erwo was about to attack, he paused when he heard those words. He remembered that this guy had killed 2 imprinter. They were imprinters with a combat power of over 500,000, and they were from the 6th mainland. This was awkward, and Long Erwo didn't dare to attack. He had been roaming the Outerverse for a while and had heard many things about Lu Yin. In particular, no one could compare to Lu Yin when it came to external items. Who knew how many he had? Right, he was also from the Hall of Honor and had Master Yuan as his backer. Long Erwo gulped. It wasn't a tough nut to crack, so there was no need for it to cause trouble. Get lost, kid. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin clenched his right fist. I'll take care of this place for now. Long Erwo snarled, kid, don't cause trouble. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he transmitted to Long Erwo, you're covering your face because you don't want to offend Shamrock Enterprises. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell you your name? The Innerverse and Outerverse are about to be connected. Do you want to be hunted down by the entire company? Long Erwo was furious, and he unwillingly looked at the ground beneath the mountain range. He then looked at the beautiful women and muttered, I'm a human body researcher, and I can tell that these women are sick. I want to treat them. Long! Lu Yin shouted, giving Erwo a fright. He thought that Lu Yin was about to reveal his name, so he quickly slipped away with his tail between his legs. Kid, I'll remember you. Lu Yin sighed. This Sylvan dragon had no moral integrity at all. Back in the Skyfire dojo, the fire dragon had burned all of the cultivators' clothes, and it was rumored that this dragon had instigated the fire dragon to do so. This was a scum of a dragon, but it was very powerful, and its power level was close to 300,000. This was troublesome. With this dragon in the Outerverse, there was no lack of trouble. Long Erwo had been chased away by Lu Yin, and the people of Shamrock Enterprises were very grateful. Lu Yin told them to take good care of Luo Xin before leaving. It had already been a month since Lu Yin had personally gone to Iron Blood Weave. During this time, the biggest news in the Outerverse was that a Central Weave had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. This news was shocking but not unexpected. The Great Eastern Alliance's unification of the Outerverse was inevitable, but in reality, it could not be considered unification. This was just an alliance, and it did not mean that the various great powers would be dissolved. True unification would mean that the various great powers would be dissolved. This was a long process, and it was not something that could be accomplished so easily. Even if Lu Yin could live for a long time, he was not interested in such a thing. The alliance was the best choice for him, as all he needed was status, authority, and resources. At present, 50 of the Outerverse 72 weaves had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, leaving only 22 weaves in the West. Everyone looked towards the west. Lu Yin had just arrived. After entering Frostwave Weave, Enya contacted him and informed him of the current situation. She also confirmed that the remaining weaves would be able to join the alliance within half a year. However, Lu Yin felt that this was too slow, and he gave Enya, Wang Wen, and the others a deadline of 3 months. They had to join the alliance within 3 months, because based on the rate at which the Astral River's energy was declining, the Innerverse and Outerverse would be connected in less than half a year. They had to unite the Outerverse before the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected. Only by uniting all of the Outerverse power would they be able to strike fear into the Innerverse's great powers and obtain the Hall of Honor's recognition. If they wanted to resist the pressure from the Innerverse, then the Hall of Honor's attitude would be crucial. Next, he would enter the Daosor sect's ruins. It had been a long time since he had last entered, and it was time to cultivate his second son. It was not that Lu Yin had not wanted to enter the Daosor sect's ruins, but rather that he had not had the time. After the battle in the Astral Cemetery, he had been thrown into the Cosmic Sea, and he had not had the time to do so. It was only now that he had the time to enter the dinosaur sex ruins again. He took out his futon and sat on it. The scene before him changed, and Lu Yin appeared at the futon plaza outside the First Divine Gate's ruins. There were even more people at the futon plaza than the last time he had been there. The Sixth Mainland had given up on attacking the Interverse, and the younger generation had all returned, so there were naturally more people here. Several cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had teamed up to challenge the First Divine Gate. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings, but he did not find anyone familiar. His footsteps were light, and he quickly passed through the gate and headed towards the budding terrace. The cultivators from the First Divine Gate were stunned. There's an expert here, and from the looks of it, he might be a descendant of an imprinter family. The three domains invasion of the human domain failed, and those young experts have all returned. It's impossible for us to peacefully search for opportunities like before. What a pity. The First Divine Gate's guardians had clearly been destroyed, but they had now reappeared. Lu Yin had no idea where they had come from. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the First Divine Gate guardians shattered. These First Divine Gate guardians had not even been able to stop him for a second. After passing through the gate, Lu Yin stepped onto the budding terrace. There were more people here than before, and Lu Yin headed straight for the Nine Cauldron space. He had been to the dinosaur sect's ruins many times, so he was quite familiar with this place. He was afraid of running into someone he knew, so he had changed his appearance slightly when he entered the Futon Plaza. After the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Zi had issued a bounty, and his appearance had been recognized by countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Now, he no longer dared to use his original appearance without restraint. There were also more people in the Nine Cauldron space than before. The last time he had been here, this place had been sealed off, which had led to a huge battle between two groups of people. Now, no one had sealed it off. Lu Yin leaped into the second cauldron, where several cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were comprehending something. Lu Yin recognized one of them as the person who had chased after him in the Cosmic Sea along with many other cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This person had been one of the people who had led the charge, and he was a descendant of an imprinter's family. Lu Yin's arrival attracted the attention of several people, and he felt very guilty. He paced back and forth to a corner, shrinking his head. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators did not pay him any mind, but the descendant of the imprinter's family looked on with disdain and continued to comprehend. Lu Yin relaxed, as it was good that they did not recognize him. He sat down in the corner and pressed a hand against the cauldron. He felt the cauldron tremble, and then the cauldron's chi flowed into his body through his palm. The others also felt the cauldron tremble. They had thought that it was just an illusion, but now that they all felt it at the same time, it was different. The cultivators were delighted, and they all tacitly continued to comprehend the cauldron without saying a word. The descendant of the imprinter's family issued a warning. Everyone, please keep your mouths shut. If word gets out, there won't be any consequences. What's wrong with you? The Nine Cauldrons battle technique is invincible, so don't make a mistake. Although they did not respond, they did not refute him either. If possible, the descendant of the imprinter's family would naturally want to kill them all, but he was not confident that he could do so. If someone managed to escape, this matter would be exposed, and he would not have the opportunity to continue comprehending the cauldron. The descendant of the imprinter's family glanced at them, and then at Lu Yin. His gaze was filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. This person was too lucky to have encountered a cauldron tremor as soon as he had arrived. Cauldron tremors had occurred several times over the past countless years, and although no one had been able to comprehend the Nine Cauldrons battle technique, they still represented hope. For a piece of trash to have encountered a cauldron tremor, it could be considered a stroke of luck. If this person was killed, the others would definitely be terrified. The descendant of the imprinter's family snorted. This person was lucky. For several days, Luin quietly stayed in a corner and absorbed the cauldron's qi. From the other's point of view, he was very obedient and did not move at all. The others would occasionally change positions in an attempt to comprehend the 9 cauldrons battle technique, but none of them succeeded. A few days later, someone arrived at the second cauldron and sighed in disappointment. Who spread the rumor that the 9 cauldrons have battle techniques? Isn't this a scam? That's right. This thing has been around for countless years, and the recorded history is all rotten. The older powerhouses have all given up on it. Still, the first cauldron's shattering caused quite a commotion. Quite a few older powerhouses came in to investigate. It must have been corroded over time. Those people couldn't find anything. That's true. 2 days later, some people left, while others arrived. Lu Yin's group did not leave, and they would not leave until the time was up. Even if the time was up, they would definitely return to this cauldron the next time because they had experienced a cauldron tremor. I never thought that the invasion of the 5th mainland would fail. 2 imprinters even died. The losses are too great. Yeah, the people of the 5th mainland are too cunning. I heard that during the war between the 2 mainlands, the 5th mainland used all sorts of lies to deceive the seniors of the 6th mainland. If not for the seniors' vigilance, the outcome of the war would have been different. Brother Lin, you're back as well. Didn't you participate in the invasion of the 5th mainland's astral beast domain? Someone exclaimed as they entered the second cauldron. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Astral beast domain. The man called Brother Lin was vexed. Don't mention it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone. What astral beast domain? That's just a barren wasteland. Not only have the various astronomical phenomena not been cleared out, but the resources haven't been developed either. It's just a place for wild beasts. Did the attack go smoothly? It didn't go well. The resistance we encountered was very tenacious. Those beasts each had their own innate abilities, but they were still able to band together and form a powerful army for the Celestial Beast Empire. Furthermore, they were forced into a passive position in several major battles. I heard that it was because they were divined by something called Skymender. What the hell? What kind of divination is that? The resources they snatched were also very little. Those resources were never exploited by anyone. I heard that it was very tragic. You're quite lucky. The war against the 5th mainland's human domain was extremely tragic. The older generation sacrificed 2 heavenly imprinters. Let's not even talk about the universal imprinters, world imprinters, and imprinters. Our younger generation even went to the Dao Source 3 skies, but we still managed to retreat. I didn't expect it to be so tragic. Thank you very much. The mountain breeze for the rest of my life, only for you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Calm. Wonderful book house. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1031. It seemed that the 6th mainland's invasion of the astral beast domain was not going as smoothly as they had thought. The astral beast domain and the human domain had been at war for countless years, and the celestial beast empire was unfathomable. They had all sorts of powerful astral beasts, academies, and various astral beast alliances. It would be strange if they were so easy to conquer. It could be said that conquering the astral beast domain was even more difficult than conquering the human domain. The astronomical phenomena and resources alone were enough to give the 6th mainland a headache. To be able to give birth to progenitor Wuxiang, the astral beast domain's foundation was quite terrifying. The descendant of the imprinter family disappeared. His time was up. Before he left, he even gave the others a warning look. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had already been inside the second cauldron for half a month. During this time, he had absorbed quite a bit of cauldron qi, and he guessed that he should be able to condense a second sun. However, this was not the right place to experiment. There was still half a month left. After absorbing the cauldron aura for a full month, he was certain that he would be able to condense the second sun. With 2 suns, his battle prowess would soar. Lu Yin was a little excited, and he couldn't help but smile. But his smile quickly disappeared. Several disciples of a world imprinter family had chased everyone away, wanting to monopolize this cauldron. Everyone was angry, but they didn't dare say anything. The world imprinter's family was huge, and there were many disciples within it. Perhaps these people were waiting for their family successor. Any successor of a world imprinter family wasn't to be trifled with. Even if they were at the peak of the younger generation in a region, they weren't someone they could fight against. Everyone could only go to the third cauldron. After all, there were 8 cauldrons in total. Lu Yin felt aggrieved. He really wanted to deal with these fellows, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Thus, he had no choice but to leave the 9 cauldron space. He didn't dare to absorb the cauldron qi from the third cauldron. Who knew if there would be any problems? He was still a very calm person. He looked back at the 9 cauldron space and sighed. It was time for him to develop a few underlings who would specifically help him clean up the trash. Otherwise, he would be disgusted to death if he encountered such a situation every time he came here. There was no need for him to stay in the 9 cauldron space. He thought for a moment and continued to head to the initiation enlightenment platform. It was time for him to comprehend more lock-breaking knowledge and become a boundless advanced lock-breaker as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to comprehend the pages of true insight and comprehend the sourcebox array. A lock-breaker who had comprehended a sourcebox array was terrifying. Lu Yin headed towards the beginning enlightenment platform, as he wanted to see if he could encounter Maiden Axayan. If it had not been for Axayan Nu, the outcome of the cosmic ocean battlefield would have been uncertain. Axayan Nu had helped him block Zi and the sword and the stone, so he owed her a debt of gratitude. Just as he was about to enter the enlightenment platform, a figure appeared in front of him from another direction and calmly entered the mist. Lu Yin was startled, and he hurriedly turned around to leave. How unlucky! This fellow was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so it was not surprising that he had come here to dissect. If the innerverse battlefield wasn't empty, Lu Yin would have dared to fight, but here, he decided against it. Amo Kong was an enlighter, and he was also from the Tao Source 3 skies. He even had control over sourcebox arrays. In a fair fight, Lu Yin had to admit that he was no match for Amo Kong. Fortunately, Bukong did not notice him. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to escape. Lu Yin was at a loss as he started to dissect the stage. He didn't know where to go. Going to the mountain sea for a spin. The chances of encountering a realmling in such a place were extremely high. When he thought about the realmlings, Lu Yin's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Perhaps it would not be a bad choice to challenge a realmling to a duel. A realmling was comparable to one of the 10 arbiters, and fighting a realmling would allow one to experience the gap between them and the 10 arbiters. Xing the Death Mystic art had greatly increased his strength, and he guessed that he could rival the 10 arbiters now. However, he still needed to test his strength. Lu Yin decided to take a stroll in the mountain sea, but he did not know the way. After circling around a few times, he still did not reach the mountain sea. Instead, he ended up outside Heaven's Pit. There was a palm imprint in Heaven's Pit that was said to have been left behind by progenitor Qin. Lu Yin had tried to comprehend it, but unfortunately, he had not been able to comprehend anything. Lu Yin was not interested in the Heaven's Pit palm imprint, so he turned to leave. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and he dodged it. He looked up and was surprised. Miss Qing. The person who had appeared behind Lu Yin was Miss Qing, whom he had met in the cosmic ocean while exploring the Daosaur sect's ruins. Miss Qing looked at Lu Yin and smiled brilliantly. You've got guts to come here again. Lu Yin blinked. You know who I am. Miss Qing chuckled. Obviously. Don't you know that Jitian has issued a bounty for the 6th mainland's younger generation? As long as you're captured in the Daosaur sect's ruins, the reward will still be valid. Lu Yin was speechless. That can't be. I didn't do anything to her. That's up to you. In any case, she cares a lot about you, and she's also very clear about the fact that you were able to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins. You have quite a few enemies, hee. Miss Qing laughed. He did not need to guess to know that Lu Yin had been able to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins because of Autumn Frost Qing. That meant that the Tong family might also know that he had crippled Tong Zhan. Putting aside the hatred between the two mainlands, Lu Yin's enemies were spread throughout the Daosaur sect's ruins. When had he offended so many people? Does Miss Qing also want to capture me in exchange for Ziyi's reward? Lu Yin asked, looking at her warily. Miss Qing shrugged. Not interested. Lu Yin relaxed, as this woman was not as simple as she appeared to be. During the battle in the cosmic ocean, he had sensed Miss Qing's strength. Although she had been concealing her strength and had not completely revealed her rune lines, Lu Yin was certain that she would not be any easier to deal with than the Ryumlings. On the surface, the 6th mainland was composed of the Daosaur's 3 skies and the 9 Ryumlings, but there were also many hidden experts, such as Axian Nu and Miss Qing. In reality, this was the case everywhere, and it was the same for the 5th mainland. Was there really no one in the younger generation who could compare to the 10 arbiters? The 3 Dark Hand's descendants had not even appeared yet. Lu Yin looked at Miss Qing. Since Miss Qing isn't interested in me, then I'll be leaving. Hold on, you don't want to explore the Daosaur sect's ruins with me? Miss Qing teased. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I wouldn't dare. Miss Qing smiled happily. Are you afraid that I'll betray you? Lu Yin thought about it and then shook his head. No, I'm afraid of running into Mr. Bai. Miss Qing rolled her eyes. What are you afraid of? That guy probably won't do anything to you. Haven't you heard? Wu Tai Bai, one of the Daosaur's 3 skies, isn't interested in fighting. He only likes to explore and travel, and he especially likes the Daosaur sect's ruins. No, I don't want to take the risk, Lu Yin said, as he did not like leaving his fate in the hands of others. Miss Qing's mouth twitched. Coward. Lu Yin was about to leave. Miss Qing suddenly thought of something. Right, your 5th mainland isn't simple. Don't think that you're so powerful. Lu Yin paused and turned around in surprise. What do you mean? Miss Qing thought about it. I'm not sure if what I sensed was real or not, but in any case, during the invasion of your 5th mainland, I met 2 people whose auras came from the same source. Guess what I thought of? What? Progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique, Miss Qing said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. That can't be. Someone from the 5th mainland knows the 9 clones technique. Miss Qing hesitated. I'm not sure, but I felt that their auras were exactly the same. I'm very sensitive to other people's auras. Your disguise is actually pretty good, and you might even be able to fool a realmling, but you can't fool me. Those 2 people gave me the same aura, and it was only when I arrived here that I remembered the 9 clones technique. Who? Lu Yin asked. Miss Qing turned around. Go find them yourself. She then entered Heaven's Pit. Lu Yin blinked. Find them? How was he supposed to find them? It couldn't be one of the 10 arbiters, right? Lu Yin continued to search for the mountain sea. Regardless of whether Miss Qing was telling the truth or not, it had nothing to do with him. There was less than half a month left, and it didn't take long for Lu Yin to find the entrance to the mountain sea. Instead, he found the scripture pavilion. The ancient characters within the scripture pavilion were very attractive to him. Arbiter Wen Sansi was proficient in the literary prison, so these characters were definitely ancient characters. Lu Yin entered the scripture pavilion. Many ancient characters floated in the air, and many cultivators were sitting on top of them, trying to comprehend something. Lu Yin kept a low profile as he walked past one ancient character after another until he arrived at a corner. He sat down on an ancient character and tried to comprehend it as well. Below the ancient characters was a mountain range and a waterfall. The scenery was pretty good, but many places had been destroyed. Very few people fought here, as they were afraid of being trapped by the ancient characters. If that happened, they would only be able to leave when their time was up. Also, these ancient characters might contain the power of their predecessors, and they might not even know how they died. 7th Bro, we're here at the scripture pavilion again. It would be great if you could learn the ancient characters, the monkey sighed. He had also sighed the same way the first time he had been here. Of course, Lu Yin also hoped to learn the ancient characters. The Wen family had a literary prison, and there was more than that here. However, Wen Sansi had also been able to enter the Daosaur sect's ruins, so it was impossible that he had never been to the scripture pavilion. Compared to Wen Sansi, Lu Yin was on a completely different level when it came to learning the ancient characters. Lu Yin hoped that no one could learn the ancient characters, as Wen Sansi would be too terrifying. The ancient characters glowed with a faint golden light. There was no sense of touch, and each character was about a meter long. Lu Yin did not want to learn any battle techniques, but he simply wanted to sense the ancient characters. Aside from Night King Jinwu, there was another great enemy of the 10 arbiters, and that person was most likely Long He, but it could also be Night King Jinwu. Naturally, it could also be Wen Sansi. If he could understand the ancient characters, then he would have an advantage in dealing with Wen Sansi. However, the possibility of it being Wen Sansi was relatively low. Wen Sansi was one of the 10 arbiters whom Lu Yin had interacted with the most, and he must have investigated Lu Yin. If Wen Sansi was the one who had created the trial with the surname Lu, then he should have been dealt with long ago. People came and went from the scripture pavilion, and some even came here to avoid their enemies. There were no battles here. Lu Yin quietly stayed here for more than 10 days as he pondered over how the ancient characters could trap others. He occasionally gained some insight, but he kept it to himself. When he saw that the time was almost up, Lu Yin decided to give it a try. The ancient characters contained an ancient power, and it was possible that each one of them was hiding something. For example, the cauldron qi within the cauldron. Lu Yin wondered if it could be dispelled through lockbreaking. Lu Yin held the giant emperor's third eye in his hand and stared at the ancient characters. He wanted to find a way to unlock them, but even after 2 days of trying, he was still unable to find anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1032. Lu Yin was not surprised. If it had been so easy for him to find a way to unlock these ancient characters, then these characters would have disappeared long ago. He was just trying his luck. He stood up and left the scripture pavilion, as he would not gain anything here. There was less than a day left, and Lu Yin planned to ask someone how to get to the mountain sea. If he could not absorb the cauldron qi the next time he came, then he would either go to the beginner enlightenment platform or the mountain sea. Aside from the scripture pavilion, the closest place was the budding terrace. Lu Yin arrived at the budding terrace and grabbed a random cultivator from the sixth mainland. Take me to the mountain sea. The sixth mainland cultivator stared at Lu Yin in astonishment, but then he became furious. How dare you capture me? Do you know who I am? My senior is the Eastern Region's realmling, the Little Arrow Saint. You're courting death. Scram! Lu Yin was astonished. The Little Arrow Saint. It's good that you know. Scram! The cultivator bellowed. Lu Yin sneered. I don't care who your senior is. Take me to the mountain sea. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his back. The void distorted as an arrow pierced through the void and shot towards him. Lu Yin turned around and raised his hand. His 9-line battle force imprint slapped out with the sky beast claw, and with a bang, the arrow was stopped in its tracks and shattered into dust. A shockwave spread out from beneath Lu Yin's feet, and the cultivator who had been captured was sent flying before crashing into the distance and fainting. Lu Yin looked in the direction that the arrow had come from with a grave expression. This power belonged to the Little Arrow Saint. In the distance, the Little Arrow Saint slowly walked over and glanced at the unconscious cultivator. He then looked at Lu Yin and frowned. You look familiar. Who are you? Lu Yin had not expected himself to be so unlucky as to run into the Little Arrow Saint by randomly grabbing a random person. However, this was also good. This person had chased him for more than 10 days on the miniature continent, and it was time for him to have a real showdown with him. I've heard that the Little Arrow Saint's archery skills are unparalleled, so I'm here to experience it, Lu Yin said. The Little Arrow Saint's gaze landed on Lu Yin's hand. 9-lined battle force. Which region are you from? The martial immortal realm. The Little Arrow Saint raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with battle intent. If the realmlings of the 9 domains were ranked, then the realmlings of the Celestial Martial Domain would at least be in the top 3. The Celestial Martial Domain is just like the Stone Domain in that it has many experts. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared in front of the Little Arrow Saint. He raised his right fist and imprinted 9-line battle force onto it as he punched out. This punch was much stronger than when he had fought in the Cosmic Sea. His battle force had risen to 9-line battle force, and his strength had also increased greatly after he had practiced the arcane art of life and death. The Junior Arrow Saint's eyes widened, and his own 9-line battle force soared into the sky and imprinted itself onto his longbow. He used it to block Lu Yin's punch, and there was a loud bang as the ground shook and cracked. Countless shattered rocks shot out in all directions, each one containing the might of 9-line battle force as they tore through the void. There were originally some cultivators on the budding terrace, but the clash between Lu Yin and the Little Arrow Saint had caused a violent gale that swept through the entire terrace. Many of the cultivators were shocked and hurriedly fled. The Little Arrow Saint stared at Lu Yin in shock, as he had almost been unable to withstand the might of Lu Yin's punch. He was a hunter and a realmling, but this person's strength was actually so great. As he thought about it, the Little Arrow Saint drew his bowstring to a full moon, and his star energy transformed into an arrow that was aimed at Lu Yin. He fired an arrow that was even more powerful than the previous one. Lu Yin dodged and pushed the longbow away with a single hand. He spun around in midair and tapped out with a finger. The dream finger caused the void to freeze, and the Little Arrow Saint was caught off guard. The finger pierced through his shoulder, and the aftershock spread out in a fan shape that shattered the ground. The Little Arrow Saint endured the pain and grabbed onto Lu Yin's arm. Their 9-lined battle force collided, and the longbow was drawn to a full moon once more. This time, it was not just one arrow, but dozens of arrows. The power of each arrow overlapped, and the void was unable to withstand the pressure. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, but it was too late for him to retract his right hand. His eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils became deep and dark. The Day-Night Clan's battle technique, Nightfall. Lu Yin's spiritual force transformed into a curtain of night that covered everything that the little arrow saint could see. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators were already powerful to begin with, and Lu Yin's spiritual force was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the Day-Night Clan's battle technique's perfect eruption, the little arrow saint was unable to withstand Nightfall's attack for a moment. The arrows that he shot flew out in all directions uncontrollably, and only a few managed to strike Lu Yin and injure him. Lu Yin retreated dozens of meters, and his chest felt heavy as a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Every single arrow that the little arrow saint had shot could be overlapped, and their power had increased exponentially. They also contained 9-line battle force. No matter how tough Lu Yin's body was, his internal organs were still under great pressure, and he was slightly injured. The little arrow saint did not have it easy either. Lu Yin's finger had pierced through his shoulder, and Nightfall had caused him to feel dizzy, and he almost lost his footing. The two were separated by 100 meters and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. "What's your name?" the little arrow saint asked. He had never thought that a cruiser from the martial immortal realm would be able to fight him to such an extent. Lu Yin's strength was not much weaker than the Realmling's Jianru. Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'll tell you if you win." The little arrow saint's eyes narrowed. "Don't you know that I'm from the secret progenitor realm?" As he spoke, the wound on his right shoulder that had been pierced through by the dream finger healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Resurrection techniques were truly disgusting. The sword and the stone and the little arrow saint were both from the secret progenitor realm, and both of them had resurrection techniques. It would be very difficult to defeat them unless they won in a single blow, and this was only their resurrection techniques. There was also the god-fusing technique, which had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, neither the sword and the stone nor the little arrow saint had needed to use the god-fusing technique or imprint because their power levels already exceeded 200,000. However, there were no such concerns here, and the little arrow saint could perfectly display his strength and display the strength that a realmling should possess. The little arrow saint gave Lu Yin a similar feeling to Lan Si. Similarly, he did not have any dazzling battle techniques, but he did have a technique that allowed him to stack his arrows to unleash explosive power. This technique could be displayed even under the suppression of astronomical phenomena. Lan Si similarly relied on overlaying stacks. However, compared to Lan Si, the little arrow saint was much more difficult to deal with because he had a secret technique. The existence of the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors had given low-level cultivators many opportunities to rise above others. In the blood progenitor realm, one could coincidentally obtain an unparalleled bloodline and immediately become a top-notch expert. Bloodline surpassed battle techniques and innate gifts. In the martial progenitor realm, as long as one comprehended a martial seal, one's power level would also increase by several times. The secret progenitor realm was the most obvious. The more one comprehended the secret progenitors' inherited secret techniques, the more powerful they would become. Although the little arrow saint was powerful, he might not have been qualified to become a realmling. However, he had comprehended 2 secret techniques, and by relying on his 9-line battle force, he could crush all of his peers in the eastern region and become a realmling. The little arrow saint seemed easy to deal with, but the simpler someone was, the harder it was to deal with them. In front of Lu Yin, dozens of arrows tore through the air. Their trajectories were ever-changing, but they could fuse together at any time to form an indescribably terrifying force that could sweep through everything. The little arrow saint was not fast enough, so his arrows covered a large area. In the face of such an attack, very few cultivators below the realmling level could evade it, and Lu Yin was not one of them. Speed was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin weaved through the arrows and quickly approached the little arrow saint. His left palm faced each other from a distance, and his right palm slapped against the back of his left hand. A sharp gale whistled through the air as it rushed towards the little arrow saint. The little arrow saint easily dodged the attack, but his mind was constantly thinking. When had there ever been someone in the martial immortal realm who could challenge a realmling as a cruiser? Suddenly, he thought of a rumor that he had heard before. Could it be that rumor was true? "Your little Qing," the little arrow saint shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. "Little Qing." Rumor has it that the martial immortal realm's realmling, Jian Ru, was defeated by someone called Little Qing several years ago. However, it's only a rumor and has not been confirmed. The martial immortal realm's realmling hasn't been replaced, and you're still a cruiser despite your strength. "You must be Little Qing," the little arrow saint said confidently. Lu Yin did not refute him, as Little Qing was Little Qing. Rumors really can't be trusted. They say that Little Qing is a woman, but I never expected her to be a man, the little arrow saint shouted as an imprint suddenly appeared behind him. It was a 3-inch-old man, and Lu Yin had seen this imprint on the sword and the stone before. It should be a powerhouse at the secret progenitor realm celestial imprint level. With the appearance of the imprint, the little arrow saint's power level, which had been infinitely close to that of an enlighter, suddenly increased dramatically. His entire body seemed to grow taller, and the arrows he shot out became even more powerful. Lu Yin's eyes widened, but he was not surprised. Realmlings had imprints that could increase their power level, and the 10 arbiters had always fought against realmlings who were using their full strength. Lu Yin had already been prepared for the little arrow saint to use his imprint during his battle with him. An arrow tore through the air, and Lu Yin raised a hand to grab it. His entire body was pushed back by the arrow. He also had 9-line battle force, but his battle force was on the verge of collapse. The little arrow saint snorted and shot out another arrow. A realmling could not be provoked. He did not know how Jian Ru had been defeated, but he would not lose. Lu Yin growled and used all of his strength to crush the arrow. Several more arrows appeared in front of him, and the little arrow saint did not give him any time to catch his breath. Lu Yin felt a little sullen, as he was afraid of exposing his identity. He had not used any of his secret techniques, such as the overlaying stacks path or the 9-yang cauldron transformation, but his opponent was a realmling. He calculated the time and estimated that he would be able to leave the Daosaur sect's ruin soon, so it would not be too much of a problem for him to expose himself now. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and gathered star energy in his right hand. A scorching sun blossomed with radiance, and he fiercely swatted it out to meet the incoming arrows. The little arrow saint's pupils shrank. What? There was a boom, and the budding terrace shook once again. The cultivators who had wanted to get closer to watch the battle were all blown away. Only 1 or 2 imprinter disciples managed to hold on, but they did not dare to get any closer. Lu Yin had used up 1/3 of his 1 star to display 1 sun, and its power was enough to contend against an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. The little arrow saint's arrows were about the same level of power, so they were able to cancel each other out. Lu Yin tore through the void and charged towards the little arrow saint, who shouted, "You're not Little Qing. You're Lu Yin." Lu Yin did not say a word as he activated Night's Advent. His spiritual force caused the little arrow saint to see the sky darken. The little arrow saint's body was branded with 9-line battle force, and his longbow shook in all directions. Suddenly, the longbow froze, and Lu Yin grabbed it with both hands. His overlaying stacks exploded, and 100 stacks shot through the longbow towards the little arrow saint. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1033. Even though the Junior Arrow Saint had 9-line battle force to defend himself, he was still almost forced to let go of his longbow by the 100 stacks. In the nick of time, he pulled back his bowstring and shot an arrow towards Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin hurriedly activated the Yu's secret art to divert the arrow, and the Junior Arrow Saint took advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Yin with a palm. Lu Yin elbowed the Junior Arrow Saint, and with a bang, the two of them pulled apart once more. The Junior Arrow Saint glared at Lu Yin with a look of disbelief. Impossible. How can you possibly have a power level comparable to mine? Lu Yin clenched his fists and exhaled in satisfaction. He had just clashed head-on with the Junior Arrow Saint, and he had even displayed his full strength. The Junior Arrow Saint had even used his imprint, which meant that he was strong enough to fight the 10 arbiters head-on. The Junior Arrow Saint could not figure out how Lu Yin had improved so much in such a short period of time. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, this person had only had 8 lines of battle force, and his strength was not enough to contend against someone with 9 lines of battle force. Furthermore, he had almost stolen the longbow, and he did not have a powerful spiritual force battle technique. Even the Junior Arrow Saint had been affected, so how had this person improved so much? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. The Junior Arrow Saint's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he knew that he could not allow this person to live. He raised his longbow and shot out a barrage of arrows. Each arrow contained 9-line battle force, and they were accompanied by the strength of his imprint. His overlaying technique covered all of Lu Yin's possible escape routes. The little Arrow Saint attacked with all his might. Lu Yin's eyes blazed with battle intent as he gathered star energy in his right hand. This time, it wasn't just a single sun, a second sun slowly condensed behind the first, and it smashed towards the first. Lu Yin used nearly half of his star energy to blast out a sun and shatter one arrow after another. He wanted to use his star energy reserves, which far exceeded the average person's, to make up for the difference in their realms. However, the Junior Arrow Saint was still a realmling, and he had quite a bit of star energy as well. His arrows seemed to be endless, and his first sun was quickly consumed, while his second sun was similarly unable to block more than a few arrows. The Junior Arrow Saint had made up his mind to kill Lu Yin with his arrows. He had not hesitated to consume his star energy and expand the range of his attacks to prevent Lu Yin from escaping with his speed. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art. One of the arrows changed direction and shot towards the Junior Arrow Saint himself. The little Arrow Saint hurriedly shot out arrows to cancel each other out. What Lu Yin needed was the moment when the two attacks would cancel each other out. Nightfall appeared once more and unleashed a spiritual force attack. At the same time, Nightfall pointed out with a finger. Dream Finger. The 3 attacks combined into one. Even if the little Arrow Saint could recover, he would still need at least 1 second. That 1 second was enough. Lu Yin appeared behind the Junior Archer Saint and struck out with 100 stacks 300-fold shockwave palm. Bang! The Junior Arrow Saint felt a sharp pain in his back as the 100 stacks shockwave palm, which was 300 times stronger than normal, descended upon him. Even if he had 9-line battle force, his defenses would still be cracked open. Lu Yin also had his own 9-line battle force, and that, combined with his strength that even enlighters feared, allowed him to send the Junior Arrow Saint flying with a single palm strike. The Junior Arrow Saint spat out blood in midair. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after him and struck out again. The little Arrow Saint's eyes turned cold. Spirit Bestowal. As soon as he finished speaking, the imprint behind him suddenly became incomparably clear. He brandished his longbow and smashed it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he felt a sudden sense of danger. He waved his right palm and used both arms to block the attack, but his entire body was sent flying with a bang. The bones in his arms were broken, and intense pain engulfed his nerves as he crashed into the forest far away from the budding terrace. The junior arrow saint did not fare well either, as Lu Yin's palm strike had truly injured him. His body crashed to the ground, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, some of the cultivators stared at him in disbelief. They could not understand how a dignified realmling could end up in such a sorry state. The junior arrow saint gritted his teeth and stood up. He felt another sharp pain in his back as a palm imprint had been deeply imprinted into his body. If not for his 9-line battle force, that palm strike would have definitely injured him. Lu Yin's strength was too great, and just his strength alone was enough to injure him. Coupled with the addition of the 100 stacks shockwave palm, it was clearly a very ordinary attack, but it had the might of a peerless battle technique. The junior arrow saint hurriedly used his resurrection technique to heal himself as he rushed into the distance. This person had also been heavily injured, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. By the time the junior arrow saint reached the distant forest, he discovered that Lu Yin had already disappeared, and only a bloodstain had been left behind. The junior arrow saint was unwilling to give up, and he looked at his longbow, which was also stained with blood. He had used the secret subjugation technique to increase his strength, so he had definitely heavily injured this person. However, he did not know how serious his injuries were. No, I can't let this person off so easily. The junior arrow saint immediately ordered all of the cultivators to search for Lu Yin's traces and capture all of the injured cultivators. Not long after the junior arrow saint left the forest, Lu Yin walked out from the ground not too far away and sighed. He looked at his arms and saw that the pain was intensifying. He swallowed some pills and then frowned as he looked out of the forest. As expected of a realmling, his imprint and the secret subjugation technique had increased his strength by 2 levels. Fortunately, Lu Yin had also injured the junior arrow saint, which proved that Lu Yin's current strength was enough to fight against the junior arrow saint. At the very least, it would be very difficult for the junior arrow saint to defeat Lu Yin. However, it would still be difficult for Lu Yin to defeat the junior arrow saint, and it seemed that he still needed to increase his realm. The junior arrow saint was not the strongest realmling, and he might not even be ranked in the top 3. As for Knight King Jinwu, he was ranked at the very top of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's current strength was still lacking if he wanted to defeat Knight King Jinwu. Aside from increasing his realm, he also needed stronger techniques. However, Lu Yin had the true scripture of Ian evolution to fight against Knight King Jinwu. This was the ruins of the Dao Source sect, so he could not use the true scripture of Ian evolution. He could only use it on the 5th mainland. If the previous battle had erupted on the 5th mainland, then his chances of defeating the junior arrow saint would have been very high. The true scripture of Ian evolution was enough to erase the junior arrow saint's strength that had increased through his imprint. The budding terrace, Heaven's Pit, the scripture pavilion, and so on. The junior arrow saint had used his status as a realmling to capture Lu Yin. Coupled with Zi's bounty, all of the cultivators in the 6th mainland had mobilized to search for Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they were destined to never find him. Not long after, the scene in front of Lu Yin changed, and he left the ruins of the Dao Source sect and appeared in his secret room in King Zishan's palace. He moved his arm, but fortunately, his injuries were not as severe as he had imagined. The technocracy's arcane art of life and death had not only increased his battle force, strength, domain, and even his physical defenses. If he still had the same power level as he had in the Cosmic Sea, that attack just now would have been enough to seriously injure him. He glanced at his gadget and saw that several weaves in the west had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. The main reason was that Myriad City's enthusiastic response had shaken many of the Western Weave's powers. Lu Yin guessed that Wang Wen must have taken action, or else Zhong Xie would not have responded so enthusiastically to the Great Eastern Alliance. During the month that Lu Yin had been in the ruins of the Daosor sect, nothing major had happened in the Outerverse. Besides the expansion of the Great Eastern Alliance, Wang Wen had also taken many resources from the Outerverse and given them to the 12th Imperial Squadron to create androids. Lu Yin did not object. Right now, he was most concerned about Ban Zhou's research on the Neoverse armor. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Ban Zhou. Ban Zhou did not reply. Lu Yin left King Zishan's palace and arrived at the 12th Imperial Squadron's underground research facility. When they saw Lu Yin arrive, the 12th Imperial Squadron's members hurriedly bowed. Lu Yin waved for them to leave and then went to Ban Zhou's research facility. He saw that the man was focused on studying the materials that had been prepared, and the blueprint for the armor was displayed on the screen in midair. Lu Yin looked at it. He took a look and then left. Ban Zhou was still researching, and Lu Yin did not want to disturb him. It was time to use the Heaven Fire Stone to cultivate. There were countless cultivation methods in the universe, and there were also countless ways to increase the speed of absorbing star energy. Lu Yin was confident that his star energy absorption speed was unparalleled. Not everyone had a physical body that could withstand extreme heat, and not everyone could obtain a treasure like the Heaven Fire Stone. The factors that had previously restricted Lu Yin from increasing his cultivation realm had been high temperature and star energy, but now, both had been resolved. He had been worried that his sudden increase in strength would cause his realm to become unstable, but after his battle with the little arrow saint, he no longer needed to worry about this. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. If he wanted to cultivate, he definitely did not have enough time in the real world, so he could only use the time-stop space. He tapped the die, and it spun before finally stopping at 4 pips. His luck was pretty good, and the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He had extended the time-stop space by half a year, but it had only cost him around 400 star essence. Lu Yin waved his hand, and countless star essence appeared. There were at least 1 million of them, and he took out the Heaven Fire Stone. He took a deep breath, and his 99 stars revolved as he began to cultivate. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed by. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that he had used up hundreds of thousands of star essence. The space was scorching hot, and the high temperature that had been branded onto his body was still unbearable. A faint roar could be heard from within the Heaven Fire Stone. Lu Yin had been worried that the Heaven Fire Stone would give birth to a fire dragon, which was why he had not continued his cultivation. He waved his hand again, and the star essence on the ground increased by another 1 million. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Another month quickly passed by, and it wasn't too long before he could break through to the 6th cycle. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and 10 days later, his body trembled as waves of energy shot out in all directions. He suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. His body emitted a slight rumbling sound as he completed the 6th cycle. He had become a 6-cycle cruiser. As for the star essence, he had used up about 600,000 star essence. If not for this method, then even with the serious technique, it would have taken him 800 years to reach the 6th cycle. The amount of star energy in his body was too ridiculous, and even the 10 arbiters did not have that much star energy. The more star energy one had, the more one could ignore the suppression of realms. Now, Lu Yin could ignore the suppression of an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. He looked at his hands, which had recovered from the battle with the junior arrow saint. It had been more than 6 years since the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. 6 years ago, Lu Yin had needed to rely on external items to deal with enlighters, and the first person he had killed had been Karthika. Now, he could kill Karthika without any external items, and it had only taken him 6 years. Lu Yin himself felt that his cultivation speed was too fast, but he needed it to be even faster. The Heaven Fire Stone's high temperature was still much higher, and after absorbing the flames that the Dark Phoenix clan had used to seal off their entire clan, Lu Yin estimated that these flames would allow him to reach the 7th cycle. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The scenery changed, and when Lu Yin opened his eyes, he was back in King Zishan's palace. 1 second had passed in the real world, but a year had passed in the time-stop space. In the first half of the year, he had used the Heaven Fire Stone's high temperature to cultivate, which had allowed him to reach the 7th cycle cruiser realm. This speed was something that few people in the entire universe could achieve. In the second half of the year, he had consolidated his current realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1034. Lu Yin's current physical body, strength, defense, domain, and even spiritual force had all grown a little. He had a strange look in his eyes. If he were to fight the Junior Arrow Saint again, the results would be different. If he had fought the Junior Arrow Saint before, without the true scripture of Eon evolution, his chances of victory would have been 50% or 40% to 60%, with the Junior Arrow Saint having an extra 10% chance of victory. But now, Lu Yin's chances of victory were also 40% to 60%, with him having an extra 10% chance of victory. No, he might even have a 20% chance of winning. If he gathered all his star energy into a single sun, his power level would be enough to make even an enlighter with a power level of 300,000 fear. A cruiser's cultivation cycle did not make much of a difference, but if he broke through to the hunter realm, then there would be a qualitative difference. Even the Tao Source 3 Skies might not be his opponent, let alone the Junior Arrow Saint. Lu Yin was quite confident in his own abilities. He had guessed that he would be able to fight the 10 arbiters once he became a cruiser, and he had done just that. Now, he was certain that once he broke through to the hunter realm, he would be able to fight the 3 enlighters from the Tao Source 3 Skies. Although only a second had passed in the real world, Lu Yin had been cultivating in the time-stop space for an entire year, and he was exhausted. He walked out of King Zishan's palace as the sun set in the west. High up in the sky, the 3 rings of land blocked out much of the light, but there was still a trace of afterglow that fell onto the palace. The palace was second only to the Imperial Palace, and Lu Yin looked at the setting sun. He suddenly remembered that he had never seen a sunrise in the palace before, and he looked forward to it. Although his identity as King Zishan's descendant was fake, he had used it for so many years that he had developed feelings for this place. It was his home. He stood at the edge of the palace and looked at the setting sun until it was dark. Then, he retracted his gaze and stepped out, tearing through the void to appear outside the tavern. He liked to relax outside of cultivation, and this place was a good place to do so. Tonight, the tavern was especially lively, and all the tables were occupied. Lu Yin disguised himself and quietly waited for the other customers to finish eating and leave. "Brother, why don't you come home? There's still an empty table," the owner kindly offered. Lu Yin smiled. "There's no need. I like to drink outside." The owner nodded and did not say anything else. He simply gave Lu Yin a chair and told him to wait. Not long after, a table was emptied out, and as usual, there was wine and food. Lu Yin drank and exhaled in a carefree manner. After a year of cultivation, it felt good to occasionally take a break. At this moment, someone at the next table exclaimed, "Red, female ghost." "What? Where's the ghost?" "Look, there's Red." Lu Yin turned to look into the distance when he heard this, and what he saw was a smear of red and a beautiful face slowly approaching. The customers in the tavern were all scared away. The owner was so scared that his legs were trembling. He looked at the woman in red who was slowly approaching. In the middle of the night, wearing bright red clothes and looking so beautiful, anyone would be afraid. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Why was this woman here? Lily Rose was one of the top experts of the Blaze Realm's younger generation. Before the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated from each other, she had been ranked 31st on the top 100 rankings. The Innerverse had been embroiled in war for several years, so it was possible that someone had overtaken her, and it was also possible that someone had died. Her ranking might have risen or fallen. He had only met this woman a few times, and he had only spoken to her once. It had been back in Iron Blood Weave when she had tried to seduce him, but he had rejected her. Looking at the boss's fearful eyes, Lily Rose chuckled. Don't be afraid. Not a ghost. The boss gulped. Really? Lily Rose laughed coquettishly and seductively. Take a guess. The boss blinked and mustered his courage. What would you like to drink? Lily Rose sat at the table next to Lu Yin's. Give me a flask of wine. Oh, okay. The boss hurriedly ran into the room. Lily Rose casually cleared the table and then looked at Lu Yin. Everyone else had been scared away, and only this person had stayed behind, which piqued her curiosity. This person was definitely a cultivator. Ever since the battle in the astral graveyard, she had been recuperating on Xenu's star. It had been a long time since she had touched a man. Lily Rose carefully sized up Lu Yin. Although he wasn't particularly good-looking, he wasn't bad either. He was barely passable. She licked her lips, stood up, and slowly walked over to Lu Yin. She sat down on the chair next to him. Can I sit here? No. Lu Yin immediately rejected her. He was speechless. It seemed like every time he came to the tavern, he would run into familiar faces. Did these people all live around King Zishan's palace? It seemed like it was time to sweep through the area with his domain. Lily Rose was stunned. He had rejected her. This person had actually rejected her. No man had ever rejected her in her entire life except for that person, but she had actually been rejected today. Her eyes lit up as she propped up her chin with one hand and sized Lu Yin up. Why not? Am I not pretty? Lu Yin looked at her helplessly. I'm a little annoying. Lily Rose blinked and pointed at herself in disbelief. Annoying? Me? Lu Yin nodded seriously. Lily Rose was stunned, but at that moment, the boss's wine arrived. She curiously sat down at another table and brought it over. Sir, your wine. She took it and pushed it to Lu Yin. Are you saying that I'm annoying? Lu Yin pressed down on the flask and slowly pushed it back to her. Sit aside. Lily Rose frowned and tried to push the flask back, but it wouldn't budge no matter how hard she tried. Her eyes flashed, and the air became scorching hot. Red lilies bloomed in the void, and the electrical appliances in the room exploded. The boss was so frightened that he hurriedly extinguished the fire. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lily Rose. Back off. He barked, and Lily Rose felt as if she had been struck by an indescribable attack. Her entire body swayed, and she almost fell over. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she knew that she had encountered a terrifying powerhouse. She turned to leave without another word. But before she could take more than a few steps, Lu Yin suddenly recalled something. Stop. Come back. Lily Rose turned around and bowed to Lu Yin. Lily Rose from the Blaze Realm has offended you, Senior. Please forgive me. Lu Yin replied, I know you're from the Blaze Realm. I can recognize the aura of the karmic flame sword. Lily Rose was shocked. If he could recognize the karmic flame sword, then he must be from the Interverse. She studied Lu Yin's face carefully and found it familiar. After some thought, her expression changed. "You're Lu Yin." Lu Yin smiled and restored his appearance. "Long time no see, Lily Rose." Lily Rose stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and then she heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "You scared me to death. I thought it was some old senior. Brother Lu, you have to compensate me. You almost scared me to death." She then sat down and very naturally rolled her eyes at him with a seductive expression. Lu Yin asked, "Why are you here?" Lily Rose replied, "I followed the Great Eastern Alliance to fight. I was injured, so I came to Xenu Star to recuperate." "Is that so? Are you monitoring me on behalf of the Blaze Realm?" Lu Yin asked. Lily Rose smiled. "Brother Lu, you're overthinking things. How can I monitor you with my meager strength? Hua Haoye is dead, and the Blaze Realm doesn't have any experts in the Outerverse. Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about it." Lu Yin poured a cup of wine. "The Innerverse and Outerverse are about to be reconnected. What are your plans?" "What do you mean?" Lily Rose was puzzled. "Nothing much. I'm just curious about the Blaze Realm," Lu Yin casually replied and took a sip of wine. Lily Rose looked at Lu Yin charmingly. "I know that the Blaze Realm has some misunderstandings with Brother Lu, but that has nothing to do with me. Brother Lu, you wouldn't want to make an example out of me, right?" Lu Yin laughed. "It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to go that far." Lily Rose giggled and personally poured some wine for Lu Yin. Her fair wrist brushed against the back of his hand, and it felt very smooth and comfortable. Back in Iron Blood Weave, this woman had tried to seduce him, and she had not given up even now. She liked to play, and she especially liked to play with powerhouses. "I remember that time in Iron Blood Weave, I invited Brother Lu for a drink, but you rejected me. I never thought that we would actually have the chance to drink together after so many years," Lily Rose said softly as she licked her lips. Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, a few years have passed in the blink of an eye." Lily Rose drank some wine, and her face flushed red. She looked at Lu Yin with drunken eyes. "Brother Lu, I can't hold my liquor well, so I might not be able to go home tonight. Can I go to King Zishan's palace for a drink?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he raised a hand to lift her chin. Lily Rose cooperatively lifted her head, and her body leaned towards him. Lu Yin leaned forward, and just as they were about to touch, he asked, "Do you know who created the Astral River Arc?" Lily Rose instantly sobered up, but she still looked drunk. She looked at Lu Yin. "What Astral River Arc?" "Brother Lu, this is such a beautiful day. Don't let it go to waste." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his spiritual force surged out along with nightfall. Lily Rose's vision darkened as boundless spiritual force wantonly engulfed her, causing her to feel a sense of dread. At that moment, she felt as if she had returned to the borders of Iron Blood Weave and had seen a giant beast crushing down on her. She could feel the terrifying aura of her life approaching its end. Nightfall only lasted for 2 seconds before Lu Yin retracted his spiritual force and looked at Lily Rose. Lily Rose was panting heavily, and her pupils were dilating. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her head was still dizzy from the shock. With her spiritual force, she would not have been able to withstand even touching Nightfall. She had only fainted because Lu Yin had been merciful. Although Lu Yin was also a cruiser, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. "Have you figured it out now? I want to know who created the Astral River Arc and who can repair it," Lu Yin said calmly as he released Lily Rose. Lily Rose propped herself up on the table as beads of sweat dripped down her face. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and her vision gradually became clearer. She could not believe it, as Lu Yin's terrifying strength was beyond her imagination. The difference between them had not been that great in the past, and during the battle on planet Pyrolite, this man had not even been able to defeat Zhanbing Day Knight, who was ranked 55th. But now, he was able to crush her. It was not crushing, as she knew that she did not have the ability to resist at all. She did not even know how to resist. She looked up at Lu Yin and then spat out, "Brother Lu, you said that you wouldn't make an example out of me." Lu Yin calmly replied, "I'm asking you a question." Lily Rose was bitter. "Is this the breadth of mind of the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader? You won't even let a girl like me off. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1035. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and a screen appeared. Lily Rose looked at it, and her expression changed. The screen recorded the men that she had tortured during this period of time. There were a total of 13 of them, and all of them were handsome men. Although they had not died, their bodies had practically been crippled. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. "No one cares about your private life, but the people you tortured were all civilians of the Great Eastern Alliance. You're guilty." Lily Rose immediately denied it. "I didn't do it. Don't accuse me." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Don't you know that I'm a major shareholder of the Amethyst Trading Company and also the highest level of management in Aegis? I also have access to information that you don't know about. As long as I want to know, you can't hide anything from me." Lily Rose gritted her teeth. At that moment, she suddenly understood why he was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and why he was the king of the Outerverse. This man would be the first to know anything that happened in the 72 weaves of the Outerverse. Lu Yin looked at her. "I know why you did all of this. It's because of your mother." Lily Rose's face paled, and her gaze turned sinister. "Nonsense." Lu Yin laughed. "I don't want to discuss your family matters. Are you loyal to the Blaze Realm? Do you really recognize your status? Or are you unable to resist?" Lily Rose lowered her head and stared blankly at her wine glass. She stared at her reflection, which was exactly the same as that woman's face. She felt disgusted every time she looked at that woman, and she wanted to tear her face apart. Lu Yin had revealed her deepest secret, one that she could not face, and she was even more ashamed to face it. Lu Yin had only just found out, and just as he had said, he wanted to know more about Lily Rose's situation. Thus, all of the major intelligence organizations had gathered information, and the entire process had taken less than a minute. Neither Aegis nor Qian Yen knew about Lily Rose's background. This information had come from the Amethyst Trading Company. Lu Yin had never thought that Lily Rose would have such a background, and to be honest, she was very pitiful. He could understand everything that this woman had done, but understanding was one thing. It was not an excuse for her crimes, and it could not be used as an excuse. "I can help you," Lu Yin said calmly. Lily Rose's body trembled, and a trace of madness, anger, and hatred for her past appeared in her eyes. "Help me. You're just using me." Lu Yin looked at her. "Then, are you willing to be used against the Blaze Realm?" Lily Rose laughed. "Blaze Realm? What makes you think I'll help you? It's up to you whether you want to help me or not. I just want to know more about the Astral River Arkansas." Lily Rose stared into his eyes. "What if I don't tell you?" Lu Yin deactivated the screen and swirled his wine glass. "Capture them and punish them until they pay for their crimes." Lily Rose clenched her fists and downed a jug of wine. She then stood up and coldly said, "I don't know who built the Astral River Ark, nor do I know who can repair it. However, I do know that there are more than 2 arcs in the Astral River. There's a spare one in the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yin's brows rose. As expected, the astral river was unfathomable. How could there only be two astral river arcs that connected the innerverse and outerverse? It was normal for there to be a backup in case the astral river was destroyed by the terrifying monsters in the astral river. Do you know where it is? Lily Rose replied in a low voice, I don't know. The astral river arc doesn't belong to the Blaze realm, but it belongs to the Hall of Honor. However, it's kept in the blazing mist flow zone. Many people in the Blaze realm know about this, but not many know its exact location. Lu Yin fell silent. Lily Rose left. Tonight had not been a good night for her. Her greatest and most humiliating secret had been exposed. Although many people in the Blaze realm knew about this secret, this was the first time she had been humiliated in public. She could not do anything to Lu Yin, so she looked into the distance and saw a bar. She wanted to find a man to vent her anger, but after some thought, she decided to leave. She could not stay in this place, as Lu Yin could do anything to her at any time. She had not walked far when Lu Yin's voice rang out again. Stay where you were before. Don't run around. Lily Rose was furious and wanted to escape from Xenu Star, but her rationality told her that it was useless. The entire outerverse was under Lu Yin's control, and he had too many powerhouses to command. He also had too many sources of information. Unless she escaped to the innerverse or the astral wilderness, she would always be under his control. Unlucky, Lily Rose cursed under her breath and left. In a small bar, Lu Yin swirled his wine glass. He had thought that her background would allow him to get her to help him deal with the Blaze realm, but he had been too naive. Although this woman had a deep grudge with the Blaze realm, she would not submit to him so easily. He was not that charming. Let's take it slow. However, knowing that the blazing mist flow zone had a spare astral river arc was both good and bad news. It all depended on how he used it. After paying for his drinks, Lu Yin left the bar and returned to King Zishan's palace. Elsewhere in the innerverse, news of the Star Tower's official opening had spread. The Star Tower would open in 8 months, and the innerverse-titled kings would compete with the neoverse powerhouses for the title of 5 astral children as well as the inheritance of the 5 mountains and 5 seas. Everyone had to gather at their designated locations within half a year. Night King Zhenwu looked at the giant stone tablet in the distance. Shuo Day Night had already surpassed Night Queen Yanqing and was now second only to Zhanlong Day Night, Lu Yin, and himself. As long as Shuo Day Night could surpass Zhanlong Day Night, then she would meet his requirements. As for Lu Yin, Night King Zhenwu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he did not kill this person, he would not be able to rest easy. Lu Yin had survived the Heart Arrow and even learned the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. This person was definitely hiding a huge secret, and he had to be killed. The astral river's decline has accelerated again. I estimate that the innerverse and outerverse will be connected in 4 months, Starsabil said as she walked to Night King Zhenwu's side. Night King Zhenwu frowned. 4 months. That's a little rushed. Starsabil did not know what he meant. You're pretty much the head of the 10 arbiters now. Is there anything else? Night King Zhenwu stared at the image on the stone tablet that was second only to his own. He has 1 month to reach the gathering point. That means that I only have 1 month to kill him. Starsabil looked up at Lu Yin's image. She still could not divine this person, but she had never expected that he would still be alive. This was a variable. Right, can you also compete for the Star Tower's inheritance? Night King Zhenwu suddenly thought of something and looked at Starsabil. Starsabil nodded. Yes. Night King Zhenwu's eyes flickered. Are you confident? Starsabil shook her head. If I was, I wouldn't have followed you. The Star Tower's inheritance does not represent a single power in the human domain, but rather the entire human domain. The 3 Dark Hands will also send people to compete for it. With my current strength, I won't be able to beat them. The reason why I'm optimistic about you is because you have a 90% chance of becoming one of the 5 astral children. Night King Jinwu subconsciously raised his head at this point, as this was his proudest achievement. He was only 8 months away from becoming one of the 5 astral children. 8 months later, he would become one of the 5 astral children, and his light would illuminate the universe. His name would not only be known as Arbiter Jinwu, but also the head of the 10 arbiters, the 5 astral children. Somewhere in the innerverse, Tai Yuanjuan's face was filled with sorrow. He had never thought that Starsabil, whom he had been infatuated with for so long, would actually side with Night King Jinwu. When he heard this news, his entire being collapsed. When he saw the notification on his gadget, Tai Yuanjun stood up and roared, "Isn't it because he has the highest chance of becoming one of the 5 astral children that you decided to follow him? Fine, I'll definitely think of a way to become one of the 5 astral children and surpass Night King Jinwu. When the time comes, let's see if you'll follow me. You're mine, and only mine." In the same innerverse, thorns covered the ground and filled the heavens. All sorts of poisonous insects crawled on the thorns, and there was also a strange liquid dripping from them that could corrode the void. Within the thorns, a woman opened her eyes. "Gather in half a year. There's still time." She then looked outside the thorns. "It's been a long time since I've left the goo flow zone. It looks like those enemies have retreated." News of the Star Tower's impending opening spread throughout the innerverse. This had once been a grand occasion for the Neoverse, but now, there were people from the innerverse who were also participating in the competition, which had stimulated countless innerverse powers. They all felt that from this moment onward, the entire innerverse would be able to participate in the competition for the Star Tower in the future. This made them even more passionate about nurturing the younger generation. Although many powers did not know what the Star Tower represented, they understood the status of the 5 astral children. If the 10 arbiters could judge the younger generation, then they would be the kings of the younger generation in the innerverse and outerverse. Then, the 5 astral children would be able to suppress the 10 arbiters, and they would be the kings of the younger generation in the entire human domain. They would receive even more support than the 10 arbiters, which gave them a special status. More importantly, the heavens had changed, and the 5 astral children had a chance to become progenitors. This was the most important thing. Becoming a progenitor could change everything. After the 6th mainland's invasion, countless people became even more convinced of this fact. The innerverse was excited by the news of the Star Tower, but in the outerverse, the eastern and central weaves remained peaceful. The western weaves, on the other hand, were in chaos. Many of the weaves' leaders had changed hands, and assassinations were happening all the time. Lu Yin was putting a lot of pressure on Enya and the others, and he was forcing them to do everything they could to bring the western weaves into the Great Eastern Alliance. The frequency of assassinations was unprecedented, but fortunately, it did not cause any major upheavals. Many powers in the Western Weaves contacted the Hall of Honor, hoping that the Hall of Honor would intervene. After all, the war had just ended, and it was still considered wartime. However, the Hall of Honor did not intend to interfere this time. Elder Big Drum had thought things through clearly. Rather than allowing the outerverse to remain in chaos, it would be better to settle things once and for all and allow the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the outerverse. This way, Lu Yin would have both the title of commander of the outerverse allied forces and the reality of it. Sometimes, Elder Big Drum wondered if Lu Yin's mission in the outerverse was to unify the outerverse. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Elder Big Drum did not care, and no one in the Western Weaves dared to speak up. Gradually, more and more Weaves announced their intention to join the Great Eastern Alliance. A little more than a month later, the innerverse and outerverse underwent great changes. After a full 80 months, the Great Eastern Alliance had unified 65 weaves, and more than half of the outerverse had joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Aside from endless weaves, there were still 6 other weaves that resisted the Great Eastern Alliance fiercely, as if they would rather die than submit. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that they would not be able to resist for much longer. Even Myriad City announced that it was willing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1036. On this day, the cultivators who were observing the astral river were shocked to discover that the decline of star energy had accelerated, and the star energy around the astral river had surged once again. Signals could now pass through the astral river and establish contact with those in the innerverse. This news shocked the outerverse, and Lu Yin was the first to find out. What's coming is coming. The innerverse also discovered that signals could be transmitted, and they immediately contacted the outerverse network. Not long after, the innerverse was shaken, not because signals could now be transmitted or because the astral river was about to recover, but because Lu Yin was about to become the king of the outerverse. The human domain had experienced countless changes over the years, but the 72 weaves had never been unified before. Not even half of them had been unified. This was because no one had the ability to do so, but also because the innerverse's great powers had not allowed it. The outerverse was a huge resource field for the innerverse. A scattered outerverse posed no pressure to the innerverse, but a unified outerverse would be different, as it would be a colossus. On average, each outerverse weave did not have a single enlighter, but even so, there were still 40 to 50 of them. Which power in the innerverse could have 40 to 50 enlighters? Impossible. Perhaps the outerverse could not compare to the innerverse in terms of absolute power, but they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Furthermore, the outerverse could occasionally produce powerhouses, and the Hall of Honor had people from the outerverse. A unified outerverse was not in the interest of the innerverse's great powers, and the person who had unified the outerverse was someone like Lu Yin. The innerverse impression of Lu Yin was that he was still a member of the younger generation. Perhaps he could barely compete with the 10 arbiters, but that was still the case. Who would have thought that this youth would unify the outerverse? It was simply inconceivable. Countless people thought that this was just a rumor, but it was quickly verified. Lu Yin had founded the Great Eastern Alliance and had nearly unified the outerverse. He had even become the commander of the outerverse allied forces with the support of the Hall of Honor's Master Yuan. The Blaze realm was in an uproar, as they were the closest to the outerverse and were the first to receive the news. Craner stared at the news on his gadget in a daze. Lu Yin had nearly unified the outerverse. Who was joking with him? Craner's confirmation that Lu Yin had nearly unified the outerverse. He felt like he was dreaming. Lu Yin had left a deep impression on him. Back then, because of the incident with Shiyu, Lu Yin had purposely tried to cause trouble for Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had been defeated in the Sand Sea of Astral 10, which was why Jared had become Lu Yin's enemy. Craner's the outerverse. Who would have thought that someone from the same generation as him would actually reach such a high position? How did he do it? Did those enlighters in the outerverse grow up eating shit? The Blaze realm was disgusted, and so was the Ross Empire. They were still enemies with the Great Yu Empire, and they would have sent troops to suppress the Great Yu Empire if it weren't for the condemnation from the various powers. Duke Blackhawk was still in the outerverse, and the Ross Empire had tried all sorts of methods to contact him, but they had been unable to do so. Either Blackhawk's location had been sealed, or he was dead. In the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Ling Gong was stunned. Lu Yin had unified the outerverse. Dream on. No one would believe it. But the facts were right there, and the spirit palace had to believe it. She thought back to the ruins of the Dowsor sect, where this person had almost been slaughtered. If not for her, then he would have definitely died during the struggle for the Jade Stones. How had such a person managed to unify the Outerverse? Even she couldn't do it. If Ling Gong didn't believe it, then Ling Ke was even less likely to believe it. He stared at his gadget in a daze, feeling as if his worldview had been turned upside down. In Astral 10, the Rain Master nearly fell over when he heard that Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse. He stared at the Sand Master in a daze. Are you sure? The Sand Master was speechless. Nonsense. How could I be wrong? How did he do it? The Rain Master was confused as well. Even though he had experienced many things, he still couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had done it. No matter how weak the Outerverse was, there were still dozens of Enlighters. Furthermore, there was the Hall of Honor by his side, and the Innerverse's various powers had left many experts in the Outerverse. The powers that controlled the 72 weaves weren't weak, and there were also 3 great powers that couldn't be provoked. Just thinking about it gave the Rain Master a headache. Lu Yin had actually unified the Outerverse. The Sand Master couldn't figure it out either. No one could figure it out. In the treasury, old Kai swallowed his saliva and tried his best to recall how he had interacted with Lu Yin. He's still considered friendly. Right, friendly. Now that he's rich, he probably won't refuse to support the academy's construction. He definitely won't refuse. He. In the cosmic sea, the sea churned as a giant warship swayed along with the surface. Strange objects occasionally crashed down from the sky. Loud laughter rang out, causing the seawater to boil. As expected of someone from Leon's armada, ha 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 ha. His voice transformed into visible ripples that pushed through the void, causing space to become unstable. On the warship, many pirates covered their ears. It was painful, but they were already used to it. On the deck, a woman with a full beard was smoking a cigarette as she looked into the distance. She was Big Sis, and her appearance was ever-changing. She was sometimes beautiful and sometimes ugly. Can you relax now? Little Seven is more powerful than we thought. Not only does he no longer need our protection, but he can even help us, Reuben said as he walked over to Big Sis' side. Big Sis's gaze turned cold. That's not enough. The Outerverse has been unified, and it might seem like he's left a name for himself, but there are no top-notch powerhouses in the Outerverse who can protect him. The Day-Night clan can send an emissary and he'll be doomed eternally. Reuben smiled bitterly. How can there be so many emissaries? Even the 6th Mainland's World Imprinter family doesn't have many emissaries. Big Sis snorted. Even if they don't use an emissary, an Enlighter is enough to make it impossible for Little Seven to protect himself. Pass down my orders, have all the pirates gather at the Day-Night flow zone. We can't let the Day-Night clan relax. All right. The Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, and the various great powers gradually understood the situation in the Outerverse. They had originally planned to use the Outerverse resources to expand their power, but now, they had been dealt a blow. Now that Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse, they could no longer plunder as much as they wanted. This included Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora, and other behemoths in the Outerverse. They were similarly shocked, but they did not care too much. Only the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was furious. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Source Peak Planet, had been destroyed, and they had even relocated. This was something that the Lockbreaker Society could not accept. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's president, Jeffrey, was still in the Neoverse. As long as he returned, he would not let this matter rest. However, Lu Yin was not worried, as he had been helping the Lockbreaker Society from start to finish. Furthermore, he had reactivated Saul in order to deal with the Lockbreaker Society and Jeffrey. Of course, if Wei Rong was to be held responsible, then Lu Yin would have to think of something. Right now, the first obstacle he faced was the Day-Night clan. Not long after the signal between the Innerverse and Outerverse was restored, Night King Yuanjing contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled when he saw Night King Yuanjing's solemn face on the screen. So, it's Grandpa Yuanjing. It's been a few months since we last met. Congratulations on being able to survive. Night King Yuanjing's expression was grave as he stared at Lu Yin. Little Yin, I'm not joking with you. Return my Day-Night clan's inheritance stone. This is the most important thing for you right now. Otherwise, once the Innerverse and Outerverse are completely connected, you will not be able to withstand my Day-Night clan's wrath. Even if you manage to unify the Outerverse, it will be useless. You simply do not understand how powerful my Day-Night clan is. Lu Yin was shocked. Even more powerful than the Sixth Mainland's cosmic imprinter family. That one sentence left Night King Yuanjing speechless. The Day-Night clan currently did not have an expert with a power level of 1,000,000. Even if the Sixth Mainland invaded, the Day-Night clan did not have a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Even if the Sixth Mainland invaded, the Day-Night clan did not have a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. Since Lu Yin did not even care about the Sixth Mainland's cosmic imprinter family, how could he be frightened by the Day-Night clan? Night King Yuanjing lowered his voice. Little Yin, I know that there is a deep misunderstanding between you and my Day-Night clan. I've always done my best to protect you, so don't make a mistake. If you really provoke the Day-Night clan, you won't be able to withstand them. The inheritance stone must be returned. This is the Day-Night clan's bottom line. Lu Yin was helpless. I really don't know why Grandpa Yuanjing is so certain that the inheritance stone is in my hands. Do you have any proof? Night King Yuanjing was so angry that he laughed. Anyone who enters the inheritance corridor will definitely leave behind an image on my Day-Night clan's homeworld. The deeper one's comprehension of battle techniques, the higher the image, the more conspicuous it will be. Little Yin, how conspicuous do you think you are? Lu Yin was speechless. Although he wanted to be humble, he had already felt the Day-Night restoration technique, Night King's body, Night King's finger, and Night King's descent. There's such a function. Lu Yin did not believe it. Night King Yuanjing shook his head. There's no need to hide it. We're certain that the inheritance stone is in your hands. Alright, return it. Otherwise, you'll understand the consequences of angering the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his expression changed. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for him to continue hiding. To the Day-Night clan, learning their battle techniques was a capital offense. Furthermore, Lu Yin's enmity with Night King Jinwu was as deep as the ocean. Only one of them could live, so there was no need for him to continue hiding. Since the Day-Night clan is certain that the inheritance stone is in my hands, then send someone to retrieve it, Lu Yin said calmly. Night King Yuanjing's gaze turned cold. Little Yin, Grandpa Yuanjing does not wish for you to walk down this path. Throughout the universe's history, those who offend my Day-Night clan have never had a good ending. You can check. Lu Yin raised a hand and clenched his fist. Throughout the universe's history, no one has ever unified the Outerverse. Night King Yuanjing looked at Lu Yin, and after a while, he sighed. Do we really have to go that far? Lu Yin did not answer. Actually, you can become friends with my Day-Night clan. Night King Yuanjing sighed, as he truly felt that it was a pity. Lu Yin was someone who had received Master Yuan's support and had unified the Outerverse. If he could become friends with the Day-Night clan, then the Day-Night clan would benefit greatly. If Lu Yin was willing to submit to the Day-Night clan, then they would be willing to pay an unimaginable price. Night King Jinwu had become one of the 5 astral children, and Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse. With both sides working together, the Day-Night clan would have influence over more than half of the human domain, and their status would not be any lower than the colossi of the Neoverse. What a pity. Since you insist, then Grandpa Yuanjing has nothing else to say. I wish you good luck. Night King Yuanjing sighed as he looked at Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1037. He did not ask about Zhua Day-Night's situation. She was Night King Yuanjing's disciple, but she had continued to follow Night King Jinwu. It was obvious that Night King Yuanjing had abandoned her. Perhaps Night King Yuanjing did not know that Zhua Day-Night had comprehended Night's End, daybreak, but none of this was important. With Night King Jinwu's current status in the Day-Night clan, he would not be able to touch Night King Yuanjing. He never thought that the fact that he had obtained an inheritance stone would be exposed. These ancient great clans had too deep of a foundation, and the things they possessed were also inconceivable. With the Day-Night clan threatening him, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Wang Wen. He spoke with Wang Wen for more than 2 hours. After ending the call with Wang Wen, he directly contacted Elder Big Drum. Alliance Master Lu, don't worry. Master Yuan has already contacted the Hall of Honor, and they are well aware of your contributions to the Outerverse. Night King Jinwu's accusation that you are a traitor from the 5th mainland has already been dismissed. At the same time, your status in the Hall of Honor has also been confirmed, Elder Big Drum said. Lu Yin relaxed. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Master Yuan. Elder Big Drum had a strange look in his eyes. I never thought that Alliance Master Lu would encounter something like that in the Interverse. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. This is what happens when you offend the Day-Night clan. Night King Jinwu once said that anyone who offends the Day-Night clan will not have a good ending. Humph, what arrogance. Elder Big Drum was dissatisfied. No matter what kind of impression he had of Lu Yin had still made great contributions to the Outerverse, and the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces had actually been accused of being a spy from the 5th mainland. If this accusation was proven to be true, then Elder Big Drum, as well as everyone in the Outerverse, including Master Yuan, would become a huge joke. When he saw Elder Big Drum's dissatisfied expression, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Elder, may I ask what Night King Jinwu's position in the Hall of Honor is? The 10 arbiters had all been enfeoffed by the Hall of Honor, and their authority came from the organizations behind them as well as from the Hall of Honor's conferment. Otherwise, how could they have the authority to influence the younger generation of the Innerverse and Outerverse? Elder Big Drum shook his head. I'm not sure. I've always been in the endless weeds, so I don't know much about the Innerverse. However, I do know that there are members of the Day-Night clan in the upper echelons of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's expression changed. How does his status compare to Master Yuan's? Elder Big Drum laughed. Of course it can't be compared. That's good. Lu Yin relaxed, as he now had Master Yuan as his backer. As long as the person behind Night King Jinwu did not have a higher status than Master Yuan, then Lu Yin was not afraid of the Hall of Honor. After ending his conversation with Elder Big Drum, Lu Yin chatted with Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua for a long time before contacting Shi Yu. Half a day later, he contacted Madame Naylan. He hadn't spoken to Madame Naylan for a long time. Within the screen, Madame Naylan was still as alluring as ever. Out of all the women that Lu Yin had ever met, her incorporeal charm was the greatest, and she was the most alluring to him. What a rare guest. I wonder what instructions Alliance Master Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance has for my daughter. Madame Nayland smiled as she looked at Luine with sparkling eyes. Luine felt awkward. That's not a good word. Ahem, madam, long time no see, Luine said. Madame Nayland chuckled. Yes, long time no see. Ever since Alliance Master Lu's meteoric rise and you took control of the Outerverse, old friends like us no longer dare to contact Alliance Master Lu. We're afraid that others will misunderstand and think that we're trying to curry favor with Alliance Master Lu. Luine smiled bitterly. Madam, don't make fun of me. What Outerverse authority? That was given to me by someone else. Madam, you should know that without the Hall of Honor, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current level no matter how capable I am. Madame Nayland sat on the sofa and crossed one leg, revealing her snow-white skin that dazzled Luine. Alliance Master Lu, that's not right. Before the 6th mainland invaded, the Great Eastern Alliance had already made a move on one of the central weaves. Now, not only have you unified the Outerverse, but 2 of the 4 major corporations have also submitted to you. One of them doesn't dare to offend Alliance Master Lu, and the other one is me. It seems like Alliance Master Lu has designs on my Nayland family. Luine was helpless. Madam, can't you speak properly? You and I are friends, and you're my savior. No matter what, I won't do anything to you. Madame Nayland smiled and raised her wine cup. Then I'll thank Alliance Head Lu here. Cheers. She downed the wine in her cup in one gulp. She licked her red lips and then set down her cup. Alliance Master Lu, are you looking for me for something? Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Nothing important. I just wanted to ask about the relationship between the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan. Madame Nayland was astonished. Why are you asking about this? Luine shrugged. I received news that someone is planning to attack the Day-Night clan. Madame Nayland's eyes flashed. Who is it? The news isn't confirmed, so I can't tell you. Madame Nayland blinked. The first flow zone where the Sword Sect is located is adjacent to the Day-Night clan's Day-Night flow zone. Even though there's a Astral River tributary arc in between, the 2 sides rarely come into contact. There are also other smaller flow zones where the 2 flow zones intersect, and the competition for resources is more intense. Luine nodded. I understand. If the Day-Night clan is in trouble, what will the Sword Sect's stance be? Madame Nayland smiled as she approached the screen and met Lu Yin's gaze. What does Alliance Master Lu hope for the Sword Sect's stance? Luine laughed. I have a grudge with the Day-Night clan, so I naturally hope that the Sword Sect will kick us while we're down. Madame Nayland sighed. Then I'll have to disappoint Alliance Master Lu. Luine raised his brows. What do you mean? Firstly, I don't have the ability to influence the Sword Sect. Secondly, both sides are great powers that can influence the Interverse, so they can't casually use force. Even if there are conflicts, they'll be under control. Even if the Day-Night clan is in trouble, the Sword Sect won't be able to do anything. The older generation is also worried that the Day-Night clan will kick them while they're down if the Sword Sect is in trouble. This is an unspoken rule. Luine understood. At the level of the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan, there were some things that could not be done casually. They had to consider the repercussions of their actions, not just on both sides, but also on the surrounding flow zones. For example, the Beast Tamer's flow zone was not far from the Sword Sect. If something happened to the Day-Night clan, what would the Beast Tamer's flow zone think? What would the smaller flow zones around the Sword Sect think? Furthermore, the upper echelons of both sides in the Hall of Honor would also be affected. This was the big picture, and a slight move would affect the entire situation. A colossus like the Day-Night clan could not be destroyed in an instant. If the sword sect were to kick them while they were down, there was a possibility that they would suffer a backlash, and their losses would not be small. No one dared to make such a decision. Lu Yin smiled at Madame Naylan. I understand. I just suddenly received this news and wanted to share it with my wife. Madame Naylan smiled, but her gaze was much more serious. Alliance Master Lu, how confident are you in dealing with the person who will act against the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin shook his head. Probably not even 10%. He was indeed not confident. After all, a colossus like the Day-Night clan could not be destroyed so easily. Madame Naylan's expression became much more serious. Then I hope that Alliance Master Lu can pass on a message to that person to not act rashly. The Day-Night clan is not that simple. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, I'll pass on the message. Also, Madame Naylan muttered to herself as she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. I'm not sure if Alliance Master Lu has ever heard of this saying. Since ancient times, it has been easier to break into a fortress from the inside than from the outside. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as a thought flashed through his mind. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, madam. He then hung up. After thinking about it for a moment, he dialed a number that he had barely contacted before. At the same time, in the Innerverse Day-Night Flow Zone, the Frost Moon sect had received a call with Yu Xianzi. After a brief conversation, Elder Lin was shocked. Lu Yin wants us to seal our sect as much as possible? What does that mean? Yu Xianzi did not understand. He said that someone might act against the Day-Night clan in the future. If we don't want to be implicated, then we should seal our sect as much as possible and not get involved in anything. Elder Lin was puzzled. Isn't he afraid that we'll report this to the Day-Night clan? Yu Xianzi remained silent. Elder Lin moved, as Lu Yin was using Yu Xianzi as a hostage. Yu Xianzi was the junior sect master of the Frost Moon sect and had received a large portion of the sect's resources. She had also comprehended an ancient battle technique in the Astral Combat Academy's realm and was one of the rare geniuses in the Frost Moon sect's history. It was not worth it to give up Yu Xianzi for a mere reward. Understood. I'll let the sect master know, Elder Lin said. Yu Xianzi hung up with a complicated expression. From the moment Lu Yin had spoken to her, she had understood that she had become a hostage. She had never imagined that she would one day become a hostage. Lu Yin was too bold to act against the Day-Night clan. That was the Day-Night clan, an unimaginably large ancient clan. No one knew what kind of powerhouses they had, so where had he gotten such courage from? Yu Xianzi shook her head and did not think about it any further. She did not believe that Lu Yin would act against the Day-Night clan. It might have been someone else. On the other side, An Xiaohua from Watermoon Villa was also being used as a hostage, and he was very depressed. He had always wanted to rely on Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had not been of much use to him. An Xiaohua valued Lu Yin's future achievements, as this person would definitely become one of the 10 arbiters in the future. Lu Yin's conversation with An Xiaohua was different from Yu Xianzi's. He hoped that the Frost Moon sect would be sealed off, as it was located in the Day-Night Flow Zone. It would be unrealistic for them to rely on the Day-Night clan, but Watermoon Villa was different. He hoped that Watermoon Villa would do their best to restrain the Sun family and prevent them from sending reinforcements to the Day-Night clan. Of course, this was only a hope, as the Day-Night clan might not even need reinforcements. Lu Yin was not worried that these people would inform the Day-Night clan, as the result would be the same. The Day-Night clan was there, and their defenses were as such. Lu Yin had not only approached Watermoon Villa, but also Myriad Swords Peak and the Soul Dream tribe. Wendy Yushan was at Myriad Swords Peak, and as for the Soul Dream tribe, Lu Yin had shown them great kindness. If not for him, the Soul Dream tribe would have been sent to the 6th mainland as slaves. Originally, Lu Yin had not expected that he would be able to destroy the Day-Night clan with his current strength. All he wanted to do was create an opportunity for him to have a fair battle with Night King Jinwu without being disturbed by the Day-Night clan's experts. However, Madame Nalan's words had allowed Lu Yin to see the situation clearly. He wanted to give it a try, regardless of whether he succeeded or not. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, one of the figures guarding the stone tablet opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. There, Hui Day-Night was bowing deeply at the waist. The figure was shocked, stood up, and left. The person in the middle did not seem to mind, and his eyes remained closed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1038. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin put down his gadget. He had already done everything he could, and he could not predict the future. 2 days later, Banjiu requested an audience with Lu Yin and gave him a list of metals to melt. Some of the metals on the list could not be melted even by the remaining flames of the Heaven Flame Stone. Lu Yin spent a few days melting the remaining metals and handing them over to Banjiu, who could only think of ways to replace them with other metals. He also assured Lu Yin that he would be able to create a new set of universal armor within a month. Lu Yin's star energy decline accelerated once again. On this day, Lan Si left seclusion. During the battle at the Astral River Graveyard, Lan Si had been injured while transporting goods, and he had been in seclusion ever since. As soon as he left, he received news that Lu Yin had returned and that the Innerverse and Outerverse were about to be reconnected. Young Master, it's rumored that Lu Yin fought with Night King Jinwu in the Innerverse and almost died. Night King Jinwu labeled him as a traitor of the Fifth Mainland, but after the Innerverse and Outerverse reconnected, Master Yuan appeared and the Hall of Honor rejected Night King Jinwu's accusations. Lu Yin's reputation was restored, and he's about to unify the entire Outerverse, Elder Iron said to Lan Si. Lan Si was shocked. Lu Yin fought with Night King Jinwu. Elder Iron nodded. Apparently, he was beaten up badly by Night King Jinwu. According to the rumors, Night King Jinwu was certain that Lu Yin would die, but no one knows how he managed to survive. Lan Si looked up into space. How long until the Innerverse and Outerverse reconnect? Elder Iron replied, it should only be a few months. Send a message to Lu Yin. I'll be waiting for him at the Astral River's planet Ping, Lan Si said. He then boarded a spacecraft and left, heading towards the Astral River's border. Elder Iron's eyes blazed, and he immediately sent a message to the Great Eastern Alliance via the Human Domains Network. One of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si, was waiting for Lu Yin at planet Ping. Back at the Outerverse Youth Council's headquarters, East San Dios, the two had agreed to fight before the Astral River reconnected. Both sides had offered great conditions, and now that the Astral River was about to reconnect, it was indeed time for a decisive battle. Elder Iron's message shocked the entire Outerverse, and it quickly spread to the Innerverse. The 10 arbiters were invincible existences amongst the younger generation. There had never been one in the past, and there might not be one in the future. This was a specialty of this era, a product of great change. No one knew how monsters like the 10 arbiters had been born, but everyone knew one thing: among their peers, the 10 arbiters were invincible. No one could shake the 10 arbiters' position. Even if the Neoverse had gathered the Fifth Mainland's most elite existences and the strongest sects, it would still be difficult for them to shake the 10 arbiters' position. The battle between Arbiter Lan Si and Lu Yin had shaken the entire Outerverse. Now, more than 2 years had passed, and the day of the battle had finally arrived. When the Great Eastern Alliance received the news, countless people felt conflicted. If Lu Yin won his battle with the 10 arbiters, his reputation would rise to a whole new level. But if he lost, his legend would be shattered. For a long time, everyone had known that Lu Yin relied on external items to fight, but no one had publicized this fact. After all, he was still a young man, and most of his enemies were enlighters or even envoys. There was no comparison, so even if he used external items, no one would say anything. However, Lan Si and Lu Yin were of the same generation, and losing to someone of the same generation would be a huge blow to Lu Yin's reputation. Elder Iron did not deliberately target Lu Yin, but rather he wanted everyone to know. In his opinion, after the battle with the 10 arbiters, everyone should know. No matter who Lu Yin was, he wanted everyone to know that young Master Lan Si was invincible among his peers and was an undefeatable existence. Even if this challenger unified the Outerverse, even if his status was high, he would still have to look up to the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters' authority was unshakable. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin remained calm. Huan Sha, Enya, Wei Rong, and the others all requested an audience, but he rejected them all. At this time, he did not want to see anyone, and he knew what they wanted to say. There was no need to listen. His gadget beeped, and Wang Wen appeared on his screen. "I almost forgot about it," Wang Wen said. Lu Yin smiled. "I forgot about it as well. But Lan Si remembers that you made a bet with him. If you won, the Lan family would support you unconditionally, but if you lost, you would lose your position as a glory arbiter," Wang Wen reminded him. Lu Yin nodded. Wang Wen's expression was solemn. "You should be aware of what it means to lose your position as a glory arbiter at this time. All of our previous plans might go down the drain because of this status. The Hall of Honor is the greatest power in the human domain, and even if we can destroy the Day-Night clan, the Hall of Honor will still order us to retreat. Being a glory arbiter ensures that the Hall of Honor will not favor Night King Jinwu." Lu Yin stood up. "I know." Wang Wen stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. "Don't worry, I won't lose." Wang Wen's eyes narrowed. He was very intelligent, and his strategies were unparalleled. He could see through many things, but he could not see through the 10 arbiters. Even he could not understand how the Innerverse had given birth to monsters like the 10 arbiters. It did not make sense, just like how he could not understand how the Outerverse had given birth to a monster like Lu Yin. Wang Wen could analyze common sense, and within a certain range, he could deduce things that a normal person could not imagine. However, he could not analyze monsters. "Good luck, chess piece bro," Wang Wen smiled and closed his screen. Lu Yin put down his gadget and stepped out of Xenu Star. He boarded a spacecraft and headed towards Ping Emperor to keep his appointment. Along the way, a beautiful figure quietly stood in outer space. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and her white, gold-threaded jacket fluttered in the wind. It was Wendy Yushan. The blazing star illuminated the dark universe, highlighting her beautiful and heroic face. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft. "I was wondering why you didn't contact me. So you were waiting here." Wendy Yushan's expression was solemn. "Are you confident?" Lu Yin smiled wryly. "I can fight, but I can't say for sure if I'm confident against one of the 10 arbiters." Wendy Yushan frowned. "I once heard White Knights say that Lan Si has never cultivated a battle technique before. The only thing he's focused on is the overlaying stacks path." She guessed that it was to pave the way for a certain battle technique. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is the Spirit Palace saying that the overlaying stacks path is a prerequisite for cultivating a certain battle technique? Wendy Yushan nodded. That might be the case. Many people have challenged Lan Si since he became one of the 10 arbiters, but no one has ever forced him to use anything other than the overlaying stacks path. Not even Xia Tian was able to do so. Xia Tian challenged Lan Si before. Lu Yin was curious. Xia Tian challenged all of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin was speechless. Just how persistent was she? Aside from the overlaying stacks path and possibly some mysterious technique, Lan Si also has an innate gift. Lu Yin was not surprised. What innate gift? Wendy Yushan shook her head. Lu Yin sighed. You're pressuring me. I don't know anything. Are you trying to intimidate me? Wendy Yushan grew serious. If possible, I don't want you to fight Lan Si. Ever since the 10 arbiters were created, they have never been defeated. No one knows if they've fought each other, but to outsiders, no one has ever defeated them. Not a single one. Lu Yin stretched lazily, then let me be the first. Wendy Yushan did not say anything else. She watched Lu Yin's spacecraft depart and thought for a moment before heading towards the astral river as well. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of Xenia Star, countless people knew about it, and the news quickly spread throughout the Outerverse. Lu Yin was definitely the most influential person in the Outerverse right now, and his every move was being watched. When news spread that Lu Yin was heading to Peking Planet, the Outerverse was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Lu Yin had accepted the challenge, and what was about to happen might be the most intense battle of the younger generation. Whether or not the 10 arbiters could continue their undefeated legend, and whether or not Lu Yin could create a new legend would all depend on the battle on Peking Planet. Countless people headed towards Peking Planet. The various weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance, including the 4 major corporations, Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora Corporation, Mavis Bank, Ironblood Weaves Borders, Southern Weaves Borders, and so on, all gathered towards Peking Planet. Lu Yin and Lan Si's battle was like a grand occasion for the entire Outerverse. On Xenia Star, Wei Rong looked up at the sky. If it had been him, he definitely would not have accepted the challenge. Lu Yin was about to unify the Outerverse, and his reputation would shake the heavens. If he fought Lan Si at this time, it would be gratifying if he won, but if he lost, then everything that Wei Rong possessed would be challenged. Furthermore, there was also a bet to be made, which was not worth it. Perhaps this is where I'm not as good as you, Wei Rong muttered to himself as he looked towards the astral river. On planet Tianmao, at the Amethyst Trading Company's headquarters, a spacecraft was heading towards the astral river. On board were Zi Xianxian and Zi Fang. They wanted to personally witness this battle, not only because it was related to Lu Yin, but also because they wanted to record the details of the battle so that they could compile the information. Battles between the 10 arbiters were too rare. Ever since the 10 arbiters' reputation of being invincible had spread, almost no one had dared to challenge them. Thus, no one knew how strong the 10 arbiters were. At this moment, they were about to witness it for themselves. Even if Lu Yin's true power level could not compare to Lan Si's, he should still be able to force out a large portion of Lan Si's strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1039. Long time no see, Lan Si, Nate King Jinwu said calmly. I never thought that you'd be the first one to contact me among the 10 arbiters. Is it about Lu Yin? Nate King Jinwu smiled. That's right, it's indeed related to him. Don't underestimate him. Not only does he possess a secret technique that can divert attacks, but he's also an expert in the home of the gods. Lance was shocked. Home of the gods. That's right. You should have heard of the methods of the home of the gods. They've inherited a terrifying ancient civilization, and they can create or destroy anything. They're extremely mysterious, so you should be careful, Night King Jinwu warned. Lan Si frowned. Are you looking for me to reveal Lu Yin's background? I know that you're confident that you can win, but there's no harm in knowing a little more. Night King Jinwu smiled. Lan Si replied coldly, "There's no need. I'll find out myself. Just focus on yourself." With that, he hung up. Lu Yin loathed Night King Jinwu, as the man was too sinister and ruthless. The Day-Night clan had always been tyrannical, and they were not welcomed in the Starfall Sea. Among the 10 arbiters, Lu Yin's relationship with Night King Jinwu could not be considered bad, but it could not be considered good either. On the other side, Night King Jinwu put down his gadget. Lan Si's attitude was within his expectations, and it did not matter since he had already done what he had set out to do. If Lu Yin wanted to rely on secret techniques or strange methods to ambush Night King Jinwu, then he had found the wrong person. Although Lan Si did not care about what Night King Jinwu had said, he would definitely be on guard. He hoped that Lance would be able to eliminate Lu Yin on his behalf and save him some trouble. Planet Peng did not belong to any of the weaves, and it was located between Dark Mist Weave and Barred Weave. It had originally been the planet closest to the Astral River, and it was extremely glorious. Although it was only a single planet, the value of its creation was enough to make the leading powers of the various weaves go green with envy. There were billions of people living there, and many of them were representatives from the Innerverse. Unfortunately, a natural disaster led to the end of the world. The planet was completely covered in magma and oceans, filled with underground poisonous gas and terrifying creatures that could survive in extreme environments. Lan Si had chosen Peng Emperor because that planet represented a glorious past and a bleak future. This was his gift to Lu Yin. Although he didn't intend to destroy everything that Lu Yin had created, losing in one battle was still a huge blow to Lu Yin. Lan Si could see it clearly. He also hoped that this planet would serve as a warning to Lu Yin. More importantly, the energy of the Astral River could be seen on the Peking planet. 2 days later, Lan Si arrived at the outskirts of Peking planet. With a single step, he directly entered the atmosphere of Peking planet. He looked down at the surging waves of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, there was boiling lava, causing the entire planet's seawater to boil. From time to time, strange creatures would rush out of the sea, only to be devoured by larger creatures. To ordinary people, this was an extreme planet that was not suitable for living. Lan Si's appearance broke the planet's countless years of peace. An ugly, 5-colored flower with sharp teeth rushed out from the bottom of the sea toward Lan Si. The flower tried to swallow him whole. Lan Si's eyes trembled, and his finger trembled. Star energy spread out and transformed into a heavy blow that shook the void. The flower was shattered into pieces, and the entire ocean trembled. After that, everything fell silent, as no one dared to provoke Lan Si again. Lan Si stood on the surface of the ocean, gazing at the faintly discernible star energy in the distance as he waited for Lu Yin. At this moment, countless people had arrived outside planet Pingwang. All kinds of equipment covered the sky and covered the earth. Countless media outlets were focused on planet Pingwang, broadcasting the shocking battle. Although neither of them was an enlighter, they represented the peak of the younger generation. Another 3 days passed, and more people arrived outside planet Pingwang. Among them were quite a few hunters, important figures from various great powers, and even some enlighters who only existed in legends. The bespectacled Mistchild had arrived, and she hid in the crowd as she looked at planet Pingwang. Now that Lu Yin was about to unify the Outerverse, her usefulness was diminishing. The number of times that she could meet Lu Yin was also decreasing, and sometimes, she couldn't even meet him at all. She could only report directly to Wei Rong, which made her very anxious. She hoped that after this battle, she would be able to see Lu Yin again. Mu Nikhang had also arrived, but she had not come to see Lu Yin. Instead, she had come to see Lan Si. Although she was from the Great Eastern Alliance, she hoped that Lan Si would emerge victorious and that he would not be injured. Doro had seen through her intentions, and she felt helpless. Master, you've really fallen for Arbiter Lan Si. Don't forget that you're much older than him. Mu Nikhang rolled her eyes. You're still young. Doro opened her mouth, as that made sense. Even further away, the old woman from the Nalan family, who had once supported the endless weave's borders, had arrived and was calmly looking at planet Pingwang. She had already surpassed 300,000 power levels, so logically speaking, she should not care about a dispute between the younger generation. However, she understood that these juniors would easily surpass her in a few years, as they were all freaks. Aside from those from the outerverse, countless people from the innerverse were also paying attention to this battle. The 10 arbiters were not from the outerverse, but rather the innerverse. The 10 arbiters' reputation for being invincible had been established in the innerverse. The Sword Sect, the Day-Night Clan, the Divine Great Hall, the Wen family, the Astral Combat Academy, and so on, as well as the secluded Gu Flow Zone, the war-torn Chaos Flow Zone, and the Starfall Sea, which was trying to restore order, were all paying attention. This was especially true for the Starfall Sea, where Lan Si represented the 10 arbiters. To Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and the others, this battle was not just a battle between the 10 arbiters, but also one in which Lu Yin had left them in the dust. Not too long ago, they had been competing against each other, but now, they could not even see Lu Yin's back. On this day, outside of Planet Ping, the originally noisy space suddenly fell silent. A spacecraft descended, folded in midair, and was stored in a cosmic ring. The person who had taken it was Lu Yin. There was nothing fancy about it. It was the overlaying stacks path, 100 stacks, and a 300-fold shockwave palm. Lu Yin's brows rose, as it was actually a shockwave palm. He raised his hand as well, and a 300-fold shockwave palm was unleashed. Bang! There was a loud explosion that shook the void, and a giant spatial crack extended from their palms. One side faced the sea, swallowing up seawater and magma as it tore apart all sorts of strange creatures. The other side faced the heavens, causing the heavens to split apart. If Lu Yin had not ordered the others to retreat, some of them would have definitely been swallowed up by the spatial crack. Just the first attack had shaken countless people, and everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. On the surface of Planet Ping, the collision between the two palms not only created spatial cracks, but also 100 stacks path that spread out in an arc. The sea surged, and the void seemed to be pushed apart like waves. The entire surface of the sea evaporated under the enormous pressure, and the poisonous gas in the sky and underground formed a black fog. The sky darkened. The two retreated at the same time, and Lan Si shouted, again. He then struck out with another palm, but this time, he did not use 100 stacks, but 120 stacks. Lu Yin knew that Lan Si had definitely surpassed the 100 stacks level. Actually, with his physical strength, he could also train in that level. Unfortunately, no one could help him deduce it, and he could not do it himself. Against Lan Si's even more powerful palm strike, Lu Yin shifted his fate Zan and unleashed a huge burst of power. It was still the same 100 stacks palm strike, but it contained an even more terrifying power. This power completely evened out the 20 stacks gap. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1040. The gap between overlaying stacks increased as one progressed. Just like Battle Force, it seemed like there was only a difference of 20 stacks, but it required Lu Yin's strength to make up for it. A deafening explosion rang out once more, and a spatial crack far larger than the one from before spread out in all directions. All of Planet Ping trembled, and even the ground cracked open, unable to withstand the shockwaves from the two's battle. Outside the planet, spatial cracks spread out in all directions like lightning, and the spectators retreated once more for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Quite a few people were shocked, as their power levels had already surpassed 200,000. In other words, this battle between youths had actually erupted with the power of an enlighter, and this was just the beginning. Lan Si did not believe that Lu Yin's strength could last for long, but Lu Yin did, blocking every one of Lan Si's attacks. This shocked Lan Si, but he was not surprised. If Lu Yin could not even block Lan Si's early attacks, then he would be overestimating himself. The two exchanged a single palm strike and retreated at the same time. Lan Si's gaze turned cold. 140 stacks. He suddenly charged forward and pressed down with a palm. Lu Yin raised a brow. Lan Si had relied on his higher realm and overlaying stacks to suppress him. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to counterattack, as he wanted to see where Lan Si's bottom line was. Now that they had reached 140 stacks, it was time for him to reach the end. As he thought about it, a purplish-red pattern covered his entire body, and red stripes appeared. This was 9-line battle force, 100 stacks. Bang! Planet Ping trembled. Although the two had only exchanged a few dozen palms, their attacks were singular, and the space around Planet Ping could not withstand it. Their power levels had already surpassed 200,000. Lan Si knew that Lu Yin had battle force, but he had not expected Lu Yin to have reached 9 lines. Due to his carelessness, he was forced back a step. You actually comprehended 9-line battle force. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the remaining power tore apart the surface of the ocean, causing lava to erupt and shoot up into the sky. Now this is interesting, Lan Si said excitedly. 150 stacks, 500x a shockwave palm. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. 100 stacks, 500x a shockwave palm. With the support of his 9-line battle force, an enormous strength erupted as he struck out. The two disappeared from the surface of the ocean before reappearing. Their palms collided, and in that instant, Planet Ping cracked open. An enormous crack swept out through space, directly slicing apart a spacecraft in a straight line. At the same time, countless machines exploded, unable to withstand the force of the collision. At this moment, Lu Yin's power. Shockwaves swept through the starry sky. Countless people's faces turned pale as they hurriedly retreated. Back in the Outerverse, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Lu Yin's attack was simple and straightforward, but the most shocking thing about it was that he was competing with raw power. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was an expert in overlaying stacks, but against Lan Si, he could only use his battle force to make up for it. This was the 10 Arbiters. In the Innerverse, the collision had similarly shocked countless people. No one on the top 100 rankings could match the power of that attack. Ling Gong was astonished. With that palm alone, Lu Yin can easily become one of the 10 Arbiters. In the Sword Sect, Lu Xiaoqiu closed his eyes. It was too far away. Countless Sword Sect disciples were shocked. This person had been competing with Lu Xiaoqiu and Lu Xiaoyun back in the Astral Combat Academy, but now, he had actually reached the level of the 10 Arbiters and could even fight against their eldest senior sister. This was truly terrifying. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed, as he was not surprised at all. Lu Yin had yet to display his true strength, and Lan Si was the same. As one of the 10 Arbiters, Night King Jinwu was very clear that Lan Si possessed far more than what he seemed. However, Lu Yin's battle force had actually risen to 9 lines. Back in the Innerverse, he had only possessed 8 lines of battle force. Lu Yin's rate of improvement was too fast, and Night King Jinwu could not wait any longer. Even if Lan Si did not kill Lu Yin in this battle, Night King Jinwu would still have to act. This person's rate of improvement was too fast, to the point that it was unbelievable. Starsabil looked at the screen, and her eyes flickered. She still could not calculate anything, but she vaguely saw something that coincided with the Astral Combat Academy's tournament of the strongest. On planet Peng, the ocean churned as the seawater mixed with magma turned into red raindrops that covered the surface of the ocean and dripped onto the two fighters' bodies. Lu Yin's hands trembled. Lan Si's 150 stacks was too powerful. Since Lu Yin could use 150 stacks, it meant that his physical strength was also extremely strong. Even with his 9-line battle force, his hands could not withstand the attack. However, Lan Si did not have it easy either. Lan Si was truly shocked. There are very few people in the same generation who can withstand my 150 stacks. I originally thought that you would be able to withstand 140 stacks at most, but your shockwave palm has actually reached 500 times. Lu Yin raised a hand. 500 times. Wrong. He then charged towards Lan Si. This was the first time that Lu Yin had taken the initiative to attack. He struck out with both palms, and his 9-lined battle force soared into the sky. 100 stacks, 600-fold, shockwave palm. Lan Si's expression changed, and he raised his palm. There was a loud bang as a violent sonic boom swept out. Following that, dozens of explosions shook the heavens as the two of them collided. The power of their collision distorted the void, and all sorts of equipment could not capture the scene. Their speed was so fast that they crossed the entire planet Peng and shot into outer space before landing on the planet once again. The screen could not capture the two fighters' images, and it was only when they stopped that they could clearly see what was going on. Regardless of whether it was Lan Si or Lu Yin, both of their palms were completely red, and fresh blood seeped out of their skin. It was unknown whose blood it was, but both of their palms were covered in it. This was the ultimate confrontation of the overlaying stacks path, and it was also the ultimate confrontation of the physical bodies of the younger generation. Lan Si was stronger than Lu Yin in terms of overlaying stacks, but Lu Yin's multiple shockwave palms surpassed Lan Si's. Dozens of volcanoes on planet Peng erupted at the same time, and a rain of lava fell from the sky. All sorts of strange plants and creatures ran amok, and it looked like the end of the world. No one had expected that Lu Yin would be able to fight Lan Si to such an extent. Their power levels had already surpassed 250,000. Even when the 10 arbiters had just been named, none of them had been able to reach this level of power. In other words, if Lu Yin was in the same generation as the 10 arbiters, then one of them would definitely fail the rankings, and Lu Yin would firmly be one of the 10 arbiters. However, he was not in the same generation as the 10 arbiters. While he was improving, the 10 arbiters were improving as well. Someone told me that you still have secret techniques and techniques from the home of the gods that you haven't used yet, Lan Si said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Night King Jinwu. Lan Si replied, you can use them now, or else you won't have another chance. Lu Yin's brows rose. Who gave you that confidence? Is that a battle technique that you've been training in? Lan Si nodded. That's right. The battle technique is called Emptiness Palm, and it's an invisible palm print. I'll give you a chance to attack first, but once I attack, you won't have another chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The monkey was furious. How arrogant. 7th bro, this guy is too arrogant. Let's not fight anymore and not bicker with arrogant people. He was a little scared. Lu Yin raised a hand. Then I won't be polite. He then gathered star energy in his right palm, and a blazing sun appeared, illuminating planet Peng as if a star had descended. Twin suns. Lu Yin pushed the twin suns towards Lan Si, who swung his hand to shake off the blood on his palm. He then slapped out, but the blood was not his, it was Lu Yin's. He had used 150 stacks to attack the twin suns. Lu Yin's first sun had gathered all the star energy of an enlighter with a power level of 250,000, and it collided with Lan Si's overlaying stacks. The first sun split open, and star energy erupted from it, shooting straight into the clouds and into outer space. Finally, it exploded in outer space, and a golden radiance swept out, causing the surrounding spacecraft to lose control. The first sun's explosion destroyed Lan Si's palm, and the second sun followed suit and slammed into Lan Si's chest. Lan Si was smashed into the ocean floor by the twin suns, and his body exploded. The entire planet Peng was shaken apart, and the ocean evaporated as the void distorted. Lan Si opened his eyes at the bottom of the ocean, and all he saw was darkness. He felt an extreme pressure. This was a spiritual force attack. This person even knows how to use spiritual force attacks. Lan Si was shocked, and he felt dizzy. His entire body was being suppressed by spiritual force, and his body trembled. Within the darkness, a golden light descended. It was the twin suns. Lan Si's face changed, as the strength of Lu Yin's attacks had exceeded his expectations. Regardless of whether it was a condensed star energy attack, physical strength, or spiritual force attack, Lan Si felt a sense of danger. He could not wait any longer. Lu Yin charged towards the bottom of the ocean and pushed the twin suns towards Lan Si. He did not believe that Lan Si's body could withstand the twin suns multiple times. This was not just condensed star energy, but also merged with cauldron qi. It was a battle technique of the 9 cauldrons, and it was enough to suppress the battle techniques of his peers. Lu Yin was confident that the 9 cauldron transformation was invincible, and even if he could only condense 2 suns, he could still fight against anyone. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb as a terrifying rune line appeared in front of him. He instinctively dodged, but he was still too slow. Fortunately, he had the twin suns in front of him. The rune line struck the twin suns, pushing both Lu Yin and himself to the bottom of the ocean before exploding into outer space. Lu Yin's figure flickered and disappeared. Off in the distance, the heavens distorted as a spatial crack swept out horizontally. He looked at Pengqing planet in shock as Lan Si slowly floated to the surface of the ocean. He looked up at Lu Yin and raised a hand. Emptiness palm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin saw rune lines with a power level of over 250,000 descend from the void. He could not even see the shadow of a battle technique with the naked eye. If not for the rune lines, he would not even have known that he had been attacked. Even though he could see the traces of the emptiness palm's attack based on the rune lines, it was still very difficult to dodge as the attack was too fast. 3 chunks of Fate's End appeared in front of him. Lu Yin raised both arms and activated his 9-line battle force as he used the 100 stacks to forcefully resist the attack. The emptiness palm descended, and Lu Yin was sent flying. The 3 chunks of Fate's End were forced back into his body, and his 9-line battle force was nearly distorted. The 100 stacks that he had used in his arms were forcefully pushed back, and his internal organs were shaken. Pfft! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying 10,000 meters through the universe. He had finally withstood the attack. Countless people were stunned. What was this? Had Lan Si attacked? No one knew, regardless of whether they were from the outer verse or the inner verse. Everyone who saw this scene could not understand. Had Lan Si attacked? Night King Jinwu looked at the screen with a grave expression. Lu Yin was definitely not weak, and he had even gained the upper hand against Lan Si when they had clashed head-on. He had even beaten Lan Si into the ocean, but what had Lan Si done to make Lu Yin so miserable? 9-line battle force, overlaying stacks, and even his Fate's End had not been able to block Lan Si's attack. No one could understand what was happening. Even those from the home of the gods could not see the rune lines through the screen, so they could not understand what Lan Si had done. Was it an innate gift? Or was it a battle technique? At this moment, the 10 Arbiter's might was on full display. Lan Si's palm sent Lu Yin flying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1041. On the surface of planet Ping, Lan Si raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. He had not expected Lu Yin to be able to force him to use the emptiness palm. The Fate San in front of Lan Si's chest had disappeared. Lan Si also had Fate San, and he had thought that he could defeat Lu Yin with 150 stacks and the Fate San's defense. He had not expected Lu Yin to be so difficult to deal with. With such strength, it was no wonder that Lan Si had dared to accept the challenge. Unfortunately, he would still lose. Outside of planet Ping, countless people looked at Lu Yin, but they could not see anything from his expression. There was no dejection or fear, and there was no excitement or battle intent that came from encountering a strong opponent. There was only calmness. Lu Yin stood in outer space and moved his arm. It hurt, and his bones had probably been broken. This was the emptiness palm, and it was not as simple as it seemed. A single palm print contained more than 150 stacks, and it was a battle technique that pushed the overlaying stacks path to its limits. This was Lan Si's hidden strength. It was no wonder why Lan Si had always cultivated the overlaying stacks path and not anything else. The emptiness palm was enough to allow him to traverse outer space. An invisible palm print could not be avoided even if one could see the rune lines. Even if one wanted to take it head-on, they did not have a powerful defense or an unbreakable battle technique. Lu Yin raised his foot and tore through the void to return to planet Peng. He was now 1,000 meters away from Lan Si. That's quite a powerful battle technique. No wonder you've been cultivating the overlaying stacks path, Lu Yin praised. Lan Si looked at his right palm. I obtained this battle technique by chance. After obtaining it, I've never thought of cultivating anything else. This battle technique is naturally suited for me. Lu Yin grew serious. It's the simplest and purest attack, but it's unbreakable. It's indeed terrifying. Lan Si had a strange expression. You're not going to admit defeat. Lu Yin squeezed his arm. I can still take it. Lan Si laughed. The emptiness palm does not burden my body, so don't expect me to be the first one to give up. How long can your 9-line battle force last? Lu Yin's gaze grew serious. Lan Si looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and then suddenly, his body vanished. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked around. Above his head, rune lines rapidly fell. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as his Fate San appeared once more. 9-lined battle force branded his entire body, and with a thump, his entire body was smashed into the ground. He then pierced through Peking Planet and was blasted into the universe, causing Peking Planet to crack open in all directions. In outer space, there was blood at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth, and the bones in his arm had been severely fractured. Lan Si appeared behind him once more, but this time, his palm was empty. Lu Yin could see the rune lines, but he could not dodge them. As long as the emptiness palm appeared, it meant that he would have to endure it. The emptiness palm was a manifestation of Lan Si's overlaying stacks path, and it represented Lan Si's strongest attack. Even Fate San and 9-line battle force would find it difficult to defend against it. Lu Yin was sent flying for the 3rd time, and his arm was in intense pain. Fate San had been sent into his body every single time, and he believed that his 9-line battle force would not be able to last much longer. Lan Si didn't say a word. He had already done all he could. His empty palm struck out again without hesitation. A force field appeared around Lu Yin's body, transforming into a towering tree that protected his surroundings. However, it was still pierced through by the empty palm, and Lu Yin was sent flying back to Peking Planet. There was a loud crash as he crashed to the ground. Outside of Peking Planet, in the outerverse and innerverse, everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines. It was too tragic, and Lu Yin had not been able to retaliate at all. He had displayed an unparalleled strength, but he had met Lan Si, an unbeatable existence. The Yu's secret art could not divert the emptiness palm's attack, and Lu Yin could not even dodge it himself, let alone divert it. When he saw the emptiness palm descend, it meant that he would have to passively endure it. In the Great Yu Empire, countless people clenched their fists, and they were so nervous that they could hardly breathe. Wendy Yushan stood outside of Peking Planet, her fingers white. What had Lan Si done? They could not understand at all. All they saw was Lu Yin being beaten up like a punching bag without being able to retaliate. At this moment, even the other 10 arbiters of the innerverse had solemn expressions. Lan Si's hidden battle technique was too terrifying, and he had perfectly displayed the strength of his overlaying stacks path. His speed was also impeccable, and even Lu Yin, who had a secret technique, could not avoid it. It would be difficult for them to do so as well. On Peking Planet, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. His left arm had been crippled, and he had used it to block the emptiness palm. Now, he could not feel his left arm at all. This was the price he had paid, and it was all for the sake of observing. There was a boom, and the emptiness palm descended once more. Lan Si was like a god. Lu Yin raised his left arm once more, and his flesh had been torn apart to the bone. Scarlet blood dripped down his clothes. Lan Si looked down at him. Still not admitting defeat. How many more palms can you take? I have to say that you've shocked me. Even among the other 10 arbiters, there aren't many who can take so many of my palms. Lu Yin suddenly grinned, and blood filled the air. The shock is yet to come. The towering tree formed by his force field appeared once more. This time, it shrank infinitely and blocked in front of Lu Yin. At the same time, Lu Yin closed his eyes. Lan Si was astonished. Since you don't plan on admitting defeat, then don't blame me. He then sent another emptiness palm descending. Lu Yin's eyes were still tightly shut as the emptiness palm pierced through his force field. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and used his left arm to block in front of him. His 9-lined battle force and Fate's End defended himself while his right palm struck out with 100-stack Space Render palm. Bang! Lu Yin's entire body was smashed into the ground once more, passing through Ping Emperor Planet and falling into outer space. Lan Si was also struck by Lu Yin's Space Render palm. This attack had caught him off guard, and his entire body was also smashed into outer space. Ping Emperor Planet violently exploded, and flames filled the sky. Lu Yin and Lan Si both fell into outer space from the other side of the planet. Lan Si was shocked. Had Lu Yin noticed? The emptiness palm did not affect his body at all. In theory, as long as he had enough stamina, he could use it without limit. However, every time he used the emptiness palm, his body would freeze for a moment. This was the inertia that occurred when he used the emptiness palm, and it was unavoidable. Unless he increased his physical strength by 5 times, this inertia would definitely remain. If his physical strength increased by 5 times, the power of his emptiness palm would also be increased to the extreme, but the inertia would still remain. Unless he reduced the power of his emptiness palm by 5 times, he would be able to avoid the inertia. However, if he did that, the emptiness palm's power would be too low, and it would be better not to use it at all. The inertia was the emptiness palm's greatest weakness, but it could not be considered a weakness. From what Lan Si knew, almost no one in the same generation could withstand multiple emptiness palm strikes. Who would be able to discover this weakness? However, Lu Yin's physical strength was too great, and he had actually been able to withstand multiple emptiness palm strikes. Furthermore, he had discovered this weakness with his domain, which had caused Lan Si harm. Lu Yin panted heavily as he stared at the other side of Ping Emperor Planet. He had withstood multiple emptiness palm strikes, and he had finally discovered that there was no such thing as a perfect battle technique in this universe. The more powerful a battle technique was, the more likely it was to have a fatal weakness. This was Lan Si's fatal weakness. Every time Lan Si used the emptiness palm, he could not even defend himself. Even when he used his Fate Zan, he could not do the same. His body had to freeze for a moment, and this freeze determined his defeat. Now, it was time to see who would be the first to give up. The Great Yu Empire was in an uproar, and so were the countless supporters of Lu Yin in the Outerverse. Now that Lan Si had been hit, it meant that the moment of one-sidedly enduring attacks had passed, and Lu Yin finally had the strength to counterattack. His domain spread out, and Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he charged towards Ping Emperor Planet. Lan Si similarly charged towards Ping Emperor Planet. The two met at the planet's core, and Lan Si immediately used the emptiness palm. Lu Yin shouted, and nightfall appeared. Darkness filled Lan Si's eyes, and Lan Si paused for a moment before attacking with the emptiness palm. However, because of nightfall, Lan Si was a split second too late. Lu Yin saw it in that split second, and his pupils transformed into runes that directly weakened Lan Si's right palm. The rune lines that represented the emptiness palm whizzed past, but Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu's secret art, diverting the emptiness palm. This was the first time that Lu Yin had successfully diverted the emptiness palm. Taking advantage of the inertia of Lan Si's body, Lu Yin immediately appeared in front of Lan Si and pressed down with his right palm. 100 stacks, 600-fold, shockwave palm. There was a thump as a shockwave tore through Ping Emperor Planet. Lan Si spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying into outer space. Countless people were recording this scene, and they had all assumed that Lu Yin had been sent flying or that both sides had suffered heavy injuries. However, no one had expected that Lan Si would be the one sent flying this time. Lan Si's physical body had taken a direct hit from Lu Yin's palm, and his chest had caved in, leaving behind a palm imprint. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after Lan Si, but at this moment, Lan Si was unable to retaliate. Although Lan Si's physical body was strong enough to train up to 150 stacks, Lan Si's internal organs would not be able to withstand such a heavy blow without any preparation. Lan Si's defeat was certain. Knight's Descent, the Yu's secret art, the true scripture of Ian Flow, 9-line battle force, his domain, and the overlaying stacks path. Lu Yin had used everything that he knew in that instant, all for this moment. All for this moment that would determine victory and defeat. In outer space, Lu Yin appeared behind Lan Si and gathered star energy in his right palm. Twin suns. The scorching suns illuminated the heavens, and countless people's hearts were raised. At this moment, even those from Mount Chong Dojo who had absolute confidence in Lan Si were stunned. How was this possible? Their young master had actually been injured. The twin suns wrapped around all of the remaining star energy in Lu Yin's body and fiercely blasted towards Lan Si. Lu Yin did not believe that Lan Si would be able to block this attack. Lan Si indeed did not block it, he was actually attacking. Lu Yin's twin suns blasted towards Lan Si, but Lan Si acted as if he had not been injured at all. This time, Lu Yin had not expected this, but fortunately, he still had the twin suns. Just like the first time, the emptiness palm collided with the twin suns. Ripples appeared in outer space as layers of ripples spread out in all directions and tore through the void. The spectators outside of Peking Planet retreated once again, and even the hidden enlighters were shocked. They had personally witnessed Lan Si being heavily injured by Lu Yin. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Lan Si to counterattack so quickly, as there was a limit to his body. Even if his mind could keep up, his body could not do so. And yet, Lan Si had still managed to counterattack with an empty palm. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, Lan Si had left everyone at a loss. Lu Yin could not understand it either. Lan Si's rune lines had clearly weakened, which meant that Lu Yin's attack had definitely severely injured him. So, how had Lan Si been able to counterattack so quickly? Peking Planet had been torn apart, and it was not far from being completely destroyed. Lan Si panted heavily and looked down at his chest. A palm print had sunk deep into his flesh. This was the most serious injury that Lu Yin had ever inflicted on him. Lu Yin's left arm was only connected to the bone, and his flesh had been torn apart. His blood had dried up, and he looked even more miserable. "Thank you. Can't sleep enough. Cool breeze. Mountain man. Missing link. One must learn to be contenting. AMOC honey eel. Thanks for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1042. At this point, no one could deny Lu Yin's strength. He truly had the qualifications to fight one of the 10 arbiters head-on. Lan Si had not become one of the 10 arbiters by relying on the overlaying stacks path alone. Lu Yin had already secured his position as one of the 10 arbiters, but what he needed the most now was to defeat Lan Si. However, Lan Si was still a mystery, and Lu Yin could not figure out how he could quickly counterattack. Lu Yin could not possibly win. Lu Yin could forcefully resist the empty palm to observe the weakness of this battle technique and then think of a way to counterattack. He could pull the battle into an irreversible state, but if he could not figure out Lan Si's true strength, then no matter how hard he tried, Lan Si would quickly turn the tables. Lu Yin looked at Lan Si and suddenly thought of something. "That was your innate gift." Lan Si panted heavily, and with every breath, the palm print on his chest healed a little. "My innate gift is to block out pain." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his face paled. Blocking out pain seemed like a useless innate gift, as it could not be used to attack or defend. However, for people like Lu Yin who specialized in physical strength, this innate gift was too powerful. Pain was a human body's instinctive protection. Only by feeling pain could one know the limits of their body. Once they felt pain, their actions would be restricted no matter how strong their willpower was. This was an instinctive reaction that could not be avoided. In battle, the slightest bit of carelessness could be the key to victory or defeat. Blocking out pain did not have any restrictions. No matter how severe the injury, unless one's body was directly shattered, one could still act according to one's will without any delay. Just like earlier, even if Lan Si wanted to counterattack, his body's limits would not allow him to do so. At most, he could defend himself, but he had relied on blocking out pain to counterattack. Perhaps this would cause him to be even more severely injured, but it was still much better than directly taking on the dual yang attack. The physical body had no intelligence, so it could not tell whether pain was good or bad for one's body. As long as one was injured, they would feel pain. Only the brain had intelligence. Lan Si had blocked out pain, and his intelligence allowed him to perfectly control his body, allowing him to do things that normal people could not. Lu Yin understood why Lan Si had cultivated the overlaying stacks path and the empty palm. Everything was based on his innate gift of blocking out pain. "Seventh bro, this guy's definitely a ruthless person." He's able to block out the perception of pain, which means that he doesn't care about his body at all. Even if his body cracks, he can still fight back. 7th bro, stop fighting. This guy's a freak, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This was going to be troublesome. He could defeat a normal person, no matter how strong or talented they were. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat someone who was seeking death. Lan Si blocked the perception of pain. To a certain extent, he was equivalent to a person seeking death. Without pain, unless he died, there was no way to defeat him. Now you know why I asked you to admit defeat. I admit that I have a whole new level of respect for you. You should be on par with me, but you'll never be able to defeat me, said Lan Si indifferently. His expression was very calm. The palm print on his chest was very deep and brought him great pain. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels might have been torn apart, but he couldn't feel it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had an innate gift as well, and if he used it, he was completely confident that he could defeat Lan Si. No matter how much Lan Si blocked his perception of pain, as long as he hid in the time-stop space, he would be able to recover even if he didn't take medicine. However, he couldn't use this innate gift. At this moment, the entire universe was watching him, and he didn't know if anyone knew about his innate gift. The universe had developed for countless years, and who knew what legends had appeared in the past. But he didn't need to use it. It was too difficult to defeat Lan Si. This was a dilemma. Even if he had to expose his innate gift, he hoped that he would reveal it during his battle with Night King Jinwu. If not for Night King Jinwu's heart arrow sneak attack, Lu Yin wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The next time he faced Night King Jinwu, as long as he could ensure that he wasn't ambushed by heart arrow, it would be difficult for him to lose. After all, he had the Stonewall Scriptures, which could withstand the Day-Night clan's spiritual force attacks. 7th bro, are you going to fight or not? If you're not, then hurry up and retreat. Dragging things out will be beneficial to that guy, the monkey asked. Lu Yin was startled, and he let out a breath. He had actually thought of Night King Jinwu, but he still hadn't thought of a way to deal with Lan Si. The monkey was right. The longer he dragged things out, the more advantageous it would be for Lan Si. As he thought about it, Lu Yin tore through the void and sent a palm strike towards Lan Si. Lan Si's gaze turned cold, and his body disappeared. Lu Yin released his domain, and Lan Si tore through the void to reappear. Lu Yin then released his spiritual force, Nightfall. This was the only way to deal with Lan Si. Lu Yin used his domain to search for Lan Si's traces while Nightfall slowed down the speed of his empty palm. The moment Nightfall appeared, the Day-Night clan and the Innerverse went into an uproar. Nightfall was one of the Day-Night clan's few powerful battle techniques, and it wasn't any weaker than the Day-Night restoration technique. It was just that it wasn't that famous. Now that Lu Yin had used it, the Day-Night clan was furious. Night King Jinwu's face turned gloomy. Lu Yin had actually copied Nightfall. Previously, Lu Yin had used Nightfall from Ping Emperor Planet's core, but now, he was in outer space. The moment Nightfall appeared, Lan Si's vision turned dark, but he didn't use his empty palm. After being ambushed by Lu Yin once, he wouldn't allow himself to be ambushed a second time. Lu Yin released his domain and searched for Lan Si. Lan Si appeared behind Lu Yin, raised a hand, and slapped out. Lu Yin couldn't use Nightfall continuously, but the moment Lan Si appeared, he tapped out with his Dream Finger. Although the Dream Finger did not exert spiritual force suppression, it could still freeze the void. This was a battle technique that came from outside of the upper 3 gates, and unless the gap between the two was too great, it was impossible to avoid being frozen in the void. Lan Si was no exception. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to have such a battle technique. His empty palm was slowed down, but he still managed to release it. However, the moment he released it, Lu Yin used the Yu's secret art to redirect it. This time, he didn't use the Yin evolution true scripture to weaken the rune lines. Instead, he directly redirected it, so he wasn't able to completely redirect it. His body still bore half of the palm's power. He was willing to bear this half of the palm's power. At the same time, his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines on Lan Si's right palm. The dream finger traversed the void and directly pierced through Lan Si's right palm. The finger's power even penetrated his palm, causing Lan Si's right arm to split open. The two were simultaneously forced back by each other. Half of Lu Yin's body was numb, and his 9-line battle force was already on the verge of collapse. He couldn't even release his fate Zan. Lan Si's right arm was shattered, and blood dripped down from his body. He almost lost his footing. This was a battle where both sides were heavily injured, and it was a battle of endurance. The Outerverse had never seen such a desperate battle between the younger generation before. Before the battle, countless people had speculated on the outcome. Most favored Lan Si and felt that he could easily defeat Lu Yin. There were also some who favored Lu Yin, but even those who favored Lu Yin only thought that he would lose by a narrow margin. Now, both of them were in a miserable state. In the Innerverse, countless people were watching their screens in silence. Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Lin Ke, Wen Qianer, as well as the top of the top 100 rankings, Tian Tian, Taiyuan Jun, and the others were all speechless as they watched. At this point, both sides had used all of their trump cards. Many people no longer cared about who would win or lose, as these two were the most powerful of the younger generation. Even the other 10 arbiters had to admit that Lu Yin's strength was on the same level as theirs. In the distance, the astral river's energy was weakening. Peking planet was falling apart as it exploded from the inside out. This was the moment when Peking planet was at its brightest. It was the fireworks before the end of its life. Without wasting any time, the two charged at each other. No one would willingly admit defeat. If they did, the battle would have ended long ago. Bang! 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 With a boom, the two crashed into Peking planet, which was on the verge of being completely destroyed. They landed on a piece of land that had flown into outer space. Lava bubbled on the land, and some strange creatures writhed in despair. Lan Si raised a hand, but it was only an empty palm strike. Lu Yin's domain was constantly monitoring Lan Si, and when he saw Lan Si make a move, Yilin used his own technique as well. However, after using it several times, Yilin's spiritual force was already exhausted. Not only did he fail to injure Lan Si, but he also suffered a backlash as his body took the full brunt of Lan Si's empty palm. His 9-line battle force finally collapsed, and Lu Yin had withstood no less than 10 of Lan Si's empty palm strikes. Even the other 10 arbiters might not have been able to withstand such an attack. Lu Yin was pressed into the lava, and as soon as he spat out a mouthful of blood, it was vaporized by the lava. Lan Si's left palm trembled as he pressed his other hand against the ground. His palm sank deep into the ground as sweat mixed with his blood dripped down. The lava beneath his feet gradually swallowed him up, and even his blood was vaporized. He stared at the bottom of the lava. Had Lu Yin lost? Would he be able to stand up? Outside of Peking, countless people stared at the land and the lava. At the bottom of the lava, Lu Yin opened his eyes. His left arm was powerless, and his 9-line battle force had cracked open. He could not release his fate Zan, and his spiritual force was close to exhaustion. Even his right palm could not display any powerful attacks, and his right finger had been crippled because he had used the dream finger and overlaying stacks. He had rarely experienced such a desperate battle. After cultivating for almost 12 years, he had rarely experienced such a desperate battle. The red lava obstructed his vision, and it also obstructed the surveillance outside of Peking. Lu Yin slowly opened his right palm. It would be disrespectful to hold back against one of the 10 arbiters. As he thought about it, he shielded the monkey and his die appeared. He tapped it out. This was not considered cheating, as the die was his innate gift, just like Lan Si's ability to block out pain. If Lan Si did not have his innate gift to block out pain, then the battle might have already ended. The die slowly spun, and Lu Yin hoped that he would roll enhance. As long as he could enter the time-stop space, then everything would be under his control. At that moment, Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Within his domain, he saw Lan Si appear directly above him. Star energy surged out and pushed away the lava. Lu Yin hurriedly used his force field to create a tree to stop Lan Si, but it was to no avail. Lan Si's gaze was piercingly cold as he raised his left palm and struck out. This was not an empty palm, but rather 100 stacks attack. At that moment, Lu Yin's die stopped spinning. It was an enhance. There was a thump as Lu Yin was struck head-on. His entire body pierced through the land in outer space, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lan Si stood on the land and looked at Lu Yin. I don't want to kill you. It's time to admit defeat. Your body has reached its limit. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. I'll work hard to write more chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1043. Lu Yin finally stabilized himself and coughed twice as he panted heavily. The die had already disappeared, and his lips curled up. Was this the innate gift that blocked out pain? How interesting. The die rolled 5 pips to borrow an innate gift. Once the die rolled 5 pips, the user had to touch the person with the innate gift within 10 seconds to borrow that person's innate gift. This point had never been very useful, but it had unexpectedly come in handy at this moment. The instant the die rolled 5 pips, Lan Si's attack descended. He had taken the initiative to touch Lu Yin, and although he had dealt damage, he had also used an innate gift. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin strangely. Was he smiling? Lu Yin was indeed smiling, and countless people saw it. Everyone was confused. Smiling? Why? How could he smile at a time like this? How could someone who couldn't even stabilize his battle force and whose left arm was crippled be able to smile? Lan Si felt uneasy, and he subconsciously raised his left hand, only to see an empty palm. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he raised his crippled left arm. Just as Lan Si was about to use the empty palm, Lu Yin tapped out with his dream finger. Under his domain's perception, Lu Yin had frozen the void and delayed the empty palm. His pupils transformed into runes that weakened Lan Si's left palm, exactly the same as when he had dealt with Lan Si's right palm. Lan Si's empty palm was still released, and even he couldn't stop it. Lu Yin had used the Use secret art to divert the attack, and the dream finger had similarly crippled Lan Si's right palm, piercing through his left palm and shattering his entire left arm. Lu Yin had assumed that the Use secret art wouldn't be able to completely divert the empty palm and that he would still have to endure half of it. Who would have thought that the Use secret art would be able to completely divert the attack? Lan Si had also reached his limit, or rather, he had reached his limit long ago. However, because the pain had been blocked out, he had appeared to be able to continue fighting. In reality, his body could no longer move. With both arms crippled, Lan Si was stunned. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief as he slowly collapsed. Lu Yin's left arm was also trembling violently. The innate gift he had borrowed could only be used once, and once it was used up, the pain swept through him like a tidal wave, almost causing him to faint. He barely managed to remain standing in space as he watched the continent fly further and further away. Everyone's attention had shifted from Lu Yin to the continent, where Lan Si had fallen. One of the 10 arbiters, Lan Si, had fallen first. The 10 arbiters of the top 100 rankings took to the skies. This was the most accurate assessment of the younger generation. The 10 arbiters were invincible. Since ancient times, only the 10 people of this generation could be called the 10 arbiters. There had never been anyone like them before. It was common knowledge that the 10 arbiters were invincible. But now, Lan Si of the 10 arbiters had fallen. He had truly fallen. This scene silenced the entire universe. Lan Si's victory was expected, but his defeat was enough to cause a sensation. This sensation was like the opening of a new era, and a new 10 arbiters was born, Lu Yin. In the outerverse, the Frostwave Weave was in an uproar as the entire Great Yu Empire celebrated, and countless people cheered. The vast Earth Sept, the Taima Palace, the Six-Fingered Tribe, the Tricolored Federation, the Even Ground Palace, and the other forces that had joined the Great Eastern Alliance felt both proud and bitter at the same time. Countless indescribably complex emotions welled up in their hearts. Some felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders as they looked at Lu Yin. Lan Si used his remaining star energy to control the flask, causing the wine to flow into his mouth. Lu Yin's entire body trembled from the pain, but he was much better off than Lan Si, as his physical strength had already surpassed Lan Si's. At this moment, he was even more grateful to Night King Jinwu. If Night King Jinwu had not severely injured him to the point of near death, he would not have been able to circulate the arcane art of life and death to strengthen his body once again. If not for that encounter, Lu Yin would have definitely lost this battle with Lan Si, and they would not have ended up in such a state. He had won because of Jinwu, and he had also lost because of Jinwu. How does it feel to defeat me? Lan Si asked calmly as he looked at outer space. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Lan Si was flabbergasted. I should be the one saying that. I never thought that I would lose. Lu Yin sighed. 150 stacks. There aren't many in the younger generation who can withstand that kind of attack. Plus, you also have the empty palm and the innate gift of blocking pain. You really are an invincible 10 arbiters. Lan Si calmly replied, Are you praising yourself? Lu Yin shook his head and took a sip of wine. I've experienced many battles, and I've been on the brink of death a few times. But the most satisfying battle was still with you. You and I are the same type of people. This is also why I looked for you after you tied my record in the Astral Combat Academy. You and I are the same type of people. In the distance, countless people watched on, not daring to approach. A spacecraft arrived, and Elder Iron and the other experts from the Great Mountain Dojo rushed over, but they were blocked by a group of people. Lan Bao Bao immediately attacked, but the person blocking them was not weak, it was the old woman from the Nalan family. Lan Bao Bao's attack was completely ineffective. Get out of the way. Lan Bao Bao shouted as he anxiously looked into the distance, afraid that Lu Yin would do something to Lan Si. Beside him, Elder Iron was much calmer. He was not worried that Lu Yin would do anything to the young master. With so many people watching, the young master had already been defeated. If Lu Yin continued to attack, the universe would not tolerate him. Elder Iron just wanted to treat the young master as soon as possible. The old woman shook her head. I was ordered to ensure a fair battle between the two. Before they speak, none of you are allowed to approach. Elder Iron was anxious. The young master has already been defeated. What else do you want? The old woman's gaze was resolute. At this moment, many experts appeared in the surroundings. There were more than 5 enlighters among them, including the Moke Sword sect's head, Kuyun, and Mafioso Planet's topmost. There were also other experts hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to act. They were all experts from the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin's victory had strengthened their resolve to protect the Great Eastern Alliance. If the people from the Great Mountain Dojo were allowed to approach Lu Yin, then they would no longer be able to survive, and the so-called Great Eastern Alliance would become a joke. Elder Iron was sullen. Back in the astral graveyard, he had encountered a similar situation when he had tried to cause trouble for Wei Rong. Lu Yin's influence was too great, and wherever he appeared, there would always be experts protecting him. Above the floating continent in outer space, Lu Yin took out a pill and handed it to Lan Si. Do you dare to eat this? Lan Si opened his mouth. Lu Yin tossed the pill inside. In the distance, many people saw this, and Elder Iron was shocked. Young master, be careful. This might be a trap. Lu Yin, what did you feed my brother? Lan Bao Bao shouted. Lu Yin laughed and looked into the distance. I've already won. What else can I do? What are you afraid of? Ha ha ha. Lu Yin laughed. Outside of Peking Planet, countless people from the Great Eastern Alliance laughed as well. They did not know why, but they just wanted to laugh, so they laughed along with Lu Yin. In front of their screens, countless people from the outerverse laughed as well, and they laughed very happily. In the innerverse, everyone who saw this scene had an indescribable feeling. It was oppressive and sullen, as if the entire outerverse had already fallen into Lu Yin's hands. If he laughed, then others could laugh, but if he cried, then countless people would suffer. This was Lu Yin's current power. He represented the interests of countless people, and he was steering the largest ship in history. Elder Iron and the rest of the people from Zhongshan Dojo were like lone boats in the middle of the ocean. They looked around in a daze as an invisible pressure enveloped them, preventing them from moving. At that moment, Lan Si's shattered arm gradually healed, and he moved his fingers. It was painful, a heart-wrenching pain, but he could still move. He raised a hand and waved. Step down. Let's have a chat. Elder Iron and the rest stopped talking. Lan Bao Bao looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression, but no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin laughed heartily, as he had released all of the repressed emotions that had accumulated over the past few days. He had displayed his full strength in his battle with Lan Si, and it had been too satisfying. Only by laughing could he release his emotions. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin and slowly sat up. He picked up a flask of wine and drank it all in one gulp before coughing a few times. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1044. Lu Yin looked at him. Don't drink it too quickly. Although the pill is effective, you still need time to recover. Thank you, Lan Si said. If you defeat me, you can replace me as one of the 10 arbiters. In terms of power level, you're qualified. Lu Yin looked into the distance. I don't want to replace you. I want to replace someone else. Lan Si's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth, which was stained with dried blood. He had just eaten a pill that could raise his Enlighter's rune lines to a power level of 300,000, and its healing effects were extremely strong. Lan Si looked at his arm and smiled bitterly. I never thought that I would lose. You've repeated that a few times now, Lu Yin said. Lan Si shook his head. But I really didn't think about it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. We both have confidence in ourselves, and we're really evenly matched. If you're lucky, I'll lose, and if I'm unlucky, you'll win. That's normal. Lan Si replied seriously, this isn't a matter of luck. I never expected that you would be able to withstand at least 10 of my emptiness palms. Back then, when we were fighting for the head outside the ruins, I could sense your physical strength, and I was confident that you wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of my emptiness palms. However, I never expected that you would improve so quickly in such a short period of time. You've raised your 8-line battle force to 9-line battle force, and your physical strength is enough to make up for the difference in our realms. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. If not for my 8-line battle force rising to 9, I wouldn't have been able to withstand more than a few of your hollow palms. I would have been defeated. Lu Yin, the gap between us will only grow larger in the future, Lan Si said seriously. Lu Yin did not understand. What do you mean? Am I the one pulling you apart, or are you the one pulling me apart? Lan Si laughed. Of course you're the one pulling me apart. You've only been cultivating for less than 12 years, but what about me? I'm almost 40, and I've been cultivating since I was young. I received the best resources from Jishan Dojo, and I even obtained the hollow palms by chance. You, on the other hand, started out in the Outerverse. Although many people say that your background is the Hall of Honor, I feel like you've never received any of their teachings. Your battle style is wild. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the first time that someone had called his battle style wild. What? You're not convinced? Lan Si replied with a question of his own. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, and they're all very complicated. The higher you climb, the more these tricks will become a burden. You've cultivated your domain and battle force quite well, but you've also dabbled in battle techniques, physical body, and spiritual force. These are all taboo things for us, or at least that's what I was taught. Lu Yin muttered to himself. He had considered this before, and it was true that his battle techniques were very complicated. However, he had not wanted to. He had not spent much effort on his domain, nor had he specifically cultivated his physical strength. All of these things had been mysteriously improved, and he was helpless about it. Of course, he also enjoyed it. If it weren't for his domain sensing Lance's position in advance, he wouldn't have been able to seize the initiative and take the initiative. He had many good combat methods, but they also gave him a variety of attack methods. However, he did not tell Lan Si about this. Even if he did, Lan Si would not believe him. Only a fool would believe that. You just said that you're almost 40 years old. I've heard that 2 of the 10 arbiters are already over 40 years old. I might have to withdraw from the 10 arbiters, Lan Si suddenly said, shocking everyone around him. Lan Baobao was sad, as the 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility. It would be difficult for a defeated divine fish to continue as one of the 10 arbiters, even though his strength was still sufficient. Young Master, the 10 arbiters' positions are conferred by the Hall of Honor. Even if Elder Iron paused for a moment before continuing, even if Alliance Leader Lu defeated you, he could not immediately become one of the 10 arbiters. Lan Si shook his head. It has nothing to do with this battle. The influence behind me is gone. Elder Iron and the rest had sorrowful expressions, and they all fell silent. Lu Yin understood that the 10 arbiters did not just represent 10 extremely powerful youths, but also the power behind them. Lan Si represented the Starfall Sea and the Greyweed Continent. The Greyweed Continent had 72 dojos, and there were dozens of enlighters. There were also envoys like Lan Daolord and Tian Yenzi. Furthermore, the continent's geographical location was special, which allowed Lan Si to become one of the 10 arbiters with great decisiveness. Otherwise, how could he command the younger generation with just his power level? No matter how powerful Lan Si was, he was still a youth, and any of the Interverse powers could easily find a powerful elder to destroy him. If one wanted to become one of the 10 arbiters with great decisiveness, they would need the support of a powerful force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1045. Now that Zhongshan Dojo had been destroyed, as well as the Boundless Continent's 72 dojos, there was no one to support Lan Si. Even if he retained his position as one of the 10 arbiters, he did not have the right to speak. Rather than staying behind and being humiliated, it was better for him to withdraw. Elder Iron and the others were unwilling to accept this outcome. They had been defeated by Lu Yin and had withdrawn from the 10 arbiters. Coupled with the calamity that had befallen the Boundless Continent, their lives had been plunged into darkness. I might have a way to help you, Lu Yin said. Lan Si was astonished. You want me to retain my position as one of the 10 arbiters and support you? Lu Yin nodded, as this was one of the reasons why he did not want to replace Lan Si. Lan Si was a straightforward and upright person, and he had helped Lu Yin unconditionally. It would be a pity if he did not become one of the 10 arbiters. How? Lan Si asked. Lu Yin replied, if the Sea King's dome supports you, it should not be much less than the Boundless Continent's support. Lan Si thought about it. Although we don't know if the Sea King is still alive, the Sea King's dome's influence in the Starfall Sea is too great. There's also Elder He, an envoy-level powerhouse, and they also have influence in the Hall of Honor. That should be enough. Lu Yi nodded, as he planned to head back and investigate the reactions of those from the Sea King's dome. The moment that the Innerverse and Outerverse regained their connection, they should be able to detect whether the Sea King was dead or not. If the Sea King was still alive, then the Sea King's dome would continue to maintain its influence. Otherwise, even if it still had some influence, it would still be bullied by the various great powers of the Innerverse. In the Innerverse, in the Day-Night clan, Night King Jinwu stood at the edge of a cliff and opened his gadget to contact someone. After a while, a low voice came from the gadget. The Hall of Honor is unable to judge Lu Yin for the time being. Night King Jinwu frowned. Why? This person is a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin is a disciple of the Hall of Honor, and Master Yuan can vouch for him. He is not a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. Night King Jinwu, please be careful with your words. Night King Jinwu was shocked. What? He's a disciple of the Hall? That's impossible. He is a disciple of the Hall of Honor, and at the same time, he has the qualifications to compete for the Star Tower inheritance. Night King Jinwu, without concrete evidence, you cannot use the Day-Night clan's influence to declare Lu Yin as a traitor. Or else, the Hall's reputations as. Night King Jinwu as. He had never thought that Lu Yin would have such an important identity. Back then, he had only killed Lu Yin and accused him of being a traitor to the Hall of Honor in order to prove the Day-Night clan's authority. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter. Now that Lu Yin was alive and had even defeated Lance, this matter had to be taken seriously. Even if Leon's Armada and the Astral Combat Academy tried to stop him, he had to do everything he could to eliminate Lu Yin. His heart would not be at ease if he did not eliminate this person. Lu Yin's victory over Arbiter Lance had shaken the entire universe. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, countless people stared at the top of the stone tablet in a daze. They stared at Lu Yin's image, but no one knew what they were thinking. Hui Daynight's eyes were calm, but there was a trace of hope and expectation hidden deep within them. Night Queen Yanqing opened her eyes and subconsciously looked towards the top of the stone tablet. She could no longer go any higher. She had not been the only one who had made great progress during the 6th Mainland's invasion, but Chenglong Dayknight had also made great progress. It was almost impossible for her to surpass Chenglong Dayknight. There were only 2 people above Nightmare Dragon Dayknight, Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu. No one in the Dayknight clan could surpass the 3 of them. She just did not know if Lu Yin could surpass her elder brother. Night Queen Yanqing shook her head when she thought of this, as she was overthinking things. Even if Lu Yin had defeated Lance, it did not mean that he could defeat her elder brother. The Zhongshan dojo was not on the same level as the Dayknight clan. If not for the 72 dojos on the Kangmang continent and their unique geographical location, Lance would not have been able to compare to her elder brother. Although they were all 10 arbiters, there were still differences in strength. How could her elder brother, who had the greatest foundation of the Dayknight clan, be compared to someone like Lan Si? Lu Yin was an outsider, and it was already very impressive that he had reached this step. It was impossible for him to surpass her elder brother on the stone tablet. Night Queen Yanqing decided to rest for a while. Comprehending the inheritance was not easy, and she felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise as Night Queen Yanqing heard her own name. She surpassed him. Shui Dayknight has surpassed Night King Xiong and is now second only to Night Queen Yanqing. She actually surpassed Night King Xiong. She's in trouble. Boss Xiong is not someone to be trifled with. Sure. Boss Xiong is right here. Night Queen Yanqing looked up at the ancestral land stone tablet and saw that Night King Xiong, who had been second only to her, had now fallen to 6th place. The person who had surpassed him was Shui Dayknight. She was astonished, as she was well aware of Shui Dayknight's innate gift. Reaching the top 10 of the ancestral land stone tablet was already beyond her expectations, but now, she had surpassed Night King Xiong. Night King Xiong was from the same generation as her elder brother, Night King Jinwu, and he was 1 generation older than her. He was already on the verge of breaking away from the younger generation, and his strength was about the same as Night King Gu's. Night King Xiong did not strive for fame or fortune, and he had never left the ancestral land. Even so, he was still ranked 37th on the top 100 rankings, which was quite high. She had only been able to surpass Night King Xiong because of the 6th Mainland's invasion, but Shui Dayknight had actually surpassed him. There was an angry roar, and Night Queen Yanqing frowned as she looked into the distance. A tall and sturdy man was looking around before finally fixing his gaze on Shui Dayknight. He walked over step by step. "Woman, let's exchange pointers." Shui Dayknight opened her eyes, and they flashed. Beneath the stone tablet, one of the ancient figures spoke up. "This is the ancestral land's inheritance. Do not be impudent." Night King Xiong bowed. "Senior, this junior only wishes to help his fellow clan members consolidate their battle techniques. I dare not be impudent." Before the figure could speak, a voice rang out from afar. "Stand down." Night King Xiong's expression changed, and he immediately retreated without another word. The one who had shouted at him was Night King Jinwu. In the Dayknight clan, Night King Xiong was not afraid of the older generation, as they were all from the same clan. The elders would not bicker with him, but Night King Jinwu was different. Anyone who offended him would suffer a fate worse than death. Shui Dayknight's gaze was calm as she looked up at the top of the stone tablet at Lu Yin. "Congratulations on defeating Lan Si. From this moment onward, you have officially stepped into the ranks of the top powerhouses in the universe. However, I hope that you will not underestimate Night King Jinwu. Even though she had not interacted with Lu Ying much, she understood him well enough to know that he would definitely take revenge for the general appointment platform. She had to endure it as much as possible. However, if they met again in the future, they might be enemies. By that time, she might have already married Night King Jinwu and become a puppet for him to flaunt. Xue Day Night slowly closed her eyes and continued down the inheritance corridor. In the distance, Night King Jinwu continued to stare at Xue Day Night. He had been displeased when he learned that Lu Ying was a member of the Glory Alliance, but when he saw Xue Day Night's gaze, his lips curled up inexplicably. In Night Queen Yanqing's eyes, Night King Xiong was just a clown. Even though he was powerful, that was all there was to it, and there was not much room for improvement. As for Xue Day Night, she did not place her in her eyes. Even though she did not understand why her brother valued this woman so much, it was impossible for her to surpass Xue Day Night. Just as she thought about this, she heard another cry of surprise. This time, it was far louder than the previous one. Night Queen Yanqing looked up at the ancestral land stone tablet, and her pupils shrank. Xue Day Night's name had surpassed hers, and she was now second only to Jianlong Day Night. How is this possible? Night Queen Yanqing suddenly stood up and looked at Xue Day Night. She was not the only one, as many people looked over as well. After surpassing Night King Xiong, Xue Day Night entered the inheritance corridor once again. The battle technique that appeared before her was Night's End, Daybreak. All of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques could be found in the inheritance corridor, but very few people were able to obtain them, and even fewer people were able to cultivate them after obtaining them. Xue Day Night had originally comprehended Night's End, Daybreak because of her Day King bloodline and the life-or-death situation she had been in. Now that she had been in the inheritance corridor for so long, it was normal for Night's End, Daybreak to appear. Night's End, Daybreak was one of the Day-Night clan's strongest battle techniques, and it was a battle technique that had been created in the same era as the Night King Heaven-Splitting technique. The moment this battle technique appeared, Xue Day Night surpassed Night Queen Yanqing. Not only that, but Xue Day Night had also cultivated Night's End, Daybreak for more than 6 years, so she already had some understanding of this battle technique. Furthermore, she had comprehended it when she had been reincarnated, so her understanding of this battle technique was not shallow. In just a few minutes, she had surpassed Jianlong Day Night and become an existent second only to Night King Jinwu and Lu Ying. She had surpassed 3 people in a row, which was not just shocking, but also at the very top. All of the Day-Night clan members stared at Xue Day Night with sparkling eyes, as they wanted to know what battle technique she had inherited. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1046. Night King Jinwu smiled at Xue Day Night. Congratulations. Xue Day Night's emotionless gaze met Night King Jinwu's. Night King Jinwu replied, "Don't worry, I'll remove the Day King bloodline's cage technique in 2 months." Xue Day Night sighed in relief, and her pale fingers gradually relaxed. Night King Jinwu watched her leave and then opened his gadget to make a call. On the other side, Lu Ying had yet to return to Xenu Star. The innerverse and outerverse had been reconnected, but that did not mean that they could communicate. When the innerverse and outerverse had been separated by energy, the astral river arc had been overturned and cut in half. Lu Ying wanted to take a look at the astral river arc and see if it could be restored. Controlling the astral river arc was very important to him. According to Lily Rose, the innerverse backup astral river arc was hidden in the blazing mist flow zone, so he wanted to take a look at it from the edge of the astral river. Lan Si had already left Xenu Star under the escort of Elder Iron and the others. Lu Ying was gazing at the bottomless astral river when his gadget rang. He glanced at it, and his eyes trembled. It was Night King Jinwu. A screen appeared in outer space, and Night King Jinwoo's image appeared on it with a smile on his face. Congratulations on defeating Lan Si. You're now on par with the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had expected Night King Jinwoo to contact him, as the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone was in his hands. Are you saying this to show off your superiority? Lu Yin asked indifferently. Night King Jinwoo smiled. You can interpret it that way, but even if you become one of the 10 arbiters, there's still a gap between us. I forgot to tell you that I'm now the head of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Literally. The contest for the Neoverse Star Tower is not that simple, and no one knows how many experts will appear. When the 6th mainland invaded, the Neoverse experts that appeared might just be probing the Innerverse depths. Thus, the 10 arbiters need to work together, and I'm the current head of the 10 arbiters. Night King Jinwoo was proud, and he still looked at Lu Yin with contempt. Whether it was in terms of strength or attitude, Night King Jinwoo had to look down on this person. Lu Yin's confidence. A battle between experts was not only a battle, but also a battle mentality. Night King Jinwoo wanted to establish himself as an invincible in Lu Yin's heart. If Lu Yin lost to Lan Si, then everything would be fine, and he wouldn't have to worry about it. But if he won, then he would be able to experience the terrifying power of the 10 arbiters through Lan Si, and his invincible image as the head of the 10 arbiters would become even more glorious. No matter how strong a person was, even if they could surpass a god, their mentality would still be weaker when facing a god. Lu Yin had never thought that Night King Jinwoo would become the leader of the 10 arbiters. None of the 10 arbiters were simple, and they had been able to fight against Ziyi without even seeing the light of day. When Sanxi's strength was unfathomable, the Spirit Palace's aura was magnificent, and Lu Tianmu was even more invincible. Lu Yin did not believe that these people would submit to Night King Jinwoo. However, Night King Jinwoo obviously would not lie about something like this, and Lu Yin was able to find out the truth with a single investigation. What, you don't believe me? Night King Jinwoo's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin with disdain. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. Since you're the leader of the 10 arbiters, doesn't that mean that if I defeat you, I'll be the leader of the 10 arbiters? Night King Jinwoo's face turned gloomy, as he had not expected Lu Yin to think in such a manner. He had wanted to use this to break Lu Yin's mental state, but this person was not so easy to deal with. Night King Jinwoo's tone was icy. Defeat me? Do you think that I'm trash like Lan Si? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Trash? He really did not think so. The fact that Lan Si had been able to persevere under the nightfall without being defeated proved that his spiritual force was not weak. Even if he could not contend against Night King Jinwoo, he could still hold on. Night King Jinwoo's physical strength might not be able to withstand Lan Si's empty palm. However, Night King Jinwoo's most difficult technique to deal with was the Heart Arrow secret technique. It was impossible to guard against, and once one was struck by it, they would definitely lose. There were too many factors that could affect a battle, and Night King Jinwoo did not think highly of Lan Si. Lu Yin did not say anything about it, as he would just let Night King Jinwoo continue to be arrogant. You didn't come here just to tell me this, right? Lu Yin asked. Night King Jinwoo's face turned gloomy, and he displayed the image of the distant Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet on his screen. Do you see the stone tablet? Your image is ranked 3rd. Lu Yin looked over, and sure enough, his image was ranked below Night King Jinwoo and Jue Day-Night. This was the proof that Night King Yuanjing had mentioned. Only those who had comprehended battle techniques after entering the inheritance corridor would have their images appear on the Day-Night clan's ancestral land stone tablet. Lu Yin had been exposed the moment he had entered the inheritance corridor. You're not curious as to why Jua Day Night surpassed you because you know that she comprehended night's end, daybreak, Night King Jinwu said. Lu Yin looked at him quietly, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Night's end, daybreak was the Daiking's ultimate battle technique, and Jua Day Night's comprehension of night's end, daybreak was the hope of the Daiking bloodline's rise. Night King Jinwu was the hope of the Daiking bloodline, and the two were mortal enemies. Night King Jinwu looked at the ancestral land stone tablet. I promised Jua Day Night that as long as she worked hard to climb up, her position on the stone tablet would be second only to mine. Then I would give her a chance to help the Daiking bloodline regain their freedom, and she grasped that chance. Do you know what it means for her to climb up? Night King Jinwu looked at Lu Yin and arrogantly said, "Become my, Night King Jinwu's wife." Lu Yin's face changed, and his face gradually turned green. He clenched his fists, and a towering rage spread throughout his body. He was well aware of how much Jua Day Night hated Night King Jinwu, but now, she had to work hard to climb up to him, and her goal was to become his wife. To Jua Day Night, this was extremely pitiful, as if she could not see any hope in life. It was worse than death. Very angry. Very angry. Ha 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 ha. Night King Jinwu laughed heartily, his heart filled with hatred. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Is this what you want? Night King Jinwu grinned. His gaze was cruel. What I want? Wrong. She's just a slave, a piece of trash from the Daiking bloodline. Does she really think that she can become my wife? The key to seizing night's end, daybreak, is to cause a cultivator's mind to collapse and suffer a huge blow. I'll give Jua Day Night hope, and then I'll personally destroy that hope. This is what I want, and the time will be 2 months from now. 2 months from now, on the day that I promised to remove the Daiking bloodline's sealed cage technique, I'll push her into the abyss. Not just her, but her family, her parents, and everyone she knows will all be pushed into the abyss. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he stared at Night King Jinwu in disbelief. How could someone be so evil? Seventh bro, kill him. You have to kill him. The ghost monkey shouted. He was so angry that he could not hold it in anymore. I've never met such a person since I was born. This person is too evil and too shameless. He actually used such a method to deal with a woman. How hateful. Lu Yin lowered his head and did not speak. Night King Jinwu was still laughing wantonly. Lu Yin, I gave you a chance to follow me. When I became one of the 5 children of the stars, your glory would illuminate the universe, but you refused. Do you really think that you can resist my Day-Night clan just because you've unified the outerverse? Do you really think that you have the right to speak? Let me tell you, you can't do it. I want you to know that you can't even save a woman. This woman exposed Night's End, daybreak for you and pushed her entire family into the abyss. This is all because of you. I want you to watch her fall into despair, and I want you to spend the rest of your life in regret. Night King Jinwu's words echoed in Lu Yin's ears, and he saw Jua Day Night's sorrowful and despairing expression. Her eyes were filled with confusion and pain as she faced the future. This was all because of Lu Yin. If not for him, Jua Day Night would not have exposed Night's End, daybreak, and she would not have become Night King Jinwu's puppet. Her entire family would not have been ruined. Seventh bro, don't think too much. This has nothing to do with you. You've saved Jua Day Night many times, and you only went to planet Pyrolite because of her. You also delayed your escape because of her, which led to you being blocked by Night King Jinwu. You don't owe her anything. The ghost monkey shouted, afraid that Lu Yin would overthink things. Cultivators valued their mental state, and if a person's mental state was disturbed, then their entire being would be in chaos as well. This was Night King Jinwu's goal. He wanted to disturb Liu Yin's mental state and brand his invincible image deep into Liu Yin's mind. He also wanted to lure Liu Yin to the day-night flow zone and completely eliminate this hidden danger. Liu Yin had truly made Night King Jinwu feel threatened. Liu Yin had been able to defeat one of the 10 arbiters even though he had only been cultivating for less than 12 years. How terrifying was that? To deal with Liu Yin, Night King Jinwu had deliberately set the meeting to 2 months later, as Liu Yin had to be dealt with before he left for the Neoverse. Night King Jinwu had never paid such a huge price to deal with someone before, and he had even revealed his most important plan. However, it did not matter, as Shui Day Night would not be able to see anyone for the next 2 months, and no one would be able to contact her either. No one would be able to stop Night King Jinwu's plan. Beside the astral river, Liu Yin lowered his head, deep in thought. The ghost monkey continued to shout, "Seventh bro, you don't owe Shui Day Night anything. Don't think too much about it. Wait until you're stronger before dealing with Night King Jinwu. This guy must die." Liu Yin relaxed his tightly clenched fists, as he did not know when the call from his gadget had ended. He looked up at the astral river and then at the opposite shore. His gaze seemed to traverse an endless distance as he saw Night King Jinwu and locked eyes with him. "You don't owe her anything." "Wrong, I owe her a promise. I promised her that I would help her unlock at least once, no matter when. This promise must be repaid," Liu Yin said in a low voice. The ghost monkey was puzzled. "When?" Liu Yin calmly left, as there was no point in being angry. Night King Jinwu was someone he had to kill. This person's thoughts were too dark, so dark that it was terrifying. Shui Day Night had fallen into the beautiful dream that Night King Jinwu had created. The more realistic and beautiful the dream was, the greater the despair it brought. Liu Yin did not dare to imagine how Shui Day Night would react, and Night King Jinwu revealed everything. Normal people would not be able to handle it. 2 months. He had to hurry. Just as Liu Yin returned to Xenu Star, Huan Sha and the rest hurried over. "Your Highness, the Blaze Realm, Ross Empire, Void Dragon Clan, Sun Jia, Dire Barbarian Clan, Day Night Clan, and various other great powers of the Innerverse have announced to the Outerverse that Your Highness is a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. Anyone who has even the slightest connection with you will become an enemy of the Innerverse great powers. Currently, the Outerverse various weaves are panicking, and the remaining powers that wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance have all retreated." Liu Yin calmly replied, "Announced that the Innerverse has been invaded by the Sixth Mainland and has suffered heavy losses. The Sixth Mainland will pillage the Outerverse to replenish its resources, and the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces will expand in order to defend against external enemies." Huan Sha and the rest were shocked. "Your Highness, is this true?" Liu Yin calmly replied, "That's not important. What's important is that people believe me. You guys can handle this." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1047. The Day-Night clan was vainly trying to smear Liu Yin's reputation, but Liu Yin had long since anticipated this move. As long as the Hall of Honor did not make an announcement to the entire universe, then everything that was done against him would be nothing more than slander. The Outerverse media was under Liu Yin's control, and he was also the commander of the Outerverse allied forces, so he was not afraid of such slander. Those powers wanted to withdraw from the Great Eastern Alliance mainly because they were afraid of offending the various great powers of the Innerverse. Now that Liu Yin had categorized the Innerverse great powers as looters, that meant that they were his enemies. Thus, it was only natural that he would be able to break through their plans to target him, and he would even be able to expand the allied army. The main purpose of the expansion of the alliance was to increase their momentum. Any random great power in the innerverse was enough to sweep through the outerverse, and the outerverse lacked absolute experts. Even if there were any, they were from the innerverse. The outerverse alone would not be able to stop a colossus like the Day-Night Clan, but once the momentum was created, then it would no longer be a conflict between the innerverse and the outerverse. Instead, it would implicate the Hall of Honor, and with the Hall of Honor's interference, Lu Yin did not believe that the innerverse would dare to make a move against the outerverse. Lu Yin had never thought that the power of the outerverse could resist the power of the innerverse, but unifying the outerverse would allow him to advance and retreat freely. His influence within the Hall of Honor would also skyrocket, which was the most important thing. Oh right, there were also all kinds of resources. If Lu Yin hadn't unified the outerverse, where would the 3,000 androids have come from? And the benefits of unifying the outerverse had only just begun to show. The most troublesome part was that the outerverse had been weak for too many years. The moment the outerverse encountered a strong army from the innerverse, there was a chance that some of the outerverse forces would turn against the outerverse in an instant, and the resulting chain reaction would be very bad. He really wanted to know where the Blazing Mist Flowzone's backup astral river arc would appear. With this thought in mind, he swept his domain and found Lily Rose. Lily Rose could sense Lu Yin's domain, and she reluctantly went to King Zishan's palace. In the past, she had been interested in Lu Yin. She liked powerful men like him, but she didn't dare to do so now. There were some people she could get close to, but there were others she couldn't. Lu Yin was the type of person who could not be approached. He stood too high, and he was now one of the 10 arbiters. May I know why Alliance Master Lu is looking for me? Lily Rose tried her best to appear calm and collected in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, I want you to think of a way to find out where the backup astral river arc is. Lily Rose was helpless. Alliance Lord Lu, I'm willing to help you if I can, but I really don't know. The astral river arc doesn't belong to the Blaze Realm, but to the Hall of Honor. But the Blaze Realm has the right to use it, especially since the astral river arc was damaged, Lu Yin said. Lily Rose was distressed. If you help me, I can help you as well. It's not impossible for you to become the Blaze Realm's master. You should know that I'm capable of that. The Crimson Alliance was shocked. The master of the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin looked at her. Didn't your mother do that because that person is the Blaze Realm's master? At the mention of this, her face immediately darkened and she quietly pondered. I know you don't believe me, but I can unify the outerverse in a little more than 6 years. A mere Blaze Realm isn't that difficult to deal with. My understanding of the Blaze Realm isn't any less than yours. He then clapped his hands, causing smoke to curl around the living room to form words. Old Smoker sends his regards. Lily Rose was shocked. An old smoker. Lu Yin waved a hand, and the smoke dissipated. Lily Rose looked at Lu Yin, bewildered. You're the old smoker who assassinated the Blaze Realm's master and escaped unscathed. He's now the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 2nd Imperial Squadron. Lily Rose was stunned. Everyone in the Blaze Realm remembered the old smoker. That assassination had shaken the entire universe. The 8 great flow zones represented the greatest powers in the innerverse. Although the Blazing Mist flow zone was the weakest and bordered the outerverse, and the Blaze Realm only occupied a third of the Blazing Mist flow zone, it was still one of the 8 great flow zones. Countless years had passed, and no one had ever heard of an assassin who could assassinate the leader of one of the 8 great flow zones at close range and escape unscathed. The old smoker had relied on that assassination to become the outerverse's strongest assassin, and no one had been able to shake his position. No one knew how the old smoker had done it, but the fact that he had been able to escape unscathed from the Blaze Realm proved that he had a deep understanding of the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's words were not without reason. Lily Rose was moved. If she could sit in that position, she would not hesitate to pay any price. Liu Yin quietly sipped his tea. Although he could force Lily Rose to help him, it would be useless if he did not obtain her sincere help. After a while, Lily Rose spoke up. Alliance Master Liu, I truly have no way of knowing where the backup astral river arc is. You should know my status in the Blaze realm. On the surface, I'm a top disciple, but I'm rarely acknowledged by the Blaze realm. Most people in the Blaze realm dislike me. Liu Yin did not speak and only listened quietly. Lily Rose glanced at him and then continued, however, I know some people who might be able to help you. She then gave him a contact number. Liu Yin watched Lily Rose leave and then looked at the contact number that she had given him. Not long after, a screen appeared in front of Liu Yin, and a man appeared on it. Who are you? The man looked very young, but he had a weathered expression, as if he had experienced many things. He stared at Liu Yin, as if trying to discern something from his eyes. Liu Yin frowned, as this person looked very familiar. Who are you? The man stared at Liu Yin with a sharp gaze, but there was also a hint of apprehension and unease. How did you contact me if you don't know me? Liu Yin replied, Lily Rose gave it to me. The man's expression changed slightly, and at that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from behind him and looked at Liu Yin through the screen. The moment he saw Liu Yin, his expression changed, and he immediately disconnected the call. Liu Yin put down his gadget and had Zhao Ran bring him a special drink. He then waited quietly. On the other end, the youth was confused. Uncle Meng, what's wrong? The middle-aged man called Uncle Meng had a serious expression as he looked at the youth. How did you get in touch with this person? The youth's face paled, and he nervously replied, he contacted me through Lily Rose. Uncle Meng's expression was solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. The youth was uneasy. He had lived like a rat on the street for so many years, living in fear every day. Now, even a simple call was like this. Had Lily Rose betrayed them? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. After a while, Uncle Meng solemnly asked, Paige, do you know who that person is? Paige shook his head. He looks familiar. Uncle Meng sighed. We didn't let you contact the outside world for so many years. Even during the 6th Mainland's invasion, you were hidden away, so you don't even recognize this person. He paused for a moment before continuing, remember, he's called Liu Yin. He's one of the top powerhouses of the universe's younger generation, and he just defeated the 10 Arbiters. Paige was shocked. Defeated the 10 Arbiters? Uncle Meng nodded. Do you know what it means to defeat the 10 Arbiters? Paige's face paled. Yes. Although he had not interacted with the outside world, his few experiences and some common sense told him that the 10 Arbiters were invincible and could not be defied. Even Lily Rose, who he worshipped, was like an ant in front of the 10 Arbiters. The most direct example was their greatest enemy, the Blaze realm. The 10 Arbiters did not exist, and from what he knew, the Blaze realm was the most terrifying power in the universe, but they still did not have the 10 Arbiters. Had that person just defeated the 10 Arbiters? Paige could not imagine it. Uncle Meng, what should we do? Paige was puzzled. Although he pretended to be calm, his eyes were filled with apprehension, confusion about the future. Uncle Meng looked at Paige's expression and sighed. They had sacrificed many people to protect this child and had even hidden him away. They had not even allowed him to come into contact with the internet. Now, they had raised him to be a cripple without any opinions of his own. Contact him. Lily Rose will not betray us. Since she asked him to contact you, there must be a reason. Paige gulped and slowly raised his gadget. He carefully dialed the number that he had just received. He was very apprehensive, as he was about to face the most powerful person in the universe. He did not know how to behave. Lu Yin waited for a while before his gadget rang. Paige's image appeared on the screen. "Hello, I'm Paige." Lu Yin looked at him. "Have we met somewhere before?" Paige was confused and did not know how to answer. Uncle Meng answered, "Mr. Liu, I've heard a lot about you. My surname is Meng, and I'm from the Tinder Alliance." The Tinder Alliance. Lu Yin had never heard of it. "What's your relationship with Lily Rose?" Lu Yin asked. Uncle Meng replied, "We're partners. We have a common enemy, the Blaze Realm. The Tinder Alliance is named after the Tinder Alliance." Lu Yin smiled. "What a coincidence. The Blaze Realm is also my enemy." Uncle Meng relaxed. He had heard of Lu Yin's relationship with the Blaze Realm, or else he would not have dared to contact Lu Yin. "May I know what instructions Mr. Liu has for us?" "I wouldn't dare to give you instructions. I asked Lily Rose a question, but she didn't know, so she sent me to find you." Uncle Meng was confused. "What question?" Lu Yin asked, "Where's the backup astral river arc?" Uncle Meng was shocked, but he quickly figured it out. Although they had been hunted down by the Blaze Realm, they had survived for so many years, so they naturally had their own methods of survival. They also knew that Lu Yin had unified the Outerverse. Since he had unified the Outerverse, he would face pressure from the Innerverse. If the Innerverse's various powers wanted to cross the Astral River, the best method was naturally to use the Astral River Arkansas. In other words, whoever controlled the Astral River Arc would have the initiative. "I won't hide it from you, Mr. Liu. We can track down the Astral River Arc's location, and we've even received news that it will appear from a certain location and take a group of people to the Outerverse." Lu Yin nodded. "You can state your conditions now." Paige gulped again and continued to stare at Lu Yin. He did not understand how this person had reached his current position. Uncle Meng had wanted to exaggerate his conditions, as this person had unified the Outerverse, controlled many resources, and controlled the entire Outerverse Alliance. But suddenly, he met Lu Yin's eyes, and he felt an inexplicable chill as he recalled some of Lu Yin's past experiences. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1048. Lu Yin's enemies weren't just the Blaze Realm, but also the Day-Night Clan. His reputation had been built on the Day-Night Clan, and now, the Day-Night Clan, Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and many other places were slandering him as a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin was someone that even the Blaze Realm and the Day-Night Clan feared. Could Lu Yin really ask for too much? Uncle Meng hesitated for a while before finally saying, "It's our alliance's honor to be able to help Mr. Liu, so there's no need to talk about conditions. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, the alliance will do everything in our power to help Mr. Liu find the Astral River Arc's location." Paige was shocked. Uncle Meng was such a generous person. Lu Yin was astonished, but then he laughed and nodded. "Then, many thanks. I'll remember your help, and I'll repay you generously in the future." Uncle Meng smiled. "Mr. Liu, you're too polite. If you have any requests, just contact Paige directly. The alliance will do our best." Lu Yin smiled and exchanged a few polite words before ending the call. "Seventh bro, this guy is smart. If he dared to raise conditions with you, then it would have been a one-off deal. No one owes anyone anything, but now you owe them a favor," Ghost Monkey said. Lu Yin smiled. "I don't owe them anything." "What do you mean?" "They helped you unconditionally, and you don't owe them anything." Seventh bro, I've noticed that you've changed. You've become more thick-skinned, Ghost Monkey mocked. Luin smiled. Monkey, do you remember the first time we encountered a corpse king? Ghost Monkey thought about it. I remember. We were chased by a hunter into the lost heavens, and then we crashed into a spacecraft that had been attacked by a corpse king. What happened? At that time, there was a corpse king, a heavily injured woman, and a young man on that spacecraft. That young man was that page from earlier, Luin said. He had only recalled this after looking at Paige for a while. He wouldn't find a person familiar for no reason, and there had to be a reason for that. Ghost Monkey was shocked. Are you sure? Luin was certain. I'm absolutely sure. That's interesting. That means that you were the one who saved that person. Ghost Monkey laughed strangely. Luin calmly replied, I remember that woman didn't die. If she's still alive, then they'll know who owes whom a favor. Seventh bro, these people are destined to be your vanguard against the Blaze Realm, the Ghost Monkey said. If he could successfully deal with the Day-Night clan, then his next target would be the Blaze Realm. However, just the Tinder Alliance alone would not be enough to deal with the Blaze Realm. He suddenly thought of someone, Yen Yen, one of the current captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. This person came from the Royal Frost Continent, which was located in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Ghost Monkey suddenly said, That's strange, seventh brother. Since the Tinder Alliance is the Blaze Realm's enemy, why would they be hunted down by the Neo-Human Alliance? Furthermore, it's a corpse king that can transform into a corpse king. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there aren't many of such existences. Not every corpse king was capable of using it. Only very important missions would send out a corpse king. Was it really necessary to send out such a powerful corpse king to kill Paige? The Tinder Alliance might be hiding something. There were too many secrets in this universe. He didn't need to know all of them. He just needed to make sure that this group of people could help him deal with the Blaze Realm. Right now, the most important thing was for them to help him locate the Astral River Arkansas. The Innerverse would definitely not place the Astral River Ark in the same place as before, and they would definitely want to catch him off guard. Then, let's see who would be the one to catch the other off guard. Not long after, the new universal armor that Luin had been looking forward to was completed. He looked at the simple universal armor that had been fused with various precious materials, and he was quite satisfied. This was the best universal armor he had ever seen. Banjo was also very satisfied with the armor and proudly said, Your Highness, this universal armor was fused with more than 100 different materials. It was only possible to fuse them together through precise calculations so that their natures would not conflict with each other. Many of the materials came from the mechanical monsters that you gave me. Its defense is above that of a hunter, and Banjo continued to brag after his introduction, but he was chased out by Luin. If not for the dye's enhance, Luin would not have been able to use this universal armor. Its defense could not compare to his physical body, and it was only useful after the dye's enhance. After chasing Banjo away, Luin entered the secret room and blocked off the Ghost Monkey before rolling his die. The first time he rolled enhance, he obtained a useless weapon. The second time, he rolled enhance, but it was still useless. The third time, Luin was left speechless when he discovered that he had actually rolled enhance. He sighed ruefully. It would be great if he could control the die in the future, but he had no confidence in playing it like this. Fortunately, he rolled 3 o'clock. He placed the universal armor on the die and began to frantically toss star essence into it. It was as if he was not afraid of spending money. He was indeed not afraid of spending money, as he had more than 20 million star essence on him, which made him a proper tycoon. If the materials were good enough, Luin would have been worried that he would not have enough money. However, although the materials used in this universal armor were not bad, they were only good within Banjo's capabilities. He had not thoroughly researched the materials that had been melted from the mechanical monsters. Even so, Lu Yin was still satisfied. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. After the 7th time, Lu Yin saw that the universal armor could no longer be dropped. He sighed. It was over. He had upgraded it 7 times in total. As for the number of rune lines, Lu Yin smiled, as they were about the same as the giant's right arm. This meant that the armor's defense was close to that of an emissary's. Up until now, Lu Yin had upgraded 3 sets of universal armor. The first set had been enhanced by the precious metal he had obtained from Jieyu, which had allowed it to withstand attacks with a power level of more than 400,000, which had helped Lu Yin withstand the bombardment from Wanqing City. The second set had been able to withstand attacks with a power level of around 260,000, and this third set was his best set. A set of universal armor that could withstand an attack from an emissary was probably only 1 or 2 people in the outerverse who could break through its defenses. And those 2 people were on his side. He could do whatever he wanted in the outerverse now. However, the amount of star essence he had consumed was huge, and it had exceeded 3 million star essence. If not for the additional 20 million star essence, he would not have been able to upgrade it. After putting on the universal armor, Lu Yin felt as if the entire universe belonged to him. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as he looked outside the 3 rings of the continent. An incomparably majestic number of rune lines had appeared there, and it was no less exaggerated than the fish screens. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There should not be such a powerhouse outside Xenia Star, and this person had come without warning. Lu Yin decided to put on the universal armor and go out to take a look. But just as he was about to leave, someone arrived outside King Zishan's palace. It was Ku Wei. Lu Yin had completely forgotten about this person from the 7 Quartz Ku family. What was he doing here? Lu Yin was in no hurry to leave. The powerhouse outside Xenia Star had hidden himself, and his rune lines had become similar to a normal cultivator's. Even if Lu Yin went out, he would not be able to find him. Since that person had not barged into Xenia Star, it meant that he had some misgivings, so there was no need to rush. Within the palace's garden, Lu Yin was drinking Zhao Rant's special drink when Ku Wei entered. He beamed when he saw Lu Yin. Congratulations, Your Highness. You defeated the 10 arbiters and became famous throughout the universe. Even the Neoverse has heard of you. Impressive, impressive. Lu Yin smiled at him. What are you doing here instead of training the newcomers in the 10th Imperial Squadron? Ku Wei moved closer, his eyes darting around. Your Highness, have you ever thought of going to the Neoverse to play? Lu Yin replied, I'm a member of the Hall of Honor, so I have the right to participate in the Star Tower contest. Let's go together. We can compete for the Star Tower, tour the Neoverse, and visit a couple of cemeteries. How pleasant, right? Ku Wei said expectantly, trying his best to put on a harmless expression. Lu Yin had a strange expression. Cemeteries. Are you talking about Progenitor Chen's tomb that your 7 courts are guarding? Ku Wei nodded. Let's go together. Just treat it as some fun. You can represent the Yu family, and no one will make things difficult for you. Lu Yin knew that it was not the 7 courts that had hunted down the Yu family, but rather the Neo-Human Alliance. The so-called 7 courts had only allied together to resist the Hall of Honor for Progenitor Chen's tomb. If he represented the Yu family, no one would make things difficult for him. He also knew Brother Hui Kong. Although Hui Kong had not explicitly said that he was from the Hui family, that should be the case. Why would I go? Didn't the Yu family give you a spot to enter the tomb? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei was embarrassed. Well, actually, they did give me a spot, but I can try my best to help you get a spot from the Ku family. If the two of us go together, then we won't have to be afraid of anyone else. Lu Yin was amused. You want me to help you get a spot from the Ku family and then give the Yu family spot to me so that I can help you deal with others in the tomb? Ku Wei nodded and helplessly said, all the heirs of the 7 courts have their own secret techniques, and their battle prowess is extraordinary as well. Not just anyone can deal with them. Even if I have a spot from the Yu family, I'll be in trouble if I run into them. I need to find a helper. Can't the Ku family's heirs of this generation help you? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ku Wei grinned. It's fine as long as they don't steal mine. Help me snatch his spot, and we'll go in together. We're on the same side, hee hee. Lu Yin shook his head. We'll talk about it later. Ku Wei hurriedly said, don't do that, Your Highness. You don't even know what Progenitor Chen's tomb represents. There are battle techniques, secret techniques, and even Progenitor Chen's treasures. Any random item you obtain will allow you to become invincible in the universe. Then why didn't your 7 courts defeat the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin countered. Ku Wei was speechless. We have it, but so do they. Do you think that the people from the Neoverse are like the people from the Innerverse and Outerverse? They all have their own secret techniques, just like some people from the 6th mainland. Once they use their secret techniques, no one can do anything about them. Your Highness, your secret techniques have saved your life countless times. Lu Yin had experienced this firsthand, as the people from the 6th mainland's secret progenitor realm were too disgusting. Once they used their secret techniques of resurrection, they could not be killed no matter what. They also had the secret subjugation technique, which allowed their strength to soar. They definitely had even more disgusting secret techniques. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1049. There are many powerful experts in the Neoverse. Why haven't I seen them in the Innerverse? Ku Wei rolled his eyes. Those guys are so cunning. They won't make a move until the very last moment, so it would be strange if I could see them. Lu Yin clenched his fists and grinned, we'll talk about your matters later. Right now, I'm going out to steal something. Ku Wei blinked. Snatch things. What are you snatching? Lu Yin smiled strangely. The Dark Phoenix tribe sealed the continent with 16 layers of black flames for 100 years. I've already taken 15, and now I'm going to take the last layer as well. Ku Wei was shocked. That wicked. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze unfriendly. Ku Wei hurriedly corrected himself and dryly laughed as he said, I was wrong. It's just that fun. It's too fun, ah. Lu Yin placed a hand on Ku Wei's shoulder. Since it's fun, let's go together. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. All right, I'll go with you, Your Highness. However, you have to come with me to Progenitor Chen's tomb in the new universe. We'll talk about it later, Lu Yin replied. Isn't Your Highness curious about Progenitor Chen's tomb? I heard that Ancestor Chen wrote a love poem to a woman, but I don't know if it's true. Of course it's fake. It's just a rumor. That's not necessarily the case. He speaks in a methodical manner, but he doesn't know how to read. You don't even know the words, but you know it's a love poem. It's that kind of charm. You can tell at a glance. Not necessarily. It might be a peerless battle skill. Ku Wei fell silent for a moment before he earnestly said, Your Highness, you have to come with me. Let's copy down all the words that we don't recognize. There's bound to be someone who will recognize them. Your Highness, I beg of you. Lu Yin was speechless. Seventh bro, let's go. A tomb. It sounds like it's worth exploring, and it's progenitor Chen's tomb. Just think of it as training in front of progenitor Wushang's tomb, urged the ghost monkey. Lu Yin felt that he had said too much. The collapsible spacecraft was just right for the two of them, but Ku Wei insisted on taking a luxurious spacecraft. He said that Lu Yin needed to show off his presence, but Lu Yin firmly refused. When he looked back at Xenia's star, he could faintly see a majestic amount of rune lines flash by. Lu Yin was certain that this powerhouse was here to deal with him. The speed of the collapsible flying ship was extremely fast. After an hour, the meteorites whizzed past, and the flying ship easily dodged them. These meteorites did not need to be dodged, and with the collapsible flying ship's defense, it could directly crash into them. However, there was a meteorite that they had to give up because it wasn't just a meteorite. Within the meteorite, there was a long spear that was piercing towards the spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, Ku Wei was still rambling on about progenitor Chen's glorious past. Lu Yin kicked him out of the spacecraft and stored it away. At the same time, he put on his universal armor. Be careful. Ku Wei was stunned by Lu Yin's kick, and he was even more stunned when he heard Lu Yin's words. Suddenly, the heavens changed, and the boundless starry sky brought about an unimaginable pressure that caused both of their brains to tremble. This was a spiritual force attack. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was indeed a Day-Night clan expert, and his power level was definitely not lower than 400,000. He looked at Ku Wei, afraid that he would be killed. At a glance, Ku Wei was hiding inside a withered piece of rotten wood. No one knew when he had done it, but he seemed to be quite familiar with it. The number of rune lines that the rotten wood represented was actually about the same as the powerhouse that had attacked them. What the hell? How could Ku Wei have such a powerful power vessel? In the distance, an elder from the Day-Night clan glanced over at Lu Yin and stared in shock at the rotten wood that Ku Wei was hiding in. That's the Ku family's power vessel, withered wood. Is this kid related to the Ku family? No wonder he was able to cultivate to such a realm in just 12 short years. He must be from the Seven Courts. Two Enlighters attacked Lu Yin from the left and right, ignoring Ku Wei. Lu Yin had tricked Ku Wei into coming out because he wanted to see Ku Wei's trump card, and now, he had seen it. When he saw the two Enlighters attack him, Lu Yin did not dodge. Instead, he focused on the Day-Night powerhouse in front of him who had the most terrifying rune lines. The distance between them could not obstruct Lu Yin's domain, and he saw an old man with black and white hair that was streaked with gray. He was from the Night King clan. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out as the two Enlighters' attacks landed on Lu Yin's body. However, Lu Yin did not move at all. He simply raised a hand and grabbed both of them. His overlaying stacks and 9-line battle force caused the two Enlighters to howl in pain as they immediately used their spiritual force battle techniques. Unfortunately, their spiritual force was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin exerted strength in his hands, and their arms were torn apart. They retreated at the same time as fresh blood dripped into outer space. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his body flashed as he appeared in front of one of the Enlighters. The Enlighter roared, as it was actually the Night King's roar. Lu Yin raised a hand and slapped down, and the enormous strength of his 9-line battle force shattered the Night King's roar. His palm landed on the Enlighter's chest, splitting it open and sending him flying into the distance. Behind Lu Yin, the other Enlighter whose arm had been torn apart viciously charged at Lu Yin. His eyes became extremely sinister, and rune lines with a power level of 250,000 flooded out. Lu Yin could not see a clear attack, but the rune lines were there, so there was no need to think about it. This was definitely a spiritual force attack, and the strangest thing about this person was his eyes. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes that directly weakened the rune lines in his opponent's eyes. That person howled in grief, crying out in pain. Lu Yin panted slightly. Although these two enlighters were not as strong as him, they had still made him expend quite a bit of energy. If it had not been someone from the Day-Night clan, but rather someone from the Sword sect or the Blaze realm, then it would have been even more troublesome. Lu Yin's spiritual force resistance was the bane of the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin did not panic as he looked at the Night King Elder in the distance, who had not moved at all. With his universal armor and the Stonewall scriptures, that person would not be able to harm him. "Kid, you're not bad, but it's a pity that you've offended my Day-Night clan," the Night King Elder slowly said as he approached. Lu Yin sneered. "You're just like Night King Jinwu, and there's also that Night King Changfeng and Night Queen Yanqing. You guys are quite detestable." The elder's gaze turned cold. "A loose tongue can cause trouble. Kid, don't make a mistake. Aren't you here to kill me? Are you going to give me a chance?" Lu Yin mocked. The elder had a strange look in his eyes. "Sure." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" The elder raised 3 fingers. "First, return our clan's inheritance stone. Second, publicly apologize to our clan. Third, tell us everything about the third Night King. As long as you can fulfill these 3 conditions, I promise not to kill you." Lu Yin laughed and looked at the elder mockingly. "You don't want me to pledge allegiance to your Day-Night clan?" The elder frowned. "Kid, are you toying with me?" Lu Yin shrugged. "Didn't you discuss this with Night King Jinwu before coming here? The conditions he gave me were much better than yours. He promised me that if I reached the progenitor realm in the future, he'd guarantee me eternal glory. You're too insincere." The elder's tone turned cold. "It seems like you're looking for death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the originally dark space suddenly turned extremely cold. The void visibly froze, and the frost gradually spread towards Lu Yin. Was this ice? No, this was spiritual force. That wasn't right either. This was star energy turning into ice, and it was an attack supported by spiritual force. The elder wanted to use this attack to freeze Lu Yin's spiritual force. Lu Yin did not dare to compete with an old freak whose power level was over 400,000. He hurriedly recited the Stonewall scriptures and rushed towards the elder. The giant's right arm appeared, and Lu Yin punched out. The elder had not expected Lu Yin to take the initiative to attack him and even break through his battle technique. How was this possible? Even Night King Jinwu could not do this. Lu Yin's actions had clearly exceeded the elder's expectations. However, the elder was still a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000, and he had plenty of battle experience. Even if he did not fear Lu Yin, he still subconsciously dodged Lu Yin's attack. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed out. The void split open, and an extremely sharp sword chi accompanied the attack, along with a terrifying spiritual force. Against the elder, Lu Yin could only brace himself. He could not dodge or counterattack. The sword chi pierced through the void and struck Lu Yin, sending him flying. The ice froze him, and the spiritual force swept towards him in an attempt to destroy him. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw nightfall. In the distance, the elder was shocked. "You actually learned nightfall. Kid, I have to say that you're very talented, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have." Lu Yin finally managed to slow down his attacks and stabilize himself in outer space, but his abdomen still hurt. His universal armor had blocked the elder's sword chi, but the sword Chi's sharp force had still penetrated his armor and injured his abdomen, though it was not a serious injury. The elder had not expected Lu Yin to survive his attack. Not only was there not a single drop of blood, but Lu Yin's spiritual force was also fine. What was going on? If the Day-Night clan had not been so arrogant and conceited, then they would have known everything about Lu Yin. In the Outerverse, everyone recognized one thing: Lu Yin had an endless supply of external items, and fighting with him was just asking for trouble. On the other side, Ku Wei was hiding within the withered tree. He had thought that Lu Yin was dead for sure, but he had not expected this kid to actually survive. Could he really have been nurtured by the Hall of Honor? No, that's not right. This kid's information was very clear. Lu Yin did not hesitate and charged towards the elder. Against such a powerhouse, the longer he delayed, the more unlucky he would be. The elder was very cautious and did not engage in close combat with Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin was just a cruiser, the elder still avoided him, which made Lu Yin rather sullen. "Old man, is there any point in dodging when you're fighting with a junior like me? You must have learned your battle techniques from Master's wife." The elder sneered. "Before I came here, someone told me that you're very crafty and that you're good at sneak attacks. Even if you were a Lemiter or a Melder, I wouldn't give you a chance, let alone a cruiser." Lu Yin had to admit defeat. There was no way he could win against such an old man, and he did not have anything on him that could deal a fatal blow to the elder. He had to constantly endure the elder's attacks, and Lu Yin had lost count of how many times he had been sent flying. The elder from the Day-Night clan was even more sullen than Lu Yin. He was an expert from an Innerverse clan with a power level of over 400,000, but he was helpless against a cruiser. No one would believe him. He finally understood Night King Yuanjing's words: this person was truly difficult to deal with. The elder had spent so much effort to bring 2 Day-Night clan experts across the Astral River, but it had all been for naught. Thanks. Bookfriend 5421014, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1050. The commotion caused by the battle in outer space was too great, and it attracted the attention of the surrounding Weave's armies. The elder from the Day-Night clan fought with Lu Yin for 20 minutes, but he was unable to break through Lu Yin's defenses. He had no choice but to leave. "Kid, it won't end well for you to make an enemy out of the Day-Night clan. Think about it carefully." Lu Yin quietly watched the Day-Night clan member leave. Even the dead and lighter had been taken away. The Day-Night clan did not want anyone else to know about this, and neither did Lu Yin. His position was not stable yet, and it would be detrimental to the Great Eastern Alliance if he exposed a mortal enemy like the Day-Night clan. Everyone knew that he had a conflict with the Day-Night clan, but it had not reached the point where they would fight to the death. After the elder from the Day-Night clan left, Ku Wei put away the piece of dead wood and rushed over to Lu Yin. "You knew that someone was going to attack us, didn't you? You deliberately lured me out." Lu Yin's tone turned sour. "Evidence." Ku Wei was furious. "What bullshit evidence? You were able to kick me out of the way right before they attacked, which proves that you have the ability to discover them. Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't discover their abilities. You saw it for yourself. That old man's power level is extremely high." Ku Wei gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. "Only a fool would believe you. It's up to you to believe it or not." Lu Yin did not care. Ku Wei ground his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do about Lu Yin. He was truly afraid, as he had almost been finished. That old freak had a power level of over 400,000. Fortunately, he had brought that piece of dead wood with him. Otherwise, that spiritual force attack would have turned him into a fool even if he had not died. At that time, progenitor Chen's tomb and the Ku family's great legacy would have been gone. Of course, Lu Yin had done this on purpose. With someone from the seven courts by his side, it was necessary to test the waters from time to time. He had originally thought that Ku Wei's imminent danger would attract the older generation of powerhouses from the seven courts, but he had not expected the guy to survive on his own. The foundations of these ancient powers were truly unfathomable. What was that piece of dead wood that you were hiding behind? Lu Yin asked curiously. Ku Wei unhappily answered, I picked it up. I don't know. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Is that so? Think about it. Ku Wei was just about to open his mouth to express his anger when he saw Lu Yin's icy glare. It was as if he wanted to beat someone up. Ku Wei panicked, and his anger made him lose all reason. He had forgotten that this person had defeated one of the 10 arbiters, and that Lu Yin was comparable to a top descendant of the seven courts. Ku Wei was no match for Lu Yin, and he was hoping that Lu Yin would help him. Suddenly, Ku Wei's anger vanished, and he forced a smile onto his face. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I remember now. That's my Ku family's unique treasure, the time-withered wood. I don't know how it was created, but its defensive capabilities are quite high. When I was out on a mission, my elders gave me a piece of it. Does your Ku family have a lot of time-withered wood? Ku Wei hurriedly shook his head. Very little. Seeing that Lu Yin did not seem to believe him, Ku Wei grew anxious. Your Highness, it really is very little. How can there be many treasures that can withstand an attack with a power level of over 400,000? I'm sure Your Highness won't have more than 2. Lu Yin replied, Don't worry, I won't ask you for it. What's the rush? Ku Wei's mouth twitched, as he did not trust Lu Yin's character at all. It was not as if he did not know that Lu Yin loved money. Since your Ku family has the time-withered wood, then what about the other families of the seven courts? Ku Wei thought about it. Basically all of them have it. The Su family has the motionless chessboard, the Yu family has the sticks, and so on. After all, it would be impossible for them to resist the Hall of Honor without some trump cards. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he was even more certain of his previous guess. The Neoverse definitely had not used its full strength to resist the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland had been able to suppress the fifth mainland because of that inexplicable suppression, as well as the power, bloodlines, martial seals, and secret techniques bestowed upon them by the third progenitor. The seven courts originated from a progenitor, and every family should have similar methods. The Hall of Honor had been able to suppress the seven courts, which meant that they had even more such methods. However, Lu Yin had not seen any of them during the battle in the Cosmic Sea. What was the Neoverse thinking? Lu Yin's imagination ran wild, and Ku Wei grew more and more anxious. He was afraid that Lu Yin would force him to hand over the time-withered wood, so he hurriedly asked, Your Highness, will that old guy from the Day-Night clan come? Should we report this to the Hall of Honor? Lu Yin replied, There's no point in reporting it. The Hall of Honor monitors the humans, but they still need evidence. Besides, I haven't been killed yet, so the Hall of Honor can't do anything. Those fellows are really daring to make a move on you. If they really kill you, then the entire Day-Night clan will suffer, Ku Wei said angrily. Lu Yin shook his head. It depends on the timing. There's a high chance that Night King Jinwu will become one of the 5 astral children, and the Day-Night clan has become a Hall of Honor family because of the commander appointment platform. Even the Hall of Honor will have to give the Day-Night clan some face. At this point, Lu Yin suddenly realized something. Why was he discussing this with Ku Wei? Let's go to the Dark Phoenix clan, Lu Yin said. Ku Wei was shocked. Are we really going to the Dark Phoenix clan? Obviously. The Dark Phoenix clan had announced that their clan would be sealed for 100 years, and all the major powers that were on good terms with them had received the notice. The 16 layers of black flames had shaken the outerverse, and no one had been able to pass through them. Even the Phoenix family had been afraid of them. However, everything had changed after Lu Yin's visit. Out of the 16 layers of black flames, only the last layer remained. Even though this layer was the most powerful and was enough to strike fear into the hearts of envoys, it was still too thin. It was so thin that one could see the entire black flame continent through it. This feeling was like wearing a transparent coat that could not completely cover the inside. For a large clan like the Dark Phoenix clan, this was rather embarrassing. The entire Dark Phoenix clan was cursing Lu Yin. Now, the Dark Phoenix clan was facing an awkward situation. They had sealed their clan for 100 years, and the last layer of black flames could not completely cover them. This was rather embarrassing. If they had not sealed their clan, then the notice they had sent to the outside world would have been child's play. Because of this, the Dark Phoenix clan had been discussing this matter for a long time. On this day, just as Daniel Phineas was continuing the clan meeting, the last layer of black flames distorted. They would never forget this scene, as this was what had happened when the 15th layer of black flames had disappeared. Daniel Phineas and the rest hurriedly rushed to the edge of the black flame continent, and they saw Lu Yin through the last layer of black flames. An indescribable feeling of grievance, resentment, helplessness, and regret lingered in Daniel Phineas's heart. Finally, he roared, "What are you trying to do, Lu Yin?" Lu Yin pursed his lips as the Heaven Fire Stone continued to absorb the last layer of black flames. Ku Wei stood beside him while the Dark Phoenix clan's cultivators who were guarding the continent stood behind them. Through the layer of black flames, Lu Yin could see the furious gazes of Daniel Phineas and the rest, and he felt a little embarrassed. His current actions were no different from theft. No, it was not theft, it was robbery. Ku Wei stepped forward. Our Highness saw that this continent was being burned by the black flames and could not bear to see the residents suffer, so he came to save them. There's no need to thank him. Lu Yin sighed when he heard this. These words were well said. He had come to save the ordinary people who were suffering from the high temperatures of the black flame continent. He was doing a good deed. Daniel Phineas was so angry that his entire body trembled. The higher-ups of the Dark Phoenix clan around him were furious as well, and many of them cursed, "Shameless. Despicable. How can he say such things? This bandit. Only an idiot would believe him." Lu Yin raised his head with a solemn expression. "Clan leader Daniel, I heard that the Black Flame continent is being roasted by the flames. You must be suffering unimaginable pain from the high temperatures. Since I'm the commander of the Outerverse Allied Forces and the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, I cannot ignore this." Ku Wei loudly replied, "Hurry up and thank the alliance leader. Prepare some food and wine to welcome him." Another wave of curses rang out from the Dark Phoenix clan, all of them directed at Ku Wei. This guy was a standard lackey. Lu Yin also realized that this guy had a lot of potential. At this point, many of the Dark Phoenix clan's members had shifted their anger from Lu Yin to Ku Wei. This guy was too infuriating. "Alliance leader Lu, please be merciful," Daniel Phineas hurriedly said. He did not wish for the last layer of black flames to be absorbed by Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin acted as if he did not hear him. Ku Wei shouted, "No need to be polite. Our alliance leader will not feel tired for your safety. Don't worry, we will definitely absorb all of the black flames." We will also find a way to find the person who released the black flames and make the culprit apologize to the entire Black Flame continent. Daniel Phineas grew anxious. Alliance leader Lu, these are the black flames of my Dark Phoenix clan. Please be merciful. Ku Wei shouted back, no need to be polite. You're too polite, Patriarch Daniel. Alliance leader Lu, Patriarch Daniel, countless Dark Phoenix clan members gritted their teeth at Ku Wei, their hatred for him reaching the heavens. Ku Wei did not care at all. This was just a clan from the outerverse that had been chased out from the innerverse. Just mentioning their name would scare them to death. Separated by a layer of black flames, no matter how loudly Daniel Phineas shouted, he was disrupted by Ku Wei. In the end, the last layer of black flames was absorbed by the Heaven Fire Stone. This layer of black flames was extremely powerful, and Lu Yin could feel the Heaven Fire Stone burning as he held it. He felt that if he had not used his die to upgrade the Heaven Fire Stone, then perhaps the stone's ability to withstand the flames would have caused that fire dragon to appear. When the black flames completely disappeared, Daniel Phineas and the rest felt their hearts sink. The 16 layers of black flames that their ancestor had set up to protect them were completely gone. Their Dark Phoenix clan had lost the right to be a sealing clan, and they had also lost the ability to defend against envoys. In just a few short years, the three great powers of the outerverse that could not be provoked had been pulled down from their pedestals by Lu Yin. The Temple of Tai Mo had submitted to him, and they had lost the protection of Ancestor Arrow Mountain. They did not dare to resist Lu Yin at all. Even Wan Qianqing did not dare to offend Lu Yin. No matter how wealthy Wan Qianqing was, it was still a war fortress that was restricted by the commander of the outerverse allied forces. If Lu Yin wanted to, he could make Wan Qianqing appear anywhere in the outerverse at any time. There was only one reason for that: a powerful enemy could invade that place. Finally, the Dark Phoenix clan had its 16 layers of black flames absorbed by Lu Yin. Coupled with the death of ancestor Daniel Phineas, the clan had completely lost its ability to intimidate the outerverse. The once glorious three great powers had completely declined, and they had been replaced by the Great Eastern Alliance. With the fig leaf gone, the Dark Phoenix clan no longer dared to provoke Lu Yin. They had no one to reason with, so they had no choice but to follow Ku Wei's instructions and host a banquet for Lu Yin. Ku Wei was very happy, as he liked to see people who clearly wanted to eat him up but still had to welcome him with a smile. It was a very satisfying feeling. Thank you. Book friend 542104114 I'll give you my brother's reward. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1051. Lu Yin was more humble. There's no need to be so polite, Elder Tano. It's my honor to be able to save the Black Flame continent. Just as Tano Phineas was about to speak, Ku Wei continued, as a member of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Dark Phoenix tribe's safety is always on our leader's mind. Elder Tano, am I right? Tano Phineas's face twitched. If he could, he really wanted to kill this bastard. Behind them, a group of Dark Phoenix clansmen ground their teeth as they stared at Ku Wei's back, wondering how they could get rid of him. Lu Yin glanced at Ku Wei in admiration. How had he not realized that this guy was such a qualified lackey? A single sentence had forced the Dark Phoenix tribe into action. If they did not agree, then they would not join the Great Eastern Alliance. With the Dark Phoenix tribe's current strength, they did not have the qualifications to refuse. Lu Yin had been thinking about how to bring up this matter, but Ku Wei had easily led him to the front. Tano Phineas sighed inwardly. Yes, thank you, Alliance leader, for saving us. The Dark Phoenix tribe is eternally grateful. Lu Yin smiled. Elder Tano's words make me blush with shame. Actually, I didn't do much. Tano Phineas was speechless. The Black Flame continent was vast, and Tano Phineas personally showed Lu Yin around. Lu Yin also informed Enya to contact the Dark Phoenix tribe as soon as possible to confirm the alliance. Enya sent a message. Your Highness, the Dark Phoenix tribe joining the Great Eastern Alliance might cause dissatisfaction with the Phoenix family. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he had forgotten that the Dark Phoenix tribe had betrayed the Phoenix family. If he allowed them to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then they might really offend the Phoenix family. How could he have forgotten? Lu Yin was a little vexed. Although he did not fear the Phoenix family, he did not want to offend them for the sake of the Dark Phoenix tribe. The Dark Phoenix tribe did not have a good relationship with him, and they had only joined the Great Eastern Alliance to unify their territories. They would not be of much help to the Great Eastern Alliance. While Lu Yin was pondering this, Tano Phineas was still introducing the history of the Black Flame continent to Ku Wei. Tano Phineas wanted to burn Ku Wei to death, but he had no choice but to smile. Elder Tano, I heard that you and the Phoenix family are mortal enemies. What's the situation? Lu Yin asked. Phineas replied, everyone in the universe knows about this. The Phoenix family is known as the Golden Phoenix, while we, the Phineas family, are known as the Black Flame Phoenix. The Phoenix family sees us as traitors and degenerates, and they want to slaughter all of us to purify the Phoenix family. Actually, the term fallen didn't even exist in our ancestors. Regardless of whether it's the gold or the black, they all belong to the Phoenix bloodline. It's just that our bloodline fell behind in the competition, which is why we were expelled from the Interverse. It was just like how the Day-Night clan had the Day King's descendants and the Night King's descendants. The Day King's descendants had failed in the competition and had been subjected to the cage technique, resulting in them being reduced to slaves. The Dark Phoenix clan had been lucky enough to escape from the Interverse. Thinking about it, he had encountered this kind of situation many times, including the Eternal Flame Alliance, which might be in a similar situation. When there were too many people in a large clan, it was inevitable that there would be branches. Some branches were too powerful and might even turn the tables. This was very normal. Did the Phoenix family cause any trouble for you guys after coming to the Outerverse? Lu Yin asked. Phineas replied proudly, they did, but the Dark Phoenix clan isn't to be trifled with. Besides, our clan has a good relationship with Astral 9, which is something that the Phoenix family is wary of. Lu Yin nodded. The Astral Combat Academy seemed like an ordinary academy, but there were many hidden powerhouses. Astral 9's president's strength was terrifying. That night, Phineas and the Dark Phoenix clan received Lu Yin with a grand reception. Their attitude had changed very quickly. Back then, they had hated Lu Yin and had been arrogant enough to send an army to attack the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that they had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, their former arrogance had disappeared. Lu Yin had also discussed Tyler Phineas' death with Phineas. Tyler Phineas had not been killed by Lu Yin, but rather by Hugh Phineas' instigation. Phineas solemnly apologized to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted the apology. Although Tyler Phineas had not been killed by him, it was still closely related to him. Lu Yin was not apologetic about this matter at all. Tyler Phineas had provoked him and even cooperated with Hugh Phineas to ambush Lu Yin. He had died too quickly, or else Lu Yin would have killed him. For the sake of his clan, Phineas could be considered to have swallowed his anger. They could tolerate Lu Yin's anger, but they could not tolerate Ku Wei's. During the banquet that night, one Dark Phoenix youth after another challenged Ku Wei. Ku Wei's interest was piqued, as he loved to bully these people. In his own words, frogs at the bottom of a well were easy to step on. With a thump, another Dark Phoenix youth was defeated, and his entire body was smashed into the wall. Ku Wei laughed, as he had already defeated 12 Dark Phoenix clansmen in a row. The Dark Phoenix clansmen present all had ugly expressions. They had wanted to teach Ku Wei a lesson, but they had ended up being taught a lesson instead. Lu Yin drank his wine with a calm expression. Phineas could not help but ask, Alliance leader Lu, where is this little brother from? He's quite strong. Lu Yin smiled. Don't praise him, Patriarch. He's already reached his limit. Is that so? Phineas's eyes flashed, and he glanced down at Lu Phineas. Lu Phineas stood up and faced Ku Wei. Brother, let's exchange some pointers. Ku Wei raised his brows and seriously sized up Lu Phineas. He knew that someone who dared to challenge him at this time definitely had some skills. What's your name? Lu Phineas. Ku Wei frowned, as he seemed to have heard of this name before. Lu Yin looked at Lu Phineas. This person had been recommended by Wei Rong as the #1 expert of the Dark Phoenix clan's younger generation. He far surpassed Tyler Phineas and was evaluated as someone who could challenge the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin had always been curious about this person's innate gift, and today, he would be able to see it for himself. When they saw Lu Phineas take action, the Dark Phoenix clansmen's expressions brightened, as they felt that they would definitely win. If you want to fight, then fight. Ku Wei's attitude was casual, but there was a rare look of seriousness in his eyes. Lu Phineas's expression was solemn, and he stepped forward. Black flames burned the sky, and the high temperature caused Ku Wei's expression to change. This person was indeed different from the others from before. The black flames transformed into a majestic hand that pressed down on Ku Wei. The void distorted as traces of spatial cracks spread out. This attack surpassed a hunter's strength. Ku Wei raised his hand and stared at the black flames. As the black flames descended, his lips curled up, and his hands danced about. His body shifted, and with each movement, the black flames shrank a little. Soon, Lu Phineas's black flames completely disappeared. The Dark Phoenix clansmen were shocked. He's actually using a lock-breaking technique. This kid's lock-breaking ability is quite good. It's a perceptive intermediate lock-breaking ability, someone recognized. He can lock-break as well. Lu Phineas was astonished, and his gaze turned cold. Even more terrifying black flames rose from the ground and completely enveloped Ku Wei. He had experienced lock-breaking before, and it required time, but his black flames did not. Ku Wei retreated step by step. The black flames were extremely invasive, and the temperature was so high that even Lu Yin could feel the heat. Lu Phineas was indeed someone who could challenge the 10 arbiters in the future. His rune lines were enormous, and he was definitely in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Ku Wei still wanted to use lock-breaking techniques and battle experience, but he would definitely lose. Interesting. I never thought that the Dark Phoenix tribe would have an expert like you. Ku Wei's interest was piqued. As he spoke, his domain surged out and enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a giant finger descended. This was a force field, and it pointed towards Lu Phineas. The surrounding Dark Phoenix clansmen were disdainful. A force field was a very powerful attack, and there were very few people in the entire universe who could comprehend a force field. However, such an attack was useless against the Dark Phoenix tribe, as their black flames were enough to burn through force fields. Everyone had thought that Lu Phineas would be able to easily burn through Ku Wei's force field, but Lu Phineas stood there like a fool, allowing the finger to descend and smash him into the ground. All of the Dark Phoenix clansmen were stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't he moving? If Lou Phineas was not from the Dark Phoenix tribe, they would have suspected that this was all an act. Daniel Phineas and the other older experts of the Dark Phoenix tribe stared at Ku Wei with solemn expressions. That finger. Beneath the ground, Lou Phineas had not been seriously injured. That finger had not contained much power, which meant that Ku Wei had held back. Lou Phineas knew that he had been defeated, but what was going on? The moment that finger descended, Lou Phineas saw everything turn gray, as if everything around him was withering. His heart was strangely peaceful, and he had no desire to resist at all. He simply allowed the finger to strike him down. What kind of power was this? Lu Yin was still shocked when he saw finger tap again. This was the Ku family's ultimate battle technique. He had only learned the surface of finger tap, and he had only been able to train his fingers to the point where he could use the dream finger a few times. He had yet to learn the true power of finger tap. Daniel Phineas looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. "Your Highness, who is this?" No matter how stupid he was, he still realized that Ku Wei was not an ordinary person. Lou Phineas was at least in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, but he had still been defeated without even being able to use his innate gift. Lu Yin replied, "His surname is Ku. Don't you know that?" Daniel Phineas replied, "I know his surname is Ku. Hold on." Daniel Phineas was in disbelief. Ku, could it be? Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Daniel Phineas was shocked, and when he looked at Ku Wei again, his expression had completely changed. The 7 courts, the Ku family, and the Neoverse. No wonder Ku Wei was so powerful. Lou Phineas walked out from underground and looked at Ku Wei in shock. "I've lost." Ku Wei raised his head. "Although I've lost, it's still an honorable defeat. Not everyone has the qualifications to make me use my battle technique." Lou Phineas frowned. Although he had admitted defeat, he was still unwilling to accept it, as he had not even been able to use his innate gift. The banquet ended with Ku Wei's proud victory. He was very happy today, as he had completely suppressed the Dark Phoenix tribe. Although he did not care much about this powerful Outerverse clan, he still felt great. Lu Yin stood at the peak of a mountain and breathed in the Black Flame Continent's night breeze. He did not feel the heat at all. "Your Highness, the Dark Phoenix tribe is quite enthusiastic, ha." Ku Wei laughed. Lu Yin glanced at him. "Are you very proud? Why don't we spar? I'm still very curious about your finger tap." Ku Wei immediately refused. "How can I spar with your Highness? That would be disrespectful. I'm someone with a good upbringing." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.